The story of the main character Abel began when one of his comrades asked him to leave their team. They didn't need amber eyes in this world, and now that there was harmony, the hero should have realized that. The guy lowered his head and thought about the fact that he understood that perfectly well. Demons were the enemies of humans, and more than 99% of them had amber eyes shining like gold. When world peace was restored, mages with amber eyes like Abel's would be persecuted. His comrade named Swarm told the hero that he had prepared a mansion for him so he could go there. Abel was serious and asked the Swarm to be sure that he would never appear in front of them again. The guy tried to call out to Abel and apologize to him, saying that they didn't mean it. They didn't really mean him any harm. Abel was sick, his body was aching, and he must have slept too long. Eventually the coffin lid broke, and if all went well, it must have been a world 200 years in the future. The hero looked at his hands and decided that he had succeeded. He had completed his spell that probably no one else would have been able to create. It was a reincarnation spell. He and the boys had brought peace by defeating the demon lord, and now 200 years had passed. This must be the world where civilization matured and knowledge grew, where things previously impossible, even with magic, became possible. In that case, this world must have had what it took to accept those amber eyes. It was Abel's eyes that showed his true power better than words could. Abel examined the debris around the coffin and thought that there must have been a mirror here somewhere, but it was gone. It was probably broken. The main character had to spend a lot of time doing a lot of experiments with the materials that made up the human body to create a perfect body like this one. He could change his appearance a little, but Abel still felt attached to his previous aspects, so he couldn't just let go of his appearance. The hero was confident that no one would recognize him anymore, so it didn't matter. Walking a little further down the corridor, the guy heard sounds. Apparently it was a woman, or rather something that looked like a human. It was impressive, as it would be hard for people other than Abel to see through her. But the hero did not know what he could do in the body of a child, and it was necessary to try to attack first. The boy went out to meet a girl who recognized Abel, and the hero thought she was beautiful. The girl that carried the basket in her hands fell on her knees and cried, saying that she had waited a long time for this day. Abel felt embarrassed and blushed. He could not remember this girl at all, and she apologized to him, saying that she had waited too long for him. The guy didn't understand what she meant, for he didn't remember such a beautiful girl. He wasn't too proud of it, but he was immersed in his magical studies, which throughout his life had nothing to do with women. As he looked closely at the crying girl, he remembered a little girl who was crying in the same way. Apparently, he had succeeded in remembering her. At the time they ran into each other, the Swarm was telling the kid he was crazy. Abel defended the child for being a demon, but the Swarm and the others thought she was an enemy of humanity. Thus, after conquering the demon territories, he saved the child. Just because she was the daughter of the Demon King, she was going to be killed. Perhaps Abel felt sorry for her because she was young, and perhaps because she had amber eyes like his. The hero dismissed all his thoughts and thought he had done it on a whim and reached out to her. In any case, he now knew her name. Abel greeted the girl and told the Lilith that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The girl smiled and was pleased that he hadn't changed at all. Lilith blurted out a smile and said that he had actually gotten a little younger in those 200 years, and Abel felt embarrassed. Ever since he saved her 200 years ago, she wanted to repay him, and after 100 years of searching all over the world, she finally found this place. The boy looked into her blue eyes and assumed they weren't really that color. He remembered that they were the same amber color as his. It would probably be more accurate to say that the color of their eyes was their soul color, which made up who they were. And even after reincarnation, he would not be able to get rid of it. The girl agreed that they were amber, but she was now wearing colored contact lenses and demonstrated this by removing one of the lenses. Abel saw this for the first time and was surprised. The girl explained that the main thing was to get used to them. Contact lenses could change the color of their eyes, and it seemed that someone had managed to come up with something interesting. This had never happened before during Abel's lifetime. The hero laughed and thought that after all he was right to risk being reborn after 200 years, and the evolution of mankind seemed amazing to him. If they learned the history of this world, they would see countless examples of discrimination and persecution because of eye color. Many lives had been sacrificed just because of differences in eye color. Abel found it ironic that such a small piece of lens could solve their problem. The girl was sure they had a lot to talk about and offered to go outside. She had a cabin nearby, and the guy agreed with her. He was interested in the history of Lilith, as well as all the new creations of this modern world. While Abel was pondering this, the girl took a scarf and put it around the hero's neck. The hero didn't realize what it was and assumed it was a thing like a shawl. Lilith smiled and said that it was called a scarf that was used to protect his body from the cold. The name was a little different 200 years ago. She reached out to Abel and asked him to give her his hand. Lilith suggested he come with her, and the boy frowned, saying he was not a child. The girl agreed, and together they walked with him out of the dark mines into the sunny forests. The boy looked around and noticed that everything was covered in snow. And so, he took his first steps on the white snow in a new world, and here began a new story of the strongest reincarnation. After walking through the forest, they came to a small village, and Lilith told Abel that they were there. The hero noticed that this house looked quite spacious compared to the mansion next to it. Lilith smiled and thought that a simple house would suit him. For someone in his position, she thought it was best to avoid unnecessary attention. And the hero could agree with her. In a child's body, he couldn't use even 3/10 of his former strength, so the sensible choice was to wait quietly until he started to grow. Lilith opened the doors for the boy to enter the house first. The girl turned on the lights, but the guy didn't even feel that Lilith was using magic. Looking up, the guy saw the sparkling lamps, not realizing what they were. The girl explained that they were bulbs and were used for illumination. At the touch of a button, they lit up the whole room and it looked brilliant. She demonstrated this in action by turning the lights on and off. Abel thought that they probably had a magic stone inside, and when she pressed the switch the lights turned on. It seemed to Lilith that the guy wasn't really surprised by this. The hero agreed that it was indeed a wonderful invention, but it was still more convenient to use his power. The girl smiled and said that it was very much like him, and the hero thought that a lot had changed in the meantime. Using luminescent magic to create light was the easiest and most basic magic to learn. Anyone could use this type of spell regardless of eye color. In that case, it was incomprehensible why people spent so much effort to create such unnecessary equipment, and why no one thought about it. The hero did not yet fully understand this new world, and he was drawn to sleep. Abel lay down on the couch and Lilith covered him with a blanket, and he fell asleep. After that they had dinner together and the boy started reading books. After reading the books, he couldn't understand how this could have happened. The level of mages in this world had greatly decreased since then, and it was unbelievable. As a result, this world had experienced an unnoticed recession. The hero furiously leafed through the books and thought about how it was useless and incoherent information about something that even a 10-year-old child would have known about 200 years ago. This part even introduced incorrect magical syntax for its explanations. The hero didn't realize if they used this syntax to create magic and covered his face with his hand. The books were handwritten and transcribed in many copies 200 years ago, so it was understandable that the content and quality of the books had changed and deteriorated after many restorations. But this to Abel seemed just awful. Although the culture had evolved a lot, there were also flaws. Spells that could be easily performed were now becoming automatic. As Abel expected, this childish body couldn't stay awake for long and the boy stretched tiredly. Lilith assumed that this body only hindered him and didn't understand why he decided to use the child's body. The hero was in agreement that it was true and it had many risks, but there were some advantages. In this world, it was said, there were 3 peaks one could reach. Their academic peak in their teens, their physical peak in their 20s, and their magical peak in their 30s. And Abel still had a lot to learn about this new world. Moreover, as a child he had wanted to start a new life in a different world, and now the opportunity had come to him. When the hero came out of his room, he found a note from Lilith. She had left him breakfast and lunch that she had prepared for him, but she had to go to work right away. In the evening, the girl promised to come home and asked him to rest and make himself at home. She didn't want to distract him because he was immersed in his books. The hero took a sandwich and took a bite, thinking about work. It was good that Lilith had a livelihood and he wondered what she was doing in a village full of people. When Abel had eaten, he yawned tiredly again. He realized that he wanted to sleep again, but he didn't want to stop reading until he found a good place to stop. Suddenly someone knocked and the hero went to the door. Abel realized that it couldn't be Lilith, but he opened the door. Standing right in front of him was a mischievous kid who assumed he was Lilith's younger brother. The kid immediately thought it was an acquaintance of hers. As far as Abel could tell, he looked like an ordinary human boy, and from the looks of him, he must have been a rich guy. He was probably the son of the owner of the neighboring mansion. The hero had no idea what he was doing here. The boy asked the commoner to be happy. For this moment he would be the youngest Teta herself. Abel plunged back into the book, thinking it was a waste of time, for there were always spoiled children in this world. The boy waved his hands for the hero to pay attention to him, mispronouncing his name, and Abel corrected him. He asked Abel to be his youngest, which meant to become like brothers. The boy circled over the hero like a pesky fly, preventing him from reading the book. Abel apologized and told him that he was not interested in a master-student relationship. Apparently this hurt the guy who insisted on being his little brother, and Abel thought the day sucked. The hero closed the book and thought about how he didn't like scaring kids, but there was no other way. He asked permission to give the boy some advice. Abel showed his amber eyes and asked him to better stop messing with him, hoping the boy would understand him. A shiver ran through the boy and he stepped back. Apparently he was very familiar with those eyes, and the hero smiled. It seemed to work, and those amber eyes, like the eyes of demons, symbolized evil in this world. Now the hero surely thought that he would not want to have any connection with him. Abel decided to scare this kid some more, and since it had come to this, he wasn't going to hide anymore. At one point the boy couldn't stand it and laughed, and Abel couldn't figure out what was wrong. With tears in his eyes, the boy wanted to make sure that those eyes were really amber. The boy was so amused that he started rolling around on the floor, saying that he was seeing them for the first time. Heroes didn't understand what was wrong, and he even felt embarrassed. It was an extremely strange situation, and the boy was trying to figure out what was even going on. The boy rolled around on the floor for a while, crying and asking if they were really amber eyes. He said it was the first time he had ever seen them. The hero looked at the boy incomprehensibly, wondering why things had turned out this way. Then Abel heard someone approaching them and noticed a man on the doorstep. The unknown guy said hello to the boy and called him by the name Ted. The boy sighed heavily and recalled his earlier words to not come to the Lilith's house uninvited again. Regardless of the color of their eyes, Abel assumed they were brothers. Ted pointed his finger at the boy and asked him to look at him, for this was the first time he had ever seen someone with chicken eyes. Abel was even more puzzled by this, and he didn't think he'd wasted his time arguing with this kid. It was like a joke anyway, and he needed to pay attention to the guy named Base. He was only 2 or 3 years older than Ted. Even if he hated him, he still had to watch out for those amber eyes. Base heard Lilith say that her talented younger brother would come and stay at her house. The hero waved his head affirmatively and thought about Lilith being a genius. Sighing heavily, the Base fixed his collar and thought that his expectations were too high. Abel asked not to be told that his older brother was the same as Ted. But if Lilith said so, she was probably right. Meanwhile, Ted teased the hero by calling his eyes chicken eyes. Pretty much the same thing his brother said. The only thing the hero knew for sure was that those amber eyes were seen as a symbol of evil. Allowing another thought in his mind, Abel could not believe that this could have been true. It could mean that in this world amber eyes were considered something useless, and the boy looked at his brothers. At this time, Ted and Base were playing peekaboo with each other. Ted laughed to tears again, and he thought it was funny that this commoner Abab didn't even know that. It seemed to the guy that he had no more chances to get his name right, and tried to find out what was going on here to begin with. Ted couldn't settle on the chicken color of his eyes. Ted said his eyes didn't match any of the elements, not fire, water, or wind, and they couldn't even do sorcery or healing. They were just ordinary eyes that were completely useless. Base asked him to stop and rebuked him for saying too much of what his brother had said. This was a real surprise to Abel. It was true that if a person with amber eyes didn't go through 10 years of training, all the elements would still be blocked. However, if they could pass through this stage, he or she would have the power to control every element. He or she might not be different from an ordinary person in the beginning, but soon he or she would be able to perform magic of all elements. Perhaps this was the reason why people viewed such eyes as a threat to humanity. The older brother thought the main character's name was Abeshi, but the guy corrected him and said he was Abel. Bass apologized, but at least that name sounded a little better. The guy bowed and apologized for disrespecting his little brother. In his mind, the hero thought he was wrong about him after all and replied to the Base that it was no big deal. Base decided that his brother should have apologized to the hero, but there was no way Ted was going to do that. After all, he believed it was true that Abel had chicken eyes. The guy asked his younger brother not to be so rude, and believed that even without magic, Abel could live here peacefully. Besides, Abel-san was their age and Base hoped that he would get along with Ted. The hero asked not to tell him that Base had the same opinion of him, and that everyone thought he was a fool with amber eyes. It was people like that the hero hated the most. Base suggested that Ted not interfere with the genius and called his brother home to study magic. Ted said goodbye to the guy and told Chicken Eyes that they would see each other later. Watching the brothers, Abel didn't realize what was wrong with them. They broke into someone else's house and started talking bad about the owner for nothing. It was a little strange, but either way it made sense to him why they weren't afraid of him. Abel picked up a book of war history and opened it. At least there hadn't been a war between humans and demons in the last 100 years, and it had been a pretty long peace. It was also unclear why they were all no longer afraid of those evil demon eyes. Moreover, with some practice, people with red, blue, green, gray, or black eyes could easily use their elements to create magic. On the other hand, people with amber eyes needed to spend a lot of time practicing to create magic. It didn't seem surprising to the guy that the level of mages in this world was so low. Amber eyes were considered useless in magic, and they became an object of scorn. The hero closed the book and leaned on the back of the chair thoughtfully. Personally, he wasn't too fond of using things like contact lenses, and now he could understand why Lilith used them. Abel decided that there was nothing he could do about it, and it wasn't easy to live a normal life. With these thoughts, the boy walked out of the house. Lilith returned the moment the guy was sitting on the couch reading a book. Seeing her outfit, the guy realized that she worked as a maid. She explained to him that there was a job called maid in this world and asked for an opinion on her outfit. Abel blushed and hiding behind a book said that it looked very nice on her. The girl thought his reaction was funny and giggled merrily. The girl smiled at him and said that in that case she would go make them dinner. Abel had something to say to her and asked her to stop. Now he understood why she had to hide her eye color. It seemed like a good thing to the girl. Abel at first thought she just didn't want others to know she was a demon. The girl was sure that after 200 years, there were almost certainly no more demons left. Abel herself was a leader of heroes with a mission to defeat the Demon King. Then people all over the world began to get rid of the remnants of the demons. And when the humans won, all the demons disappeared. When the world became calmer, the power of the mages became weaker and weaker, and at the end the fear of the amber eyes disappeared, and now people had no goal to become stronger. While Lilith was chopping vegetables, she said that the guy was absolutely right. While calmly reading the book, the hero decided to ask her if she hated people, more specifically whether she hated them. Lilith smiled silently, and on second thought, the hero's team declared an end to demons. That day the Demon King and Abel fought, and the Demon King was the father of Lilith. At times she felt a kind of despair that she wanted to scream, but Abel risked his life to save her. He even found a safe place for her and Lilith asked if he remembered that. But that was only for a few weeks. But he also taught her how to use magic and human rules and manners. Plus he taught her many other things. The hero asked, not trying to change the subject, and he remembered that she had told him about many things. Lilith smiled and admitted that every woman had her secrets. The hero wondered what she had been through over the years while she was small and sweet 200 years ago. Lilith smiled and remembered the woman in the pub who had taught her that. The girl knelt down in front of the guy and told him that she would always be grateful for what he had done for her. Abel had a view of her lush bust in front of him and was embarrassed. Covering himself with a book, a blushing Abel thanked her for everything. At this time, the guy could only use the book to hide from Lilith's gaze. Meanwhile, the girl was mortified by his reaction. The protagonist took a bath with Lilith. The girl was delighted with the hot water and said it was beautiful. Anyway, it was not his intention, but Lilith forcibly forced him. She begged Abel to go and take a bath with her, and to say that she forcibly compelled him would not be an exaggeration. The girl blushed and apologized. She just couldn't contain her love for Master Abel. Looking at her sly look, it seemed to the guy that she had a strange urge to kidnap another man and drag him into the bathroom when she couldn't contain her love. In response, Lilith remained silent and only chuckled. The guy sighed heavily, remembering how such a situation could end when a man and a woman are alone in the bathroom, also without clothes. The girl smiled, which she found rather interesting. She didn't think Abel could have said such a thing and turned to the master respectfully. It didn't look quite convincing when he said it with the body of a child. Lilith stood in front of Abel and leaned toward him. It was true that Abel was in the body of a child without any attraction to the opposite sex. The girl crouched down beside him, and the hero noticed her bust popping upward. 200 years passed, and the various parts of Lilith's body grew very beautiful. When the guy was 30+ years old, in his past life she was just a 5-year-old tiny child. And now it was as if they had switched places. Lilith rubbed the guy's shoulders and said she was very happy. She nuzzled the boy and said she was happy that Master Abel had finally accepted her as a woman. The lad felt sad and thought that this sadness was for the good. After coming to his senses, he did move away from her and asked Lilith not to do that. Regardless of the area, his principle is not to give in to self-denial. Lilith looked at Abel and smiled. She could understand him, so she was in agreement with him. After a while, the guy woke up beside the sleeping Lilith and remembered that he had made love to her that night. He had no experience with women in his past life, and at that time he was not interested in anything but getting stronger. Looking at the sleeping, smiling girl, the guy thought that it could mean being happy. Thinking that she might have caught a cold like that, the hero took a blanket and covered her. Abel smiled and thought that today he felt as if he could sleep more soundly than usual. So it had been a few days since he had been reborn in this world. He spent his days in comfort without getting into any major trouble. He had slept for 200 years, if not more, and had a long day's work to make up for. The day started with a Lilith breakfast, then study, lunch break, and study again. This afternoon, however, one inevitable event was going to happen and the lad heard it coming. Ted almost kicked the door open and scrunched up his nose and said that he was visiting his buddy today. The hero sighed heavily and thought that this happened every day. Most likely, this carefree nobleman just needed a good friend to play together and preferably his age. The guy paid no attention to him and only tried to read a book, but Ted was like a pesky fly asking not to be ignored. Abel closed the book and thought about the fact that he didn't have to play with Ted and applied body strengthening magic to strengthen his legs. With lightning speed, he jumped up on the window. Ted was scared and asked him not to do that, because it was the second floor. But the hero was sorry, and with these words he jumped out the window, leaving the surprised Ted in the room. After climbing to the roof, the guy said that unfortunately he didn't have time to worry about the baby. Ted couldn't understand how he did it, and the hero thought he was still far from perfect, but he was getting a little used to that baby body. It was a small part of his power, but it seemed to be enough to impress this child. Ted decided that he would do it too and tried to use his magic. He jumped out following the hero and it seemed like a good attempt to Abel. Ted was able to use physical enhancement magic. Proper strengthening magic enveloped the body like armor, and this kid was releasing too much magic. The hero noticed that Ted was wasting magic and he still had a lot to learn. But suddenly in flight, Ted's magic ran out. His magic dissipated, whereupon the guy flew down and fell into the bushes. Abel got down next to the boy and asked him how he was feeling. Ted was shocked, not realizing how he did it since he was just a chicken. The boy wanted to take the guy by surprise and jumped on him, but Abel jumped over him like a goat and went on reading a book. While Ted was freaking out, flailing his arms and legs, Abel noticed that he had a rather limited vocabulary. Abel looked at the crying boy and since he was a child he decided to comfort him a little. He asked Ted not to worry about it. After all, he could use this spell properly if he practiced it for about 20 more years. Ted shouted that Abel was supposed to be his subordinate, but the hero didn't remember being anyone's subordinate. Abel realized something and told the boy that he could have been his subordinate. Ted was thrilled that the boy had finally come to his senses. However, Abel had one condition. He told the boy that if he could get that scarf from him by sundown, only then would he become his subordinate. Ted was constantly interfering with his studies anyway, and the hero could just use him as a practicing partner. He wanted to find out how talented the wizards of this era were and Ted was happy about the offer. The boy figured it was a pretty easy win since he just had to take that scarf away from him. Abel didn't understand where he got so much confidence from and asked him to get ready. When Abel signaled, he jumped up and Ted yelled after him that he would catch him. As Abel ran away from the boy, while reading a book, Ted shouted after the peasant to stop. He finally realized how inept he was at using body enhancement magic and practically stopped using magic to chase Abel. Abel couldn't sense any magical talent or a drop of intelligence in him, but his stamina was clearly good. Ted didn't understand how could Abel be so calm. It was all because his method of training was different from their method. Even 200 years ago, no one could keep up with him when he was serious. At best, someone at the level of a swarm wind hero could be a good opponent for him. The hero heard a heavy sigh behind him and turned around to see Ted, who was on his last breath. He still had time before sunset, but he probably wanted to give up already. Ted got as close to Abel as possible and shouted that he had caught him. But as he jumped, the hero calmly dodged, causing Ted to crash into the wall. Abel told him he was too slow. Ted realized that he couldn't keep this up any longer and asked Abel to remember this. The hero suggested that the guy had reached his limit. Abel thought he would run out of breath in 5 minutes and he ran after him for 20 minutes. One could assume that he was doing regular physical training. In that case, Abel decided to run back home and looked out the window of the neighboring mansion. There were two figures standing in the window, which turned out to be Lilith and Base. Abel wondered what they were talking about. The guy was using a body strengthening skill, minimum range magical auditory amplification. The girl told the guy that she had talked about it many times. She couldn't have a relationship with the Base master. The hero became aware of the topic of their conversation, but the Base could be understood, for he was already at the right age. It was not surprising that he had feelings for a beautiful woman like Lilith. Base blushed and asked for an explanation as to what she didn't like about him. He couldn't understand it and asked her to tell him directly. Lilith replied that there was nothing wrong with him. It was just that she already had someone else in her heart, and the guy immediately thought she was talking about Abel. In an instant, Lilith changed into a serious woman and apologized, but she had no desire to have any relationship with Master Base. So she asked him to finally give up. Base could not believe his ears, for she told him that she loved her own brother and was disgusted with him. Running away, the guy thought she should be ashamed, after which he slammed the doors behind him. But what he didn't know was that they weren't really brother and sister. The hero understood him perfectly well, and he even felt a little sorry for the base. Abel decided to imagine that he had seen none of this. Now was a good time for Ted to come to his senses, and the guy wanted to attack Abel from under the covers. Jumping on the guy, Ted shouted that this was his best punch. But Abel only dodged slightly, and Ted rolled down the roof. He didn't understand how he managed to avoid his attack, and Abel thought he was just a fool. Ted immediately fell on his back, deciding that this was indeed his limit and he had run out of mana. The hero thought that perhaps this was too much for his first day. He had to learn from this and stop coming tomorrow, at least that's what Abel thought. A few days later, Ted showed up on the roof of the house again and called out to Abel. While the hero was reading a book, Ted decided he was completely exposed and attacked from the back. Abel hit the guy over the head with the book and told him he should have stopped announcing his moves. Ted crouched down and said he almost caught him this time. But that claim was completely false. Apparently, Ted loved the game and it became their daily game from then on. The hero noticed that Ted had just called him by his first name. The boy laughed and said that they had already been playing this game with him for days. And of course the great he had memorized his name. After all, he considered Abel his future subordinate. Over the past few days, Ted seemed to have improved a bit in his abilities. Whether it was good or bad, he was a simple man. Body strengthening magic, which required a good natural instinct, was a good match for him. Ted was sure that he would take his scarf already today and pounced on the hero with his fists. Before Ted could realize anything, the hero was behind him and tripped him up. Despite getting a little better, Ted was still too weak. The boy rolled down the roof again and Abel said he was moving too slowly and even a fly could stop his attack. Abel thought he had already given up, but Ted got to his feet and wasn't going to back down. At some point he just slipped and flew down from the roof and then fell on his back. The hero went down to the crying boy, who was clutching his knee and screaming that he was in a lot of pain. Somehow he still managed to land, but apparently he broke his leg. It would be good if it was only a fracture and compared to internal organs. Treating broken bones with magic was easier. Abel wasn't very good at recovery magic, but he thought he could handle it. That's when the shouts of a base was heard, who ran up to his brother asking if he was alright. He pushed Abel away and asked him to hold on, using recovery magic. Abel noticed that the base was using healing, which was elemental recovery magic. Even a gray-eyed mage in this world could use healing, and it seemed that Abel underestimated him. Base was all worked up and Abel couldn't understand what he was doing. The guy was too angry at Abel and snapped at him, saying that the guy had apparently never seen recovery magic. He asked him to shut up and let him focus, and Abel thought that was bad. Restoration magic was very delicate, and it was like building blocks. Usually the big blocks were stacked first so that everything wouldn't collapse, but this guy was just stacking the big blocks on top of the small ones, and putting glue on them. And if he did it that way, Ted would feel incredible pain. Everything was happening just like that and Ted was screaming in incredible and intense pain. Bass hoped he was okay and said that it might have hurt a little, but it had to be endured. Ted was literally exhausted from such pain. Eventually, the boy passed out and Abel told the base that he had already given him first aid. Therefore, it would be better to take him to a doctor. Base looked at the boy with anger and said that he had seen before what he had done. Earlier the hero had pushed Ted and in all likelihood he wanted to tell Abel that he had made him fall. If he was watching them, he should have seen it happen when Ted tried to get up. Bass got mad and said he was the master Ted. Abel couldn't believe that he was really going to make a fuss about it in this situation. But Bass yelled at the guy, saying that he was a commoner and Ted was a nobleman and no matter how young he was still the second son of a Lombard family. But the hero said that commoners or nobles didn't matter now, and they had to take Ted to a quieter place. Besides, there were people gathered around them and they were attracting attention. Abel's words hurt the base and he told the guy that he was just a dumb redneck. He wanted to make him regret how rudely he had treated the nobles. He had dared to tarnish the honor of the nobles and the base apologized for it. But he couldn't be lenient to a brat like him and drew his sword. Pointing the blade at the lad, the base said he was challenging him to a duel. Bass demanded that the hero step into a duel with him, aiming his blade at him. The people around him started to whisper, and the guy decided that this was rather difficult. He asked Bass to wait a moment and said they had no reason to fight each other. The guy asked Abel not to fool around, since he had just made a nobleman look like a fool. Abel thought that by doing so he had made him even angrier, and he needed to treat Ted's wound quickly. In that case, he didn't know if he should have accepted the duel and won the match as quickly as possible. Abel took a deep breath and thought about his decision. In the end, he did accept the duel with the base. He always wanted to have a sample of the varieties of magic that the nobles of the current era could use in battle. And if he finished this battle quickly without using too much flashy magic, the crowd wouldn't pay any attention to him. Base said that whoever made his opponents surrender first would win. But since Base was older than Abel, he decided that he would not fight him at full strength. Abel understood everything and only asked him to finish it quickly. Base lost his temper, not realizing how much longer the guy was intent on insulting him. Base used wind blade magic and shouted to the hero that he would regret insulting him for the rest of his life. Abel dodged the blow and thought that the sheer power of his magic was mediocre, but his spell speed was too high. His sword had something to do with it, and Base noticed a strange reaction on Abel. He was amused by the fact that it was probably the first time the guy had seen the artifact. Of course, Abel didn't know what it was, and the Base thought he was a complete fool. After all, the guy had lived so long and still didn't know about artifacts, and he seemed to live in some backwater country. Bass asked for permission to teach him and said that this support item created with magic. And thanks to this sword, he could create a spell very quickly. He decided to demonstrate it on the hero, but Abel dodged his quick attacks. The hero used body strengthening magic and used his analytical eyes to study the artifact. Through this, he realized that the spell had been created in advance. This artifact's mechanism worked simply. The man would infuse his magic power into it, and the sword would allow him to use the simple magic recorded in it. The hero repelled his blows with his bare hand and said it was all nonsense, which surprised the Base. He was confused and didn't understand how the guy could reflect his magic with his bare hands. But Abel seemed to be able to understand the possible reason. Perhaps the appearance of the artifact tool was one of the factors that lowered the level of mages, and it was certainly convenient. The artifact made a mage's life easier by helping them create spells faster, and that's probably why everyone started using them. And if a person already had an artifact, he didn't have to create spells. He could use the spell that was written in the artifact. 200 years ago, the world was such that such toys were unacceptable. But in this world, where demons, their natural enemies, had disappeared, even instant simple magic was enough to become popular. As a result, the magical tool took away the thinking mind of the mages. Abel thought that it wasn't magic at all, but just a light breeze. This made the Base lose his temper. As he struck again, he couldn't understand how this insolent man dared to talk to him like that. But in gratitude for cooperation with his investigation, the hero asked permission to show him what real magic looks like. He used the same spell as the Base and used wind blades on him. There was a massive explosion and the Base was thrown back. Abel used real magic to show the difference in abilities between the two, but greatly reduced the power of the spell so as not to seriously injure him. The hero assumed he already wanted to give up, and the Base threw a baleful glare at him. He didn't understand how this could be and how a kid with the weakest eyes could use such magic. He wished he knew who this kid really was. But suddenly Lilith appeared in front of Abel and gave Base a kick from her foot, and the kid rolled backwards. Abel asked Lilith what she was doing, and the girl said she had just thrown away the garbage that was lying around. But she was still a maid working in his house, and Abel was concerned that she not get in trouble afterward. Bass looked at the girl, not realizing what she was doing. Lilith was beyond angry and asked him to shut up and never speak to her again. She couldn't forgive him if he continued to insult Master Abel. Base got a shiver and Lilith apologized to the master for being late. Abel said it was okay and asked Base to forgive her. Lilith threw a scornful look at Base and said that he should be grateful to Master Abel for his tolerance and decided to forgive him this time. The guy didn't understand why he, as a nobleman, should be forgiven, and it was usually the other way around. Exactly, he probably would have liked to respond, but he couldn't and was extremely angry. However, he felt that if he said that, the Lilith would most likely kill him, so he kept his mouth shut. Unable to bear such embarrassment, the Base burst into tears and fled running away. An hour later, Tej was already in bed in his room. The doctor understood that he was anxious to get out and play, but he had to be patient. According to the doctor, it would take about 6 months for the young master to recover. That was quite a long time, but the injury didn't seem that bad. And even if the symptoms worsened from the Base, as expected, the mage's medical skill level had also dropped. The door to the room creaked open and Ted saw Abel in front of him. The hero inquired about his leg, but Ted apparently did not lose his fighting spirit and said that everything was great, and it was just a scratch. After that, he fell asleep very quickly, and yet, the hero didn't feel an ounce of intelligence coming from his dejected sleeping face. Nor did he intend to wait all these 6 months. He used the bone recovery technique, a type of healing magic, recovery magic and body strengthening magic and strengthening healing power. Abel directed all these spells on the sleeping guy's leg. When Abel finished the treatment, he decided that it should be enough. Ted's injuries had nothing to do with him, but he would hate to lose his daily sparring partner. He needed Ted to heal his wounds as soon as possible so he could continue to work hard for him. With these thoughts, Abel left his room. He apologized to Ted and said that unfortunately he had very little time. Meanwhile, Ted was smiling in his sleep. Apparently, he was dreaming of his complete victory. The next day, the brother's father himself asked Master Abel for forgiveness, and he was very sorry for what had happened. With these words, he inclined the head of the base, who evidently did not want it. The hero was trying to understand what was going on while the nobleman was asking for his forgiveness. The morning after the duel, Base came to apologize to him with his father Evans and asked his father to stop. He did not understand why he should apologize to this commoner with the weakest eyes. Apparently, he had no intention of apologizing at all and said that Abel was just the younger brother of their maid, for which he received a powerful fatherly fist to the head. The father called his son a complete idiot and asked him to repeat what he had just said. He decided to explain to his son right now that they did not hire Ms. Lilith. The fact is that Ms. Lilith had hired them, which made Base just shocked, at a loss for words. Eventually, the hero understood everything. In the beginning, he was wondering why a high-class demon such as Lilith serves humans. Lilith most likely has some plans for this noble family. There were many obstacles for a demon that wanted to live together with humans. Most likely, she just wanted to use the power of the noble for her own benefit, and Abel wondered what exactly Lilith had on them. Father and son fell to their knees and begged not to punish them too severely. Abel asked them to raise their heads and said that he wasn't angry with them at all. Evans looked hopefully at Master Abel. He exclaimed that Master Abel had been too generous and they were expressing great gratitude to him for that. Abel remarked that this family never listened to what people said, and the Base still couldn't understand what nonsense was going on now. Late at night, Base visited his father and Evans asked his son what was wrong. The boy asked to be allowed to be honest and asked him to kick Abel and Lilith off their land. His father refused him and had previously told him the reason, but Base still didn't understand him. Their land had many disadvantages in terms of geography, but it was prosperous because of Ms. Lilith. Miss Lilith was their benefactor, and the father couldn't ignore her opinion. Bas didn't understand what his father was talking about, because even if they didn't rely on her, they could manage their land themselves. He was sure they could manage quite well on their own. Evans asked his son to stop it and said he would figure it all out himself. A sleepy Ted came to their screams, trying to figure out what was going on. He heard voices in his room and decided to come to them. The older brother was surprised that he could walk, since the doctor said it would take 6 months for him to recover. Ted surprised them when he said he could not only walk normally, but also run and most importantly play. Bas asked his father to tell him why they, as nobles, had to bow their heads and honor Lilith. He wanted to know who she was. He would certainly like to tell them that she was a demon that lurked among them. But he couldn't tell that to the Base right now, and the boy was getting angry. In that case, Base wished his father would recommend him to the Academy of Arsula Magic, much to Evan's surprise. The Arsula Academy of Magic was a prestigious school that trained many elite mages, and it would take at least 5 years to get a top education. His father replied that he couldn't do that, and he would stay in this house and study as the Lord's heir. Besides, the Base promised to do so, but the lad insisted and said he would like to learn stronger magic. He wanted to become not just stronger, but stronger than everyone. He would be able to kill all his enemies, and no one would escape his gaze, and he would wield the most terrible magic. And not commoners, not even nobles would be able to match him. Bas wanted to become the strongest magician that no one could defeat. Ted told his older brother that he shouldn't have thought that. Bas pushed Ted away and ordered him to shut up, for he was a disgrace to their family. He thought it was all Ted's fault and the father held his son back, asking him to stop. Base believed that it was all Ted's fault, for he befriended the commoners despite his nobility. Evans was well aware that he could not entrust the title of Lord to Base when he was in such a state. In that case, he agreed and decided to recommend him to the Academy of Arsula Magic. He would want Base to gain experience outside of this country so that he could see the world as it really is. The boy smiled and knew his father would say that and asked him to excuse him. After he left the office, the father couldn't understand where he had gone wrong with this boy. Ted was worried about his older brother and hoped he would be okay. The father noticed that Ted maintained his composure despite his older brother's indignation, and he didn't seem to know his sons at all. It seemed to him that the mischievous young Ted was more mentally mature than his older brother. His father wanted to reveal the truth to him and confessed that long ago Miss Lilith had saved him. Once, when he was hunting in the woods, Miss Lilith saved his life when he was attacked by a demon. After that, she taught him, and to him Miss Lilith was a good conversationalist and a great teacher. But he didn't understand why Miss Lilith was doing so much to help him. The girl answered that she needed a place where she could live in peace when a very important person to her woke up one day. And when he first heard this, he didn't understand what she meant. But now he understood the reason why Miss Lilith had saved him, and it was all for that day. Evans leaned over to Ted and told him that he shouldn't be like Base and asked him to be friends with Miss Lilith and Abel. The guy smiled and said he didn't have to tell him that. He considered Abel his subordinate. At least he hoped so and believed it would happen. But no matter what happened, Ted considered Abel his best friend. After a while, Ted returned again to the home of Abel and Lilith. The boy called Abel his teacher and said he was counting on him even today. Abel had previously told the boy several times that when he was reading a book, he should have opened the door quietly. But, of course, Ted ignored this teaching. Ted asked him to hurry up and tell him about yesterday's magic so that he could begin to understand it little by little. A month had passed since the fall from the roof, and before Abel knew it, Ted began to consider him his teacher. Even though he refused many times, Ted never stopped calling him his teacher. He constantly pestered the hero and circled in front of him like a pesky fly. Apparently his leg was perfectly fine, and Ted chuckled, saying that he was fine. He exclaimed that for such a great master Ted, this wound was only a scratch. But Abel asked him not to lie to him, for at that moment he was crying like a little child. In that case, the hero decided that they would do it again, and a long time had passed since then. He fixed his scarf and suggested to Ted to start their game. Ted was happy and told the teacher that this time he would catch him. Abel opened the window and looked at Ted with a smile. It was good that Ted had confidence in himself. Abel offered to use the body-strengthening magic he had taught him yesterday. He hoped the kid had figured it out, and Ted suggested they get started. Ted looked out the window and told the teacher that they were almost there. So they were almost there, and the hero thought that was great. After all, they had spent almost half a day in the carriage, and it had been a long trip. It had been 2 years since the hero woke up after the magic of reincarnation. He was now traveling to the royal capital to take the entrance exam for the Academy of Arsula Magic. Abel was sad. Maybe it was all because he had to go to school again. Ted decided to ask Master Abel what he wanted to do in the future. Probably, like before, he would like to travel the country as an adventurer. But Lilith answered him that they had completely cancelled all kinds of adventurous work 10 years ago. Previously, adventurers could make a living by defeating monsters and selling some of their materials to the Adventurers Guild. This was because the number of monsters was drastically decreasing, and they were no longer needed. All the books in Lilith's library were very old, so the hero didn't know about many details. But it was possible to get a job related to magic. He needed to go to the Magic Academy, because in their days, if he didn't go to the Magic Academy, he couldn't get a job related to magic. The guy thought about the fact that 200 years ago, people called him an unrivaled genius. Lilith decided to clarify. Did Mr. Abel want to keep hanging around doing nothing? To her, of course, that was perfectly normal, and Abel interrupted her by saying that he would go to school. He couldn't depend on Lilith forever. Besides, he needed to broaden his horizons. He had been looking at magic technology in various fields for 2 years now, but the decline in the level of today's mages was simply abnormal. At first, the hero thought that these artifacts were the reason, but then he realized that it wasn't the only reason why they had become weak. The hero remembered about the heating kettle that Lilith used. It was definitely handy, and perhaps all of the world's most talented mages were focused on developing artifacts. Since right now it wasn't magic that required strict training, these artifacts could be used by anyone. It was also possible to write various spells into them, and that was quite difficult for Abel. Here his thoughts were interrupted by Ted, who called out to the teacher. He said that thanks to him his magical abilities had increased a lot and he was willing to do his best. The kid noticed that this kid had grown up. When he first met him, he was a terribly immature child, but by begging him to teach him magic, his manners had improved greatly. He had absolutely no magical talent, and the hero had a lot of trouble teaching Ted. In addition, he was not very smart, and Ted told the teacher that they had arrived. Finally, they arrived before the Academy of Magic Arsula. It was simply magnificent, as expected from the most famous prestigious school of the kingdom. As the heroes approached the academy, they were called out by 2 students who were interested in Abel. They noticed that the boy was without the family crest on his clothes, which meant that he was the one rumored to be the one. Abel thought this was terrible, because even the standards of the famous Arsula Magic Academy had dropped a lot. The second of the boys said that a commoner like him should have worked on the farm. It became clear to the hero how the nobles treated commoners. This also seems to agree with the current decline of modern mages. But many mages were skilled at hiding their power, so Abel decided he still had to be careful. The students couldn't understand how someone with the weakest eyes was able to enter the academy. But as they must have known, there was a recommendation from a house that sent large donations to the school. The guys laughed at this bribe and figured the guy would fail the test anyway. They figured that maybe the hero was trying to bribe the examiner, and Abel could hear that they were just talking non-stop. Ted was beyond angry and he started to shake. Eventually, the guy couldn't take it anymore and yelled to the students. He asked them not to judge a person by their eye color and told the teacher that he shouldn't have bothered with it. Abel was even surprised, because he never would have thought that Ted could raise his voice for him. Apparently, in any era there would be those who despised wizards with amber eyes. The hero was sure that even the elite of this kingdom treated people with amber eyes with contempt. But then a girl walked towards them, not realizing how the nobles were not ashamed. It was a girl with red eyes and a coat of arms on her sash. The girl absent-mindedly approached one of the students and said that he was spreading malicious gossip about a commoner who had just arrived. By doing so, he was dishonoring the nobles, and the boy could not understand who she was. The girl introduced herself as Elise, and after graduating from the Academy of Arsula Magic, in 5 years she would become a grand enchantress who would go down in history. The boy asked her to watch her tone and his friend offered to teach her good manners. Ted offered to have a teacher help her, but Abel didn't see the need. The hero saw that she was strong and the girl drew her sword. Before the two boys could even blink an eye, the girl gave them swift blows and asked them to get out of her sight. Immediately their facial expressions changed and they went into a stupor. They apologized and decided they had better run. The hero didn't ask for help, but he still wanted to thank her. He reached out to the girl and greeted her, but Elise fought his hand away. The girl was enraged and didn't understand how a weak commoner had the nerve to touch her body so easily. But Abel recalled that earlier she had helped him and Elise had yelled that she didn't like spineless whiny babies. Besides, she didn't remember giving a commoner permission to speak to her. Abel thought that everyone in this school must be like that. Eliza pointed her finger at him and said that if he wanted that one to notice him, he should be more disciplined than anyone else. As she left, she said she was only interested in strong men. Abel would never have thought that such a strong-willed girl would remain in this complacent, peaceful era. Ted wished he knew what was wrong with this girl, but Abel couldn't understand it either. Besides, a certain strange feeling was present in his mind. When the hero met her, he felt that they had already met somewhere before, and it was a strange feeling. The entrance exam for the Arsula Magic Academy had begun, which included 2 types of tests, a written test and a skills test. Both of these tests had a maximum score of 100, so a perfect score was 200 points. This test was too easy for Abel. They just needed to test their skills in reading, math, and writing, which was no problem. Magic has fallen too much in the modern world, so these questions were easy to answer even for a child. Next, Abel proceeded to magic techniques, and this was a bit more difficult than the previous 2 tests. But for him it was as easy as counting from 1 to 3. But for Ted, apparently, it was too difficult, and his head was boiling. Next came the biggest problem over question number 12. One had to prove that magic could not create a human soul by using the last theorem of the Diproponics. At the last moment, the hero had another problem. The difficulty level of the test rose to a completely different level. This question was done specifically to prevent the examinee from getting a perfect score. The hero could almost see the nasty smirk of the person who wrote this question. However, the person who wrote the final theorem was none other than him. It happened when he was still a child who was not even 10 years old. At that time, the trend of altering the human body was at its peak, and magicians were looking for a way to create a human soul. It was discovered that a famous magician had taken many lives, calling it an experiment that became a social problem. This was quite foolish, for it was impossible to create a living soul through magic. Therefore, the hero decided to put an end to the nonsensical trend by publishing the anonymous definitive theorem of Diproponics. People were shocked, not realizing who had made it. But for Abel it was not meaningless, because thanks to these results he was able to complete his reincarnation magic. Speaking of Diporonica, it was the name of a dog kept by an elderly couple in his old neighborhood. Now that he thought about it, the definitive Diporonic theorem he had published at the time was incomplete and completely useless. The hero pondered whether it was worth correcting that mistake now. It was a true sorrow for the good. Even though he was a child then, he was ashamed that he had published an incomplete theorem in the past. As expected from the world-famous Academy of Arsula Magic, It was exhausted and said with tears in his eyes that this written test was extremely difficult. But Abel didn't think so and didn't understand what he meant. When the written test was over, the girl teacher decided to lead them to the testing ground to test their magical skills. She asked them to follow her if their number was 1 to 40. Ted said that the skills test was the real test. Ted was delighted to see such a large training ground. They most likely created this area to test ranged magic. The teacher said that they would use the given artifacts for practical skill testing and asked them to choose an artifact that matched the color of their eyes. As Abel thought, they did not prepare a matching artifact for the amber eyes. Ted assumed that his teacher would use the artifact for red eyes. One of the students asked to look at these inferior eyes. If they didn't have the right artifact, they could take any. The girl asked for silence to allow her to explain their task. They had to shoot towards the target using magic. In front of them was a sturdy target that wouldn't break, so the girl asked to feel free to use maximum power. Of course, using artifacts with a pre-written spell, they could measure the ability. In other words, it required a large amount of innate magic power, and the ability to release magic effectively. The teacher decided to start and asked who wanted to be first. Ted extended his hand and asked to be first. The teacher agreed and invited boy number 28. Ted seemed very excited and the hero was worried if he would be okay. Even though Abel had been taking care of him for a while, his level as a mage was below average. And if this continued, Abel was worried that Ted would be humiliated in front of the crowd. The teacher suggested the kid start if he was ready. Ted got straight to the point and used fireball magic. Looking at it from the outside, Abel realized how horrible it was. Since Ted was using an unfamiliar artifact, that was probably the reason why his magic was so weak. Abel also noticed how the fire arrow extinguished upon contact with the target, and it made sense to him. The teachers used dark matter ore to absorb magic. And of course, this target wouldn't break even from powerful magic. The hero was puzzled by the teacher, who exclaimed that it was simply amazing. She didn't understand why someone as talented as Ted was passing the common exams. She noticed the crest of a Lombard family and recognized the noble family from the remote countryside that was on the border. She called Ted's magic simply marvelous and awesome. Just then a man appeared behind them smoking a pipe. He called Ted a true monster, and it seemed to him that they were witnessing the birth of a genius magician born once in 100 years. It was the veteran examiner, and Abel thought about the fact that he was still asleep. After that, all the other guys used their fireball, wind blade and ice spear magic. The hero couldn't believe that there were people who couldn't handle magic even if they use artifacts as support items. In the background, Abel could hear the exclamations of guys who missed or just couldn't reach the target. He decided that compared to these guys, Base could have been a great mage. After all the students, the hero was the last one left at number 27 to take this test. The hero noticed that even the examiner thought that the person with amber eyes couldn't use magic and told her that he would pass it. In that case, the teacher suggested that he start and everyone around him started discussing his weak eyes. No one believed that the guy could really use magic. The rules did not previously prohibit modifying or enhancing an artifact spell. Therefore, Abel applied the bullet speed level, the fastest amplification power level, and an additional bullet scatter operation. He also applied power restrictions. After that, the hero raised the artifact blade and used the rain of fire which hit all the targets at once. Their target field turned into charred ground and the guy thought that she shouldn't have said that they couldn't be broken. They probably used low-quality dark matter for student exams, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to break the target with such magic. All the students were tearing their hair out, not understanding how a person with the weakest eyes was able to use such powerful magic. Ted alone was delighted with his teacher and praised him for his excellent work. While everyone was puzzling over how this was possible, the hero thought to himself that this was very boring. At least he seemed to have corrected the misconception that mages with amber eyes were useless. Alice walked around the academy to assess the building, which was to be expected from the world-famous Academy of Magic. Their building was magnificent, and some even said it was the highest quality building in the kingdom. The girl walked past the students who were whispering about her defending a commoner. They thought this act was simply disgusting and wondered what noble house she was from. They had never seen this family crest before and assumed that she was from some rural area. Nevertheless, they thought she was very beautiful, but Elise was annoyed by them and thought they were silly. It seemed to her that probably only half of the people in the room could probably pass this test or even less. The teacher asked number 86 to step forward. Eliza said she was in position, and the teacher asked for her name. The girl bowed and introduced herself to examinee number 86 Eliza, who was in their care. Her beautiful manners made even the teacher uncomfortable, and Eliza asked for permission to begin. The teacher blushed and asked her to start the test. The girl uttered some incantation in an incomprehensible language and aimed at the target. She applied the blade of fire and a crack formed on the target. Everyone was shocked and thought it was simply unbelievable. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise when they saw how the dark matter was damaged. All the students immediately started discussing about the blade of fire. After all, the spell recorded in the red eye artifact was supposed to be set on the fireball. The students decided that in that case, Elise had not used the artifact and thought it was a violation of the rules. But the girl saw Alyssa definitely activated it, and Alyssa turned to the teacher. She said that she had just rewritten the spell and thought that this way she could create stronger magic. Everyone around her couldn't believe that she could do that in an instant. The young teacher decided to ask Theodora's teacher about it, and the girl said there was no problem. It was not forbidden to overwrite the source of a spell in an artifact, and it was real magic. They could only evaluate the strength of their magic, and the teacher was clear. Eliza looked at the teacher Theodora and realized from her behavior that she was probably in charge of the exam. Then the teacher of Abel's group ran up to them and said it was urgent. She invited them to come with her immediately and asked Theodora to speak more slowly. The girl could not find words to explain what had happened in the exam. She explained that the student with amber eyes had melted the dark matter and used fire magic. He also burned the perimeter next to the target as well, which puzzled everyone around him. The examiner wanted to know what noble house he belonged to, but the girl said he wasn't a noble. The records said that he was from the province of Langobarda and his name was Abel. Eliza remembered the amber eyes of a commoner from the past and his friend calling him Abel. A smirk appeared on her face and the teacher looked questioningly at the girl. Eliza fixed her hair and said it gets even more interesting. Meanwhile, Ted was jumping for joy, thinking he was amazing. In addition, he was in the same class as his teacher, since there was no higher classification and they had no choice but to put Ted and Abel in the same class. Ted was impatient and went to the door that apparently led them to the waiting room of Class A. As soon as the heroes looked inside, all the students' attention was on them. The students averted their gaze from them, and perhaps the rumor that he had destroyed the target made of dark matter had spread. The hero realized this without Fed. Taking a seat at the desk, the hero decided that although it was a bit uncomfortable, no harm would come of it. No sooner had Abel sat down at the desk than Elise came up to him and asked him to sit next to him. The hero turned away from her and looked at Ted, which made the girl angry. Eliza did not understand this attitude. After all, she was talking to him, so he should have been looking at her. But the hero recalled that he just kept his mouth shut, because obviously he was a commoner and couldn't talk to nobles. And if that's what he meant, Elise said he misunderstood her. She just wasn't a supporter of nobles' rules and didn't like the weak. This girl had certainly said earlier that she was only interested in a strong man. There were also excellent mages among the common people, but their proportion was negligible compared to the aristocracy, so it acted cruelly towards the common people. The girl wanted to make sure that the rumors were true and that he really destroyed the target made of dark matter during the practical exam. The boy decided to dodge the answer and said that it was quite possible. Eliza immediately wanted to know how he created this magic and about the source. For one thing, she had heard that a mage with amber eyes could not possess magic and wondered about his favorite attribute. She assumed the hero was training under some famous mage, and Abel decided she was rather annoying. At that moment, the door to the classroom opened and teacher Theodore walked in. She made sure all the students were in place and said that she was in charge of this exam. The hero apologized and told the girl that they would have to continue this conversation another time, and Alyssa was fine with it. Eliza smirked and said that she knew what this test would be like, and the guy didn't understand what she meant. At this point, the teacher wanted to explain to the students what the final test would be. The final test was a test of skill. Roughly speaking, it is a duel. First of all, she asked to be allowed to tell them that the outcome of the duel would have a great influence on their final score. There were 3 rules they had to abide by. The fights were one-on-one, with artifacts allowed. Secondly, the one who destroyed their opponent's defense provided by the teacher won. And third, they chose pairs based on the results of previous tests to make the duel fair. And now they could see their opponent. Ted exhaled deeply and was glad that the opponent would not be his teacher. The hero noticed that his opponent would be number 86. By the way, Elise had earlier forgotten to introduce herself to him and introduced herself as number 86. At this point, the hero realized what she was talking about and the girl smiled. In that case, the teacher Theodore decided to take the students to the final exam. The defense magic provided to them could withstand a few hits from low-level magic. But if it was a high-level magic, the defense would be destroyed in 1 hit. The teachers asked the students to be careful because if it broke, they lost. The hero didn't see it as a big deal, but it should be enough for a fight between the students. The first duel was to be between Elise and Abel, and they were asked to step forward. Everyone around them was discussing rumors that the guy with the weakest eyes would fight the girl in the red dress, who was very strong. The guy thought that their battle would attract the most attention during this challenge and stepped forward. The one-on-one fights began and Alyssa suggested they fight to see what he could do. The protagonist wondered what abilities Elise had, and the girl offered him to choose his own weapon. She was sure that she would defeat the guy with her magic, and the hero noticed that she was rather impatient. He apologized and said he didn't use weapons. Eliza figured he had a special reason for not using weapons, but that wasn't the case. The hero could create his magic faster from scratch, but he was willing to assure her that he would not disappoint her, and the girl smiled. Eliza grinned, and it was clear to her that Abel preferred the old way. Attacking first, the girl admitted that she liked that method. Eliza was fast enough, but she still lacked the speed to strike Abel. The hero thought she might as well stand still in front of him and ducked, finding himself at the girl's back. Eliza threw a serious look at him and used her blade of fire. The guy had a split second to dodge the attack, and this pace of ruthless attacks was perfect for a mage of this era. Abel looked at the walls with interest and realized that the teachers also used dark matter to protect the buildings. The girl was annoyed by this and asked him to stop looking around. Abel decided to do something about it since it was boring to dodge her attacks. He decided to use the same magic as Elise, using a blade of fire on her. Seeing the exact same spell, the girl didn't realize what had happened. There was a huge explosion and all the students froze in place. Abel assumed that he might have gone too far, but he noticed a female figure in the middle of the puffs of smoke. Eliza was not about to back down, and stepping out of the shadows, she was about to strike a direct blow. She managed to surprise the hero by dodging his attack, and even after he demonstrated the difference between them, she didn't hesitate to attack him. The guy thought that it had been a long time since he could fight someone interesting. After apologizing to her, Abel used his eye power and used burning bullets on her. He decided that was the end of it, and the girl looked at the flying fireballs flying in her direction. The girl caught the attack right in the face, but somehow managed to stay on her feet. Her body shook and Elise tried to catch her breath. The hero was impressed that she was still able to stay on her feet, but the teacher announced that they needed to stop the fight, because the defense magic had been destroyed. One of the students was worried about Elise and asked about her well-being. He asked her to calm down and wanted to start her treatment, but Eliza refused. She decided that their fight was not over, and the guy looked at Eliza in surprise. The girl said that although she had lost this fight, their duel was not over yet. The hero realized that it was now a personal duel, and Elise didn't like to lose at all. A shiver ran down her arms, but she was trying to prove to him that she was the strongest. The guy tried to question her and asked her why she was so eager to become strong in this peaceful era. But Alyssa was not sure that this peaceful era could last forever. It was hard to believe that this was an age of peace and 100 years had passed without war. The neighboring kingdom of Kurdria was gradually strengthening its army in preparation for the great war that might happen someday. A few years ago, there was an incident involving a demon, but almost no one knew about it as they tried to hide the fact, just to protect the image of peace and prolong this peaceful era. Eliza did not believe that there would be no war because there was an international treaty. The demon king was killed and everyone thought that there would never be a new one. The girl did not believe that it would continue like this and one day there would be a new war between humans and demons. If the war happened again, a great many mages would be killed, considering the level of magic in this era. So Alyssa was desperate to be strong and believed that she would definitely rebuild the house she grew up in. As soon as Eliza finished speaking, she lowered her weapon and Abel thought about her words. In this peaceful era, those who told others to prepare for war were considered dangerous people. Eliza's family must have been unable to keep up with modern values, which led to their downfall. While he was pondering this, the girl decided to use the forbidden art. Everything around was covered in light and Elise used the magic of the Mad Sky Rose. The hero used his analytical eye and recognized the magic, a kind of body reinforcement with a complex magic formula. It was clearly above the level of a student. Some time ago, Abel had already seen this magic called physical flash. He was impressed when the girl flew up and everyone around him froze in surprise. The disciples couldn't believe their eyes that they had seen the magic of flight and that it wasn't just a legend. Indeed, this fire armor surpassed even the hero's fire magic. Abel had no doubt that Elise was an amazing mage, and the girl ordered him to get ready, for she was completely different now. All the students could not believe that the magic of flight really existed, but the hero remained calm. Abel knew that to use the magic of flight, one had to be able to use several magic attributes at once. Her eyes were red and Elise must have put a lot of effort into learning how to use this magic. She smirked and bet the hero had never seen such magic before, for it was simply amazing. But unfortunately, during Abel's time, almost everyone was using flight magic, and his analysis was complete. After that, Abel used Dispel magic on Elise. In order to use Dispersion of magic, one had to analyze the opponent's magic first. The main thing was to know his opponent's magic, and if he knew its structure, it was possible to deal with it. Thus, it was very easy to dispel the magic, and the girl was helpless, after which she flew down. The hero sighed heavily at the sight of the screaming helpless Elise and decided to help her. Abel jumped down and caught her, thinking that he had no other choice since she was a girl after all. After the hero landed on the ground, he looked at the surprised Eliza and asked if she was really a descendant of the fire hero Mary. Eliza didn't understand how he knew that, and apparently the guy was right. Not only had she inherited the magic of the 200-year-old, but she had also inherited her stupidity and straightforwardness. But because of that, Abel was able to dispel her magic so quickly. Especially he had heard that the Mad Sky Rose was a forbidden art that enhanced a mage's fighting ability by burning his life force. Abel pronounced that she looked just like the muscular girl there. Eliza didn't understand him at all, and the guy headed for the exit. Lastly, he advised her to improve her skills. Everyone froze in anticipation, and the teacher announced test subject number 27 Abel as the winner. Abel calmly walked past the shocked students who did not understand what had just happened and were discussing it vigorously. Ted was ecstatic and said his teacher was amazing. Eliza did not understand this situation at all and wondered who Abel was. As many people could already realize, they had a lot of talented students enrolled this year. One of the teachers said they were called G3, and the boy asked what that meant. It meant that they had 3 geniuses admitted this year. They were Ted, Alyssa, and Abel. One of the representatives thought this was good news for their school, and he hoped that the level of their school would rise. The boys wanted to get at least 3rd place in the competition this year, and now one of them had very bad grades. At this rate, the reputation of the best magic academy in the kingdom would fall. Sir Emerson said that all the talk about the 3 geniuses was meaningless, and that only Abel was the true genius. One of the guys thought he had amber eye color and his magical prowess could be amazing. But if it was about magical ability, he thought Alyssa was a good candidate. Of course it was amazing, and despite this, the hero was able to solve the last theorem of Diperonics, which puzzled Sir Emerson. He thought about the fact that if they published this, surely the feat would be worthy of national recognition. Emerson did not understand what Abel represented. Indeed, the questions of this year's examiners seemed quite interesting. The boys were approached by the principal, who was impressed with the way Emerson praised the student. It seemed that the lad had great talent, but Emerson replied that it wasn't just that he was amazing. Abel could become the strongest magician who could eventually take over this country, and he could guarantee it. It made sense to the headmaster, and he was looking forward to it. Sir Emerson thought about the fact that although the boy had amber eyes, his name was Abel. Suddenly the principal choked up as soon as he heard that name. Emerson looked worriedly at the principal, and the man replied that it was okay. He asked again for the boy's name. The principal was shocked when Emerson introduced the greatest genius in the history of this academy, Abel, who had achieved the best score in both the written exam and the practical exam. Sir Emerson suggested that the principal knew him, but the man replied that he certainly knew nothing about him. The director took the lantern and silently proceeded down the spiral staircases and used the night statue to open the secret doors. He made his way into the spacious and large office in search of one thing. And if he remembered correctly, it was supposed to be stored somewhere here. With these thoughts, the director opened one of the drawers. The principal found a letter in which a man addressed his descendants and wanted to tell the truth about this world. People said that the 4 magicians, including him and the 4 great sages, were the ones who defeated the Demon King, but that wasn't true. The only one who defeated the Demon King was a mage with amber eyes named Abel. Without any help from the 4, he was able to defeat the Demon King single-handedly. After the battle with the Demon King, he disappeared from their sight, and soon history buried even his existence. It was the one and only true hero named Abel. So even though they called them descendants of heroes, they had to remember that they never went beyond their limits. The letter was written from a wind hero named Swarm. The headmaster reflected, for long ago his grandfather had told him many times that among the 4 great sages there was another lost 5th man. And that was a man with amber eyes named Abel. The principal wondered if this was just a coincidence. No matter how great a magician he was, he wouldn't have been able to live 200 years, and if you think about it logically, it's just not possible. and he couldn't have been that person. The principal didn't know what to do or how to think about Abel. He didn't know if this boy's abilities were genuine or not. The protagonist sat down at a table, after which he was served a drink. The guy thought it was pretty good. 200 years ago, coffee was called the devil's drink and only a few enthusiasts drank it. But now in their time it has become the most common drink in the world. No sooner had Abel taken a sip than Ted broke into the coffee shop and apologized for keeping him waiting. The hero reminded Ted that it was a coffee shop and he could just open the doors quietly. The boy felt embarrassed and apologized to the teacher, but Ted was impatient and asked to see his letter, saying that they had finally arrived. The guy was insanely happy that he had passed the exam and had a big smile on his face. Ted said he had tried his best and he was interested in Abel's opinion, but Abel's only thought was that he kept making noise. Ted also prepared an envelope for the teacher as well, but decided not to give it to him right away. He decided to tease Abel, who must have been curious about what it said. But Abel decided that there was no need for him to know, for he had already realized that he had passed. Ted didn't understand how he figured it out, and the guy said the seal on the letter was damaged from Ted opening it. Plus, if he hadn't passed, he wouldn't have been so happy when he brought those letters in. This is exactly what Ted expected from his teacher, and Abel saw right through him. The hero decided he needed to grow at least 200 years older to banter with him. By the way, the hero wondered what Ted's mysterious guest was. Ted whispered to the teacher that it was Elise, and when he came here she was already standing there. It became clear to Abel, and apparently Ted didn't have the heart to tell her that she could be seen. But she was trying to hide herself and Ted was somehow embarrassed to tell her that it was useless. The blushing girl came out to meet them and laughed and said it was a real coincidence to run into Abel here. She liked the cupcakes in this store and they were delicious, but Abel realized that cupcakes were not on the menu at this cafe. He had no need for small talk, so he decided to ask Eliza what she wanted from him. Eliza was a descendant of Mary, who was also his mate. The girl asked him not to be so rude and decided to explain herself. All she wanted to know was what grade he was in. After asking him a question, Alyssa looked away. The hero didn't understand why she wanted to know, and Eliza tried to say that he was one of the people she knew and hoped to be in the same class with him. She also wanted to know more about the school. In all likelihood, she was telling the truth. Ted told the teacher that she would eventually find out anyway and it was okay to tell her here and now. The hero agreed and suggested that Ted give her the answer. Ted turned to the girl and said that he and the teacher had gotten into Class A, and he hoped she would get into their class too. Abel thought about the fact that if they were in the same class, it would be too hemorrhaging since the two of them would be constantly making noise and interfering with his studies. Eliza got excited when she found out they were in the same class and decided to go back. As she left, she also reminded the guys that even if she was their classmate, she would be the strongest senior in their class. She also went to the counter and politely asked the vendor for a bag of cookies. After thanking the vendor, the girl left the establishment and it wasn't quite clear to the hero what Elise wanted in the end. Ted grinned and said it was great. They would definitely be busy from now on and they had to start preparing to move into the dormitory. Ted decided that the hero was right and he couldn't drive to school every day from his home in the royal capital. He thought that moving to the dorm was the best option, but he was worried about getting everything in order. After all, if the teacher lives in the student dormitory, what will happen to Lilith? Ted was right, but the hero asked not to forget that it was a Lilith after all, and he thought that the girl had prepared for it in advance. Here Lilith approached them, and as she expected from Master Abel, he knew her very well. Ted was surprised to see her here and asked what she was doing here. The hero also noticed a strange outfit on Lilith, and the girl said she had something to report to Master Abel. The girl put on her glasses and said that starting today, she was hired as a teacher at the Ursula Magical Academy. Ted was shocked, but for some reason Abel thought she would do something like that. And if this woman wanted to become a teacher, the employment quota at the Magical Academy was not a problem. She had over 200 years of life experience, connections, and the favor of influential people. She could easily become the head teacher of the kingdom's magic academy. Tad didn't understand what trick she was using, and the girl smiled, saying that there was a vacant position in the academy. The hero suggested that perhaps she had a connection with the headmaster. Lilith turned to Master Abel and said that from now on, as a teacher at this academy, she would continue to support him. The guy smiled and thought about the fact that she was quite an intelligent girl. Ted exclaimed that it was the right thing to do and asked Abel to practice with him some more before they enrolled. The hero suggested that it was because the magic skills test was just awful. Ted didn't agree with that, because the examiner told him that he was great. Looking at these two, Abel realized that his days surrounded by these people would still be noisy. Finally, the day of departure came and Abel looked out the window. The door to the room opened and Lilith asked Abel if he was ready. The boy agreed with her, saying that he had already packed his luggage. Lilith approached the hero, assuming he didn't want to leave. It was an ordinary piece of land with nothing worth talking about. But when he lived here for more than 2 years, he was bound to feel attached to it. Lilith replied to the boy that they would return here during the summer vacation. Abel looked at the girl's radiant smile and suggested that she go. No sooner had they left the house than Ted waved to the teacher and jumping in place asked him to hurry up. He was anxious for the admission ceremony to begin the day after tomorrow. While he was being carried around the lad, Abel quietly opened the doors to the carriage and sat down by the window. As winter ended and spring began, new life began to grow on the land, and Ted decided that he would have many friends. So, altogether, the heroes left the territory of the Lombard. Abel opened his eyes and saw Lilith before him. It turned out that the guy fell asleep during the road and Lilith asked if he slept well. The boy rubbed his eyes and apologized and Lilith replied that it was all right. She hinted that they would have few opportunities in the future to meet each other like this. Abel pulled away from the girl and said that she would have to keep her cool at the academy, and Lilith agreed with him. Soon the protagonists had to arrive at the place and it was about time to wake up Ted, who was sleeping in a rather bad sleeping position. Guy used silence magic and dispelled it. After that, Ted's terrible snoring was heard and Abel tried to wake him up by telling him that they were almost there. All attempts were to no avail, and then the hero used a tiny fireball and brought it down in front of Ted's nose. Ted immediately jumped up from his seat and shouted that he was very hot. The hero explained to Ted that they were almost there, and the guy was shocked that he had slept for so long. Also, he had a feeling that he had just had a terrible dream, but Abel assured him that it was just a dream. The girl looked back and told Master Abel that they had arrived. In front of them was a posh and large school dormitory with a fountain in the courtyard. The hero noticed that it was quite large and Lilith had heard that only first-year students lived in this building. In other words, there were 4 dormitories. They also had labs and stores, and the hero decided to take a look at that later. Lilith said it was time for her to go now, and the hero wondered what she would do next. Since she was now the new teacher, she had to look around and get to know the other teachers and prepare lesson plans. Abel understood, and Ted suggested that they go to the dormitory. As soon as the hero crossed the threshold, he felt that there was a magical barrier on this building and a woman greeted the freshmen. Teacher Theodora met them and told them that she would be watching over this building for the first year. Abel recalled that she had used protective magic on the entrance exam. The woman set the bag on the floor and offered to take the boys their uniforms. They could dress however they wanted in the dormitory, but if they went outside, they had to wear their uniforms. Ted was thrilled and the uniforms were pretty slick. Abel remarked that this uniform was enchanted and the teacher said he was right. It was enchanted with magic resistance and dirt resistance, which surprised Ted. The material was first class, but the enchantments cast on this form were sloppy. Usually magic enchantments were applied by mages with black eyes, but what he did to this form was inexcusable. Theodora's teacher thought the hero had some kind of problem, but Abel lied, telling her that everything was fine. She gave the boys the keys and told them their rooms were on the 2nd floor. Until the ceremony tomorrow, they could spend as much time as they wanted. By the way, her recommendation was the gym in the basement of the academy. The girl sighed heavily and recalled that the students in their days tended to neglect physical education, and Ted noticed that she was rather strict. Of course, Ted thought she was a rather beautiful woman, but he didn't think she was popular with the boys. As Abel unpacked his uniform, he asked that he never tell her about it. Also, Ted thought the teacher's room was bigger than his, and it must be because the teacher's grades were the highest. The hero replied to Ted that he was quite right, and if the latter did not mind, he would like to remake the enchantments on his form. Ted couldn't believe it, and the hero said that today was a special day. The boy held out his uniform to Abel, saying that the teacher was very kind to him. But Abel didn't do it for gratitude, but just because he wanted to practice. By the way, Ted didn't even know what enchantments were and decided to ask Abel about it. The hero was shocked, not understanding how he was able to pass the entrance exam. The guy reminded him about the properties of each eye type, and Ted already knew that. Red eyes meant fire, blue eyes were water, green eyes were wind, gray eyes were support, and black eyes were productive. They were good in bestowing magic to enhance changes in the properties of objects. Enchantments were particularly useful among the givers of magic. For example, charms could be used to increase the sharpness of a sword, the strength of a shield, and so on. The hero wasn't sure if the guy was listening to him, But Ted said that he wasn't, and he just couldn't understand everything at once. Abel decided that there was no point in explaining anything to him, and Ted would have to experience it for himself. The hero finished and held out the uniform to Ted, asking him to put it on. Ted was delighted and put the uniform on and said it was beautiful. He adjusted the sleeves and noticed that his body felt lighter. Ted thought that now he would wear the uniform all the time and offered Abel a bun. He handed the lad a snowy steamed bun, which was a specialty product of Lombard territory, but Abel had not heard of anything like it before. Ted was already anxious to go and meet their new neighbors. Running away, he told Abel that he was sure to make 100 friends with the help of these buns. The hero sighed heavily and looked at the guy after him, thinking that he was as noisy as ever. Abel thought about his words and decided that such an open and sociable person like Ted could achieve this goal easily. But barely had he time to think about it when the boys in the next room asked him to stop fooling around. The guy didn't realize what he had done wrong, but he was ordered to shut up. The hero wondered what was going on in there and decided to eavesdrop. The classmates did not realize how much longer he intended to insult them. It was hard to believe that he could get in trouble over buns. Apparently, the plan to get 100 friends had failed. One of the guys jabbed his finger at Ted, asking how much longer he intended to insult them. The hero didn't quite understand what they were doing, since Ted just wanted to make friends. The classmates ordered the guy not to dare talk to them and called him a country nobleman. They didn't know anyone who would want to be friends with a smelly trash like him. Ted was shocked when they called him a stinky poisonous butt and asked him to know his place. By the way, the poisonous bass was an invasive freshwater fish that severely disrupted the river's ecosystem because of its voracious appetite. But Ted insisted on his own, and wanted a classmate to try a bun from his town anyway. One of the guys ordered him to shut up and knocked the buns out of Ted's hands. He yelled that he wouldn't eat them and, calling the guy a poisonous butt, kicked the bag of buns. Ted thought this was rather cruel. Apparently, this child's parents had never taught him not to waste food. With tears in his eyes, Ted looked at his snowy steamed buns and the kid shouted that none of them would eat the poisoned food of the perch. Observing this problem, Abel thought he should intervene. But no sooner had he stepped out to help than Elise appeared in front of the Ted. If that's what she was thinking, she didn't mind trying one. The girl bent over and, showing everyone her underwear under her skirt, took a bun from the floor. The guy's hair stood on end because this girl had eaten a bun that had fallen to the floor. Licking her fingers, Elise was ready to give this bun 70 points, and she liked it. One of the boys was in deep shock and couldn't believe it, for there was a limit to how rude a nobleman could be. But Alyssa thought that the really ill-mannered one was him, for he dared to throw away food and insult his classmates. The boy was so angry that a shiver ran through him. It was for this reason that he didn't like poisonous perches, and the girl asked him to repeat what he had just said. Insults were sprinkled in Eliza's direction, and the hero knew that Eliza was trying to cheer Ted up in her own way. But he didn't understand what to do when she acted like that. Abel stepped out to meet them and placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked them to leave the rest to him. One of the aristocrats was shocked to see Abel in front of him. They poked their finger at him and asked to see that there was even a nobleman with inferior eyes among this year's entrants. Abel had to hear the laughter and mockery in his direction again. The hero speculated that these guys were probably elite students who attended the preparatory school first. That's why their regular students who passed their exams were called poisonous perches. The guy didn't understand why Abel was silent and called him a useless kid with inferior eyes. Ted was trembling with anger, but the hero was fed up with it all. Abel felt it wasn't worth wasting his time on them. He also didn't want them to get in trouble on their first day of school. He told the boys that Ted didn't mean to hurt them and tried to smooth things over. But eventually Ted couldn't take it anymore and ordered them not to dare insult his teacher. In a rage, the guy walked up to one of the students and headbutted him in the forehead. The blow was so hard that the guy named Mars flew backwards and lost consciousness. No one expected Ted to do such a thing, and one of the elite students cursed. Eventually, a group of elite students decided to grab him and the guy covered himself from the blows. But Ted didn't realize how it happened, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the attackers being thrown back. The guys looked at their hands and couldn't understand what had just happened to them. At this time, Abel thought that the physical damage reflection enchantment on his form had worked perfectly. The hero noticed that even the elite students couldn't recognize such simple enchantments. The students took the injured Mars under their arms and shouted that they would retreat now. Ted's eyes glistened and he thought he was just incredible. Even if he did nothing, his opponent was defeated. Apparently, Ted didn't even realize that the reason was because of the clothes. Ted assumed that his hidden power had finally awakened and the guy was ecstatic. The hero simply had no words, for he had cast a spell on his form right in front of him. But apparently Alyssa realized everything and clutched at his form, trying to figure out what was wrong with it. The girl couldn't believe it the first time she saw such complex enchantments and called them simply unbelievable. As expected of a descendant of Maria the Fire Hero, she immediately realized it. Eliza tried to find out where Ted could find such a first-rate magician, and Abel made it clear to Ted with his whole appearance to keep quiet. Ted realized that this could have been a big problem and nodded to Abel. But suddenly Ted yelled that his teacher had done it and his magic spells were first class and he had put them on his form. Abel grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck and, calling him an idiot, tried to run away. Ted was trying to figure out where they were going and Eliza wondered if Abel had done it. He had shown incredible abilities during the exam, and now he also showed spells. Looking after the boys, Alyssa wondered who he really was. Tak told the hero that he saved him, because when he was attacked, they were thrown back by Abel's enchantments. Also, he still hadn't thanked Abel, and the guy looked at Ted questioningly. Ted handed the guy a snow bun and asked him to taste them. He decided to clarify that they were the same buns that had fallen on the floor, but he was willing to eat them later and held out a fresh one to Abel. Abel ate the bun and said it was pretty good, and Ted was shocked. He thought Elise and Abel were quite harsh, but the hero suggested that if he cast a spell on the wrapping paper that lowered the temperature of the buns, it might have added a nice flavor. After all, they were called snow-steamed buns, and the hero thought that by using it, Ted could make the buns much more flavorful. Ted immediately lit up with such a good idea, but Abel refused to do it. The boy got upset and Abel decided to teach him how to do it himself. But Ted wasn't sure if he could do it since his eyes were red. Still, he wanted to do his best for his 100 friends and Abel liked his determination. He could admit that Ted had a strong spirit, and come to think of it, they still didn't understand what Elise was doing in the boys' core. Meanwhile, Eliza remembered that she had completely forgotten about her plans. Earlier, she had wanted to look around the entire dormitory and stores with Abel. Ted ran with all his legs down the hallway and yelled to Abel that they were late. Without taking a break from reading the book, the main character asked him to calm down because they still had a little more time. Ted apologized and said that he was too nervous from hitting his head yesterday, and that's why he couldn't sleep. Besides, the pillows here were not as soft as the ones at home. He hoped that the boys didn't tell the teachers that he had beaten them up. But the hero reassured him, because there was no way they would tell anyone that they lost to a regular student because they looked too proud to do so. Ted sighed and decided to apologize the next time he saw them. Abel stopped in front of the door and Ted asked the teacher why he didn't want to go inside. The guy felt that this door had a built-in magic source and if he opened this door he would stand out even more. He decided that it was all rather troublesome and suggested that Ted go in first. Abel grabbed the handles of the door and Ted didn't understand why he had to go in first. Abel replied to him that he would figure it out soon enough on his own and opened the doors. As soon as they went inside, loud sounds from the pipes of a saxophone were heard. The guys found themselves as if they were on the red carpet and heard enthusiastic shouts in their direction. People were shocked that this guy was able to activate all the mechanisms of the singing door. It was quite amazing to them and Ted decided to ask the teacher what just happened. The hero explained that it was simple grant magic. The mechanisms would start playing music in response to the magic of the person who opens the door, and the stronger their magic, the more the mechanisms would activate. It was a very ancient magic. The principal came out to meet the students and laughed loudly, saying that this year he was able to hear the Knights March and it was the first time in 20 years. A man with a thick beard introduced himself as the headmaster named Michael, and first of all he congratulated all the students on their enrollment. Ted decided to tell the teacher that the school principal was a descendant of the Wind Swarm hero. Abel wondered if it was true, because he hadn't heard anyone mention the Swarm's name for a long time. But it was true, and it was mentioned in the Academy's brochure. The principal thought he had already said enough and asked Miss Lilith to step forward. The girl introduced herself to the students and said that she would be in charge of their education from this year. She hoped they would get along and smiled. Among the impressed students, she met Abel's gaze. While the students were arguing over who she smiled at, the guy kept his composure and stone face. Apparently Lilith was very popular, but suddenly Abel felt a glance from behind and turned around. Ted asked the guy what's wrong. Meanwhile, the hero felt that someone was watching him. But it didn't matter for now, and Abel didn't feel threatened in any way. He pretended that everything was fine and asked Ted not to worry about it. As Ted and Abel sat down at the main table behind them, they could feel how much they stood out here. You could see the other students squinting unhappily in their direction. The hero felt that everyone was looking at them, and the elite students were maximally unhappy about being in the same class. By the way, the Mars who was injured in yesterday's scuffle was absent. Eliza could understand them. After all, there were 7 outsiders in this class, including them. The hero didn't understand why she sat next to him, and the girl lost her temper, saying that there was no special reason and she could sit wherever she wanted. One of the classroom teachers stepped forward and introduced himself as Emerson. He was eager to get to know all the students and met his eyes with Abel's, who glared at him suspiciously. It seemed to the hero that Emerson was a capable magician. As it turned out, Emerson was a candidate for the leadership position of the Chronos Magic Association, and, by all appearances, he was famous. He was a master of modern magic and a leading expert in artifact development. People said he was the most powerful mage in this era. It was rumored that Professor Emerson himself had written the magical engineering question for this year's entrance exams, and the guys could see why it was so difficult. Abel squinted at the professor and decided that he was right and that the question was challenging. Looking at the suspicious Emerson, the hero had a strange feeling again. But then a certain girl raised her hand and asked to ask the professor a question. She had heard that Professor Emerson rarely taught because he was always busy with his research, and the girl decided to find out why he had suddenly taken over their class. Based on her question, it was clear that he was not usually involved in teaching students, and Emerson confirmed this. The professor made a cute and silly look and said that basically he was not interested in anything but himself. He only held the teaching position because it made it easier to get research funds from the kingdom. The students were all shocked by this response, and Emerson decided to explain why he had suddenly decided to take charge of their class. As it turned out, he had one thing he wanted to make sure of personally, which is why he is doing this. After the class was over, Professor Emerson said goodbye to the students and walked out of the classroom. Ted was shocked, because he thought they should have introduced themselves first, and he thought a lot about how to do it the right way. Eliza also noticed that this teacher was kind of weird. Abel was coming down the stairs when suddenly he heard Lilith. Lilith suggested that he was on his way out, and Abel agreed. The girl remarked that he didn't have Ted with him, and Abel replied that at the time he was trying hard to make new friends by offering buns to everyone. Lilith blushed and asked him for a kiss, but the guy didn't know what she was talking about. It was just that Master Abel's form was too beautiful, and the hero decided that she, as always in her repertoire. The girl remembered the forbidden love between teachers and students, and just the two of them after school. She thought it was just wonderful, and touched her finger to Abel's lips. A guy walked by and warned her to be careful when they were at school. Abel stopped and saw an icy needle in front of him, which knocked over what appeared to be some kind of artifact. The hero sensed even from the moment of the ceremony that someone was watching him, and it must have been the work of the Emerson. After all, during the morning class, he was constantly looking at him. In that case, Lilith asked for permission to follow him, but the hero refused, figuring it was okay. Besides, if she started following him and found out something, she could get in trouble. Going about his business, the hero asked her to be careful, and Lilith agreed with him. Emerson laughed and thought that Abel had noticed after all. Now he needed to make it smaller, and he also needed to improve the artifact so it could record sound. Finally, Emerson was able to meet a better wizard than him. He wanted Abel to show him his true power, but no one knew what motives the strongest magician had. During the lesson, the teacher talked about the construction and reaction formulas, which would be a variable equation for the value of the initial position parses, and then they could be derived by calculating the corresponding external resistance of magic. It had been a few days since Abel had started his school life, but he was bored in this class. The professor finished a long formula, then said it would all be on the test, and erased all the notes from the board. Ted tried to finish the last one and didn't understand why he erased it all so quickly. The hero thought that this would be a class for the most talented students and expected that there would be high training here, and he could learn something. But this class was useless from the beginning, and everything the teacher was telling at this point he already knew. Dozens of steps could be erased from the original text using the essential shortened formula. At this point, Ted was swearing again that the professor had erased everything and he wasn't keeping up with him. Abel assumed that he would be in such boring classes for the next 5 years. It was a waste of time and time for him, and he studied magic on his own. Here the professor looked at Abel and asked him to go to the blackboard and solve the equation. Up to this point in this class, no one had ever been called to the blackboard, but this example was too easy for the hero. The professor looked at the boy contentedly, thinking that he didn't know anything. The teacher expected this to be a difficult assignment for the student, but his hair stood on end when he saw the correct solution on the blackboard. Ted was delighted and said he expected this from his teacher. Abel sat back down silently and decided that now he could continue his research. The boy heard two girls nearby discussing him. They suggested that the guy might be a hidden gem, and at first they were even surprised by the color of his eyes. But despite that, he was calm and collected. Abel apologized and thought he was just about to get to the most interesting part of his study, and started writing down the formulas in his notebook. The professor got angry and asked him to stop talking in his class. When everyone was quiet, the professor continued his lesson and one of the students turned toward Abel. After class, the hero spent the entire time in the library and noticed that it was quite late. At this point he could concentrate on his research and looked out the window. There were many good libraries in this place, both big and small. The guy liked this small library the most since it wasn't very popular, and there's no one else here but him. There was a faint smell of books and a nice light, and if he had the opportunity to study in such an environment, it was quite good for school life. Eliza and Abel were surprised when they met each other in this library. The girl put her briefcase on the table and called it a coincidence. She realized that the boy was also studying here. The hero speculated that someone else might have chosen this place to study, but if Alyssa called it a coincidence, it certainly wasn't. Eliza set about writing down the formulas, and Abel noticed that she needed two formulas. The first was to divide the formulas front and back, and then calculate the common denominator a little later. They end up with the final result. At the end, Alyssa was surprised that she was able to solve this, and it made sense to her how he did it. Abel noted that her insight was 100 times better than Ted's. At this time, Ted sneezed loudly and Abel suggested that Alyssa solve the following formula. It got dark outside and the boys left the library. Going down the stairs, Elise thanked Abel, but the hero did not understand for what. She was grateful to him for helping her with her studies, and because of him she was able to understand everything. But Abel didn't see it as a big deal. The girl lowered her gaze and asked about the next day off. She thought the guy would want to go to the royal capital, and Abel didn't understand why. Eliza stammered and admitted that she wanted to thank him for today. He would be able to enjoy a delicious meal and buy some very tasty fruits with wonderful flavors in the capital. He could also taste rare sweets. Abel realized that it was all about the food, and Alyssa confirmed that there was plenty of delicious food. They could also go into a used bookstore. This store sold used books, and sometimes you could find a very rare book. And most importantly, these books were cheap. Apparently, Abel was interested in a used bookstore. There were no books in the school's libraries that were at least 200 years old, and Abel wanted to find an old book of magic and learn something new. He said he would like to visit the store, and Elise was glad they would go together. She bragged that she knew many good restaurants in the royal capital, and Abel noticed that she was still talking about food. Suddenly there was laughter behind them and the hero turned his head. There was a group of people behind them who noticed that apparently the guy was having a hard time being popular. Eliza recognized the guy who was standing at the head. It was the same Mars guy that Ted had butted, and the guy asked not to be reminded of it. Plus he recalled that they were in the same class, and the hero asked what they wanted. Mars noticed that the village students had a bad habit of forgetting themselves, and it annoyed him terribly. He wondered how a guy with the weakest eyes could even get into this academy, and he must have used some dirty tricks. The hero sighed heavily, not understanding why all this was happening today. The guys decided to give another entrance exam for Abel, and Mars pulled out his artifact. In the blink of an eye, the entire group of guys didn't realize how they were unarmed. Mars looked at Abel, who was clutching his blade in his hand. Abel asked not to hope that he could defeat him with such pathetic toys. There was a block on this artifact that prevented additional enchantments from being cast. The hero didn't understand what was fun about using a tool that left no room for ingenuity. Besides, the artifact probably needed to be given to repair, but Mars didn't understand what he meant. Abel asked to see his artifact and threw the dagger back to Mars, who barely dodged his own blade. His artifact was cracked, so the enchantments on it didn't work properly, and if he wanted to be a mage, he had to be able to take care of his weapons. The hero didn't think that he could become a good mage if he continued to rely only on artifacts. Leaving the group behind, Abel put his hand on the girl's shoulder and motioned for Elise to go. Feeling the hero's hand on her shoulder, the girl flushed and agreed. Mars looked angrily after Abel and told him to wait for tomorrow's lesson. He swore that he would definitely humiliate him, and Abel asked the girl to stay close. Ted put on his gym uniform and it was finally time for gym class. The guy seemed pretty cool about it, and he shouted that he was inflamed. Meanwhile, Abel calmly buttoned up his jacket, noticing that Ted was very excited. The teacher's voice was heard from behind him, who thought everyone had gathered. It was a short, pot-bellied man who introduced himself as the cantor. He was their physical training teacher, and those who were in the prep school must have already known him. The man was looking forward to working with his students. One of the students asked the Kantian how he was doing with that woman he picked up at the bar last time. The man shouted and demanded to shut up, because he had asked him not to talk about it. The second of the students promised to introduce the man to his favorite type of big-breasted girl next time. The PE teacher asked them to be quiet, for he had not yet fallen so low as to ask his students to find him a woman. Watching this spectacle, Abel could not understand what was wrong with this teacher. Eliza didn't understand this attitude. After all, he only talked to the students he knew, and she didn't like it. Ted decided that she was right, and this academy was a little strange. During the classes, it could be seen that the teachers had some sort of favorites among the students. The feelings of alienation were most apparent during PE, and the PE teacher decided to move on to today's lesson. He said that today they were going to play hunting. It was one of the 3 games played during the competition with other magical schools. Also, the prep school kids should have already known about this game. Ted wondered if Abel knew anything about this game, but Abel hadn't heard of it. During the hunt, they would use the gauntlet artifact. He was about to explain the rules when suddenly he was called out by the students. The boys laughed and said that they already knew the rules, and Can replied to the students that they were absolutely right. Alyssa was shocked, because there were also students who didn't know the rules of this game. But it became clear to her, and it couldn't be helped here if it was for those fools. Eliza extended her fist, thus scaring Ted, and promised to kill them. The girl was out of her mind and said that for the sake of the world she would kill them all right now. Ted asked Elise to stand still and calm down. There was real rage coming from Elise, and she decided to explain the rules again. Hunting and was a sporting game in which they fought in 2 teams. The attacking team was called the Shooters and the defending team were called the Rabbits. This game was created by a man who was inspired by a nobleman's hunt. The Shooters would try to hit the Rabbits with their bullets and shoot them down, and the Rabbits had to try to avoid the Shooters' bullets. After a few minutes, the Shooters and Rabbits would switch places, and the team with the most Rabbits left at the end would win. It was pretty simple. The PE instructor suggested that the boys' shooters take gloves from this box, but if they had their own, they could use them. But it was no surprise when the favorites brought their own gloves. There were 3 types of bullets they could use with the glove: a spear that specialized in speed, a balanced sphere, and a disc that could easily change trajectory. One of the girls thought it looked pretty dangerous, but the gym teacher said that none of the bullets would cause any harm to her health, so she could not worry about it, and assured her that she would be fine. King decided to demonstrate a low-powered bullet without a magic attribute and hit the Ted. Ted fell to the ground from surprise, and the gym teacher said that if they hit the rabbit with their bullet, the bullet would start to create a shockwave, and the rabbit would fall. When the rabbit fell, it meant it had lost. The group of favorites laughed at the sight of Ted. They said that if they were all just like Ted and could not dodge even such a weak attack, then there was no point in playing this game. At this time, Ted felt what Alyssa was feeling. There was another rule in which they couldn't overwrite the source of magic, the shot of the gauntlet. Also, they couldn't use any other magic other than glove magic, and Can suggested that everyone split into teams. This ended up being Team E's, which included Mars and his buddies, and Team E with Elise, Ted, Abel, and the rest. One of the students asked what she should do, and the teacher suggested that she team up with one of the teams. Although they were ordinary village students, but that didn't mean they were familiar with each other. Mars approached the hero and wished the useless eyes good luck. He was sure to repay him for yesterday, and a cheeky grin appeared on his face. It became clear to the hero that the fool and the teacher were in on it. Abel wasn't going to lose to them and heard the girl who didn't know what to do. She confessed that she had always been bad at physical activity, and the other girl supported her. Abel noticed how they gave into despair even though the fight hadn't even started yet. One of the guys didn't like it either, and he was good at using only his head, but physically he was very weak. The girl standing next to him only supported him. Abel prostrated himself and thought that it was right to use his mind. But the important thing for a mage was also his body. Eliza assured them that everything was fine and asked them to just follow her. The girl in the group was not convinced and noticed that apparently these students did not wish them well. Evil smirks appeared on their faces. Eliza smiled and reassured her by telling her that everything would be fine and hunting was a traditional sport. No matter how bad they were, they would not be able to break the rules of this game. But the hero for some reason wasn't so sure about that. They were probably up to something, and Alyssa said they should win fairly. Eliza was determined to win and ordered her team to go forward. The teacher then suggested that they decide who would go first and tossed a coin. Mars chose Eagle and Alyssa chose Tails. In the end, Team S would be the shooters and Team E had to go to the zone. Team Abel had 6 rabbits, which means Team E's will have 3 shooters. After everyone had taken their positions, the teacher signaled the start of the game. All the teams were eager and Mars suggested that they start. Mars immediately threw a spear towards Abel, but it wasn't too fast for the guy. There were only 3 arrows against 6 hairs. Plus the zone was very large, so it wasn't hard to avoid their bullets. The hero turned his attention to Ted, behind whom a balloon was flying. At the last moment, Ted was able to dodge it, surprising the shooter. It was hard to avoid the bullet flying into his blind spot, and that was to determine who would win and who would lose. But for Abel, these were fairly predictable attacks. The guy with the glasses next to Abel noticed the hit and ducked. Having dodged a bullet at the last moment, he thought it was close, but the arrow changed its trajectory. The bullet eventually hit the guy in the back and he fell to the ground, leveling his glasses. The other students did not understand how the spear could have hit them, because they had already dodged it. It was just as the hero had intended. Mars smirked and said that there were only 4 rabbits left. Abel realized that their team was rotten to the roots, for they were cheating. The teacher asked those hit by the bullet to leave the field immediately. The rest of the students did not want to participate because the bullet was changing its direction. It shouldn't have hit that guy, and it was likely that target tracking magic had been applied on their gloves. Thus, it was clear that Mars decided to break the rules of the game, and Alyssa screamed that he was cheating. Mars asked to stop throwing these baseless accusations, but Alyssa saw him use a spear-like bullet that would never have been able to change its direction. Mars demanded at least some proof from the fat girl that he had broken the rules. Eliza blushed because he called her fat. Abel decided to hold Elise back and asked her not to get worked up. Besides, if the guy hadn't stopped her, the bullet would have hit her right in the face. Abel saw one of the gunmen trying to attack her from behind and asked the girl to be more careful and try not to get distracted again. She thanked the guy once more before shyly averting her gaze. The hero noticed that she was a very honest girl. At that time, a desperate Ted was running behind him, trying his best not to get shot. 5 minutes had passed since the lesson started. However, this game was very boring due to the fact that the rabbits are only allowed to dodge. It seemed to the hero that it would be much more interesting if the rabbits were allowed to shoot down their bullets. He noticed a girl cheering for Elise and asking her to be more careful. Eliza thanked the Yukari for her support, and compared to Eliza and everyone else, the Yukari was acting pretty calm. The hero speculated that when Alyssa fixes her somewhat bad temper, she might become a promising sorceress in the future. One of the boys was angry that the rabbits were beginning to evade their attacks, and Mars suggested that they attack the weakest of them. 2 gunmen simultaneously surrounded the Yukari from 2 sides and the girl was hit by bullets. Mars then fired a bullet from the back and a barrage of bullets rained down on the Yukari. Eliza ran up to the girl and asked her to stop them, but Mars didn't understand why they had to stop. They thought Yukari was a poisonous perch that they must destroy and would not stop launching arrows at her. Eliza couldn't stand it and insulted them, saying that Yukari had already lost. But Mars reminded her that there were no rules against attacking fallen rabbits. Eliza thought they should have realized what they could and could not do. At that moment an arrow hit Elise right in the back and Mars laughed out loud for opening up. Abel sighed heavily and thought it was Elise's bad habit to be emotional even in battle. There was no use for the players who were already eliminated, and they most likely continued to attack the Yukari as a target to break their spirit. Ted decided to figure it all out and called for the teacher. He figured the teacher had seen everything and how the guys kept attacking the Yukari. No sooner did Ted get near the teacher than he was shot with an arrow right in the head. The guys ended up pissing off their group, and thus forcing them to open up. The teacher apologized and said he didn't see anything as he was looking the other way. Besides, he had just been hit and had to get off the field. Abel ended up alone and Ted apologized to his teacher. The boy heard Mars' satisfied laughter behind him. Mars of course didn't know how good Abel was at magic, but after all, he was only an ordinary student. Therefore, he thought it was time for the poisonous perch to head back to his swamp. Abel realized that if he lost to them now, these guys would become too arrogant. By the way, and he didn't even need to use any magic to avoid those bullets, and he thought he should have just dodged until time ran out. Which was to be expected from a teacher. Ted had confidence in him but thought that 3 opponents at once was a lot even for Abel. But Eliza told him he was wrong here. After all, Abel still hadn't moved a step. Ted was shocked, but it didn't seem surprising to Abel that Eliza could see that. The arrows were just using the same attack, so it was pretty easy to dodge them. If they had decided to attack him in such a way as to cut off his escape route, then maybe Abel would be in a bit of trouble. But for the moment, he could dodge all their attacks with his eyes closed, and he didn't need to exert himself much. This made Mars insanely angry. The guy told the guys that now they would have to use their combos, and all the shooters got ready to strike. Abel noticed that they also added bullet spread to the gauntlet and decided to openly break the rules of the game. Mars decided to taunt the hero and asked if he could dodge this attack. But he was wrong, and it wasn't that hard to dodge. But if the hero did, everyone would see his super speed, and he wouldn't want to show it in public. At this point, Abel found a better solution. Abel covered his face with his hands and Mars laughed and thought he had already given up. But suddenly all the shells that were flying at the guy shattered into splinters. Mars didn't understand what had happened, and his friend assumed that their artifacts had broken. Abel pretended he didn't know anything and assumed they had just used too much mana, and because of that the bullet exploded, which was very dangerous. He figured it would look like a mistake on his opponent's part. Plus, he remembered that it was forbidden to change or add a spell to the gauntlet, which meant they were breaking the rules of the game. Mars was in shock and could not find an answer, and the teacher said 5 minutes out. Eventually, the first half was over and Team E was able to survive as one rabbit was able to survive. Mars glared angrily at the guy, deciding that he was lucky this time. Ted and the others were thrilled, and the kid told the teacher that he was great. Yukari thought it was amazing that he was the only one who could dodge all the attacks, but Elise didn't say a word. After everyone had spoken, she approached the guy and suggested that it was anti-magic, but the hero ignored her and suggested that they discuss their strategy. He was the only survivor of their team. In other words, if they didn't defeat their entire team now, they would lose. Abel had a secret plan and was confident that they would win this game. Ted put on his artifact gauntlet and said it was time to fight back. He offered to return their honor, and Elise asked for attack magic to be provided. Eliza couldn't stop even though they would beg her to do so. In the end, Alyssa was put in the role of a marksman, though it wasn't the best decision. Yukari called out to the team and wished them luck. Earlier, there were suggestions to put her in the role of a marksman, but the girl refused and apologized, saying she wasn't good at attack magic. Her black eyes along with her modest character were more suited for a cheerleader. Ted told the hero that they would definitely win, and Alyssa was very excited. The most important thing was that these two were motivated and could do their best to win. Eliza heard laughter in their direction. Her opponents thought that she was a real optimist, but that wouldn't give her a chance to win. Eliza could barely contain herself, but Abel put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry about nothing. He suggested that she take her positions, and Elise listened to him. The teacher made sure everyone was ready and announced the second half of the game. Finally, the game started and Mars ordered all the boys to line up. The group of rabbits created a circle, covering each other's backs, and Ted decided that they had decided to all come together into a big target. Eliza and Ted fired at the same time, and the girl said they were running like moths to a flame. Mars shouted to the boys that there was an arrow approaching to the northwest of the spear type, and to the southeast was a disc type. Thanks to Mars' instructions, the students easily dodged the blows. His instructions were swift and accurate, and Ted were furious that he could not hit them. The hero realized that Mars was sharing his information to protect his blind spots. They probably learned this teamwork in prep school. Looking at Ted, he realized that at this rate they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. And if Abel did anything, he'd stand out. Abel was going to avoid this for the sake of his quiet school life and suggested that Ted talk. The guy was shocked that Abel was going to talk at such a moment, and the hero said something in Ted's ear. Ted agreed with him and tried to do his best. Meanwhile, Elise didn't understand what they were talking about and asked not to be left alone. The hero noticed that Eliza was tired too, so they had to get it over with. Ted stepped forward and used holy spears coming down from the heavens darker than dusk. No one understood this blunt introduction, but it was to the hero's advantage. Ted asked the spears to gather in his hand and release power from the terrible void. The lad pointed the gauntlet upwards and summoned a red storm that caught the students off guard. A hail of arrows immediately rained down on the disciples, striking one after another. Eventually, a mini explosion formed, and when the puffs of smoke disappeared, everyone saw the pit where the Mars group was lying. Yukari told Ted that it was amazing and the students couldn't understand how he did it. Ted smiled and Abel thought it worked. The teacher was angry, but since all the rabbits were defeated, the game was over. Gritting his teeth, he declared Team D the winners. At this time, a small artifact of a scientist was watching Abel from the heights, that he was impressed with their game. The principal approached the professor and noticed that there were more things here since last time. The professor was sorry and admitted that he didn't like to clean up after himself. The principal asked not to worry about it and wanted to know about the story of Abel. The teacher offered to take a look at the principal with his own eyes. His class had recently started a physical education lesson and one could look closely at his hand. Abel made everyone think that magic was used by his friend, but it was actually magic in disguise. And besides all this, his symbols appeared simultaneously, and if he created a source from scratch, it didn't break the rules of the game. Even though many people said that attribute magic wasn't hard to deal with, it was unclear how he could do it. The director didn't understand what it was and the scientists said it was a video from a reconnaissance drone he had created. They could use it to monitor Abel in real time. But their plans were cut short when Abel looked at the drone and interrupted its communications. The director was shocked when he found out it was the third drone. The scientist chuckled and decided that next time they should make it so that it could record from a long distance. Emerson was a genius magician with the nickname of a young lion, and such an obsession one man made him. The principal thought of Abel with amber eyes. Ted looked at the teacher, asking what happened and why he raised his hand. The hero replied that everything was fine, it was just a bug. The boys went into the locker room and Ted suggested that the hero hurry up and change his clothes and go get something to eat. In the locker room they met Mars, who clearly wasn't looking forward to seeing them. Ted opened a nearby drawer and Mars twitched. Apparently he was afraid of his every move. But suddenly Ted held out a roll to him and wished he would take it this time. Abel thought he was a very kind guy. Even after all he had been through, he still hadn't given up his dream of making 100 friends. They were in the same class, so Abel wanted them to get along. Through Mars' eyes, it all looked pretty scary, and he screamed. With tears in his eyes, he apologized to Ted and agreed to eat the bun. But Ted decided that he should have apologized to Yukari, and the boy agreed with him. After that gym class, their attitudes changed a lot. Eventually, Ted started being called the Demon King and the people around him became afraid of him. They apologized to the guy and said they were sorry. Ted was sure that this was the first step into the future and it seemed that their case was closed. A stubborn teacher appeared on the horizon and a student wished Theodora Sensei a good morning. Theodora noticed Lilith Sensei and asked to speak to her. Lilith smiled at Sensei and wished her good morning. The girl was a new teacher who had started working at this academy since the spring of this year. All that was known about her was that she was hired by the principal and everything else was shrouded in mystery, including her previous job and education. Theodora wanted to know about the documents she had asked about earlier. Lilith replied that she had already handed them over for her this morning and the teacher thanked her for her help. A great many people accused Lilith of her using personal connections to get her position in this academy. But now most of them have changed their opinion about her and she was recognized as a capable person, including Theodora. The girls proceeded to the teacher's lounge and opened the doors to wish everyone a good morning. The gym teacher was charmed by Lilith Sensei and wished her good morning. The girl smiled sweetly at the Cantor teacher and reciprocated. The PE teacher was crazy about Lilith's lovely beauty and asked if she was free tonight. He knew a good place in the center that served delicious beer. Lilith was sorry, but she decided to decline and the Cantor laughed, saying that apparently everyone was rejecting him tonight. The other teachers began to whisper among themselves and did not envy Lilith, for the Cantor was back at it again. No matter how blameless she was, she still had to endure the daily harassment. Theodora's teacher apologized to the Cantor's teacher and demanded that he stop inviting Lilith so insistently. A smirk appeared on the teacher's face and he would never have thought that Theodora Sensei would decide to approach him, assuming it was jealousy. The girl was clearly surprised by such a statement. Theodora was at a loss for words and the teacher said that it was a real shame, because after all Theodora was pretty good. He meant that she might have interested him if she had been 3 years younger. The girl went into a stupor, for she was only 27 years old. The teacher put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry, because he was sure that sooner or later she would find the perfect man for her. The girl corrected her glasses in fury and thought it was a shame, because she had never been humiliated like that. Lilith forgot to say something to the Cantor teacher, and the PE teacher thought about her changing her mind. Lilith had previously heard that he supported a certain group of students. Moreover, supportive enough to turn a blind eye to their cheating and hunting, considered an important sport. Therefore, the principal wanted to talk to him about it. The Cantor's expression changed in a moment and he understood everything, and the teacher Theodora decided that now everything was all right. There was an eerie ringing in the freshman dorm coming from the gymnasium. Theodora plunged into her workout, lifting heavy weights. The girl thought it still wasn't enough and recalled the stinking pig who had dared to humiliate her like that. Still, she allowed the thought that he was not wrong. Women in this country usually married in their teens and had a child after their 20s. At least that was the way it was for Theodora's friends. Not that she wasn't popular during her school years, but she was asked more than once to go out. But every time she suggested going to the gym on their next day off and sweating it out. Because of her bad temper, she always failed in her relationships with boys. Remembering the perfect woman, Theodora asked the cantor not to talk as if he knew everything. With these thoughts, she did the exercises faster and faster. Theodora believed that she was not crazy at all and knew where to draw the line between her ideal and reality. She herself was well aware that a prince on a white horse would not appear before her out of the blue. Finishing her approach, the girl rubbed her forehead and thought about the fact that muscles are the best. All because of the fact that her muscles would never betray her. Immersed in her thoughts, she didn't even hear that someone was running on the treadmill nearby. It turned out to be Abel, who paid no attention to her. If she remembered correctly, his name was Abel, and it seemed like she saw him here every day. He had a nice running form, and at first glance he seemed slim. But the girl knew for a fact that he had trained his muscles well. The teacher tried to come to her senses, not understanding how she could be interested in such a small boy. No matter how mature he looked, he was still 10 years younger than her, and Theodora took up the barbell again. And on top of that, a teacher was not supposed to look at her student as the opposite sex. At some point the girl dropped the barbell from her hands, but someone managed to grab it. It turned out to be Abel, who grabbed the barbell with one hand and asked the teacher if she was alright. The girl was shocked, not picking it up as he lifted it with one hand. It was incomprehensible to her how he got such strength considering his slender body. But now was not the time to think about that. Theodora was at a loss for words and didn't understand why she just couldn't thank him. The girl blushed red and her heart pounded hard, and Abel couldn't recognize Sensei. It seemed to the guy that she wasn't focused today, and Theodora was surprised that he noticed it. Of course, they were the only ones using the gym at this time. She seemed to have the wrong idea about him. She thought he was just another indifferent boy who paid no attention to others. She had no idea that he was so considerate that he had time to help her at a time like this. Overcoming her excitement, the girl still thanked him for his help. The guy put on his jacket and said that he was leaving now anyway, because he had already finished his training for today. The girl clenched her fist and said she understood him. Theodora thought that he was the younger brother of Miss Lilith. She was his older sister who was younger than her. The girl was going crazy, and as she said before, she needed to stop thinking about it. Her love muscle was agitated and it was just unacceptable. Thus, Theodora's chance of getting married was getting slimmer and slimmer. The protagonist was reading a book in his study and, looking at the time, decided it was time for him to go. He remembered the request of the girl who had previously offered to go together to the royal capital on their next day off. That was how Alyssa wanted to thank him for helping him with his studies, and today was the day he was supposed to go with her to the royal capital. Abel took the form and thought he would just indicate shopping in it. In this school, before going anywhere, one had to get permission to do so. But there was a chance that he would be denied if one of the teachers who didn't like him was on duty today. But to his surprise, Abel was wished a good morning. As it turned out, Lilith was on duty today and was very happy to meet Master Abel. The main character realized that she was in charge today and handed her the form. He figured that since it was Lilith, the signature should not have caused her any problems. Lilith scrutinized the day off authorization form, and she thought it was unusual. Abel explained that he had a little business in the capital today. The girl frowned and recalled that a student named Alyssa had submitted the exact same form today. Lilith assumed it was his classmate and they were going out with her together. It was surprising to Abel that Lilith could react like that and decided to tease her a little. He smirked and assumed she was right. In a flash, Lilith rose from her chair and wrapped her arms around Abel and gave him a passionate kiss. The hero frowned and thought she was a petty wretch, but did not resist. Suddenly a woman's voice was heard, suggesting that he take a look at it. Two girls were heading just in their direction and noticed the figure of Lilith Sensei. Recognizing the girl from the back, they wondered what she was doing there. The hero noticed the two girls heading towards them and tried to somehow warn Lilith about it. But the Lilith didn't seem to hear them, and one of the girls decided to peek out from behind a bush. But right in front of them was a picture of the girl reprimanding Abel. She reminded him that if a guy wanted to leave the academy, he had to apply for a day off at least a day in advance. Lilith had wanted to talk to him about this topic for a long time and wasn't sure if Abel really realized the responsibility as a student of the Arsila Magic Academy. At this time, the guy was wondering how she could calmly think about all of this in this situation. The guy's telling off didn't seem strange to the girls, but her friend didn't understand what she expected. Although to be honest, she was also hoping to see something interesting. The girlfriends were also wondering if Lilith Sensei had anyone. The hero noticed that they had finally left and decided to ask Lilith what she was thinking. Lilith snapped back and expressed her regret that she wanted to engage in physical intimacy with him. Suddenly she blushed and decided to clarify that it wasn't because she was jealous or anything like that. Abel thought it was amazing that she could be jealous, but Lilith reminded him that she wasn't. The boy smirked and admitted that it was rare to see such a picture of someone like her being so jealous. The girl said she would still sign his permission slip for the day off, so she asked them to be careful. Abel thought that this girl was usually always unflappable, but now she showed her other side. Abel smiled and realized that she also had a cute side, and he thought it was funny. Abel walked up to the clock tower and apparently he had some more free time. Besides, Lilith had told him that Elise had left the academy before him. The hero lowered his head and spotted Elise waiting for him outside the building. He had no idea that she could have looked so different just standing in front of the clock tower. The girl was pleased to see Abel, and the hero apologized that she had waited for him for a long time. But Elise said she had recently arrived herself, so it was all right. She was just a little surprised to hear the apology from Abel's lips. She never thought she would hear such a thing, and Abel was scared to think what kind of person she thought he was. Eliza asked him not to worry. After all, he had the honor of accompanying her today. Climbing the stairs, Alyssa said that this building is called the Reuven Memorial Clock Tower. The hero wondered which event was in question, but Eliza did not know the answer to that question. But at any rate, on clear days like this one, from it one could see the whole royal capital. With those words, Elise went to the window and looked out at the view. The girl was delighted and offered Abel a glimpse of the fabulous view, from which even the sea was visible. She even saw a steamboat, and if her memory serves her correctly, this steamboat uses magic stones as fuel. Abel had already read about it in one of the books, but as he thought in person, it looks amazing. Abel looked off into the distance and smiled, thinking that today was going to be a lot of fun. Eliza stared at the brooding hero and blushed. Abel noticed the look on his face and thought something was wrong. Eliza immediately panicked and said it was fine and suggested they move on to the next item. But this was really surprising to the hero, because he thought he had already learned a lot about the culture of this era. But no one would have thought that this city would be overflowing with many different things that he never knew about before. Their list also included a game center, and Abel asked Elise about it. Abel had heard many different voices inside that building, and if Elise remembered correctly, people called the place the play center. It was a place where everyone could spend their free time and money, but Abel wasn't quite sure what that meant. Nevertheless, Eliza's explanation made him a little curious. Of course, magic in their days is much weaker when compared to what it was 200 years ago, but it seems that people spent their energies on creating different entertainment. This seems to be because in those days, people's desires changed from war to peaceful days. Abel motioned for them to come in and Elise gladly accepted. To tell the truth, she had never been to such places either. She was curious what fascinating things they might find inside. Meanwhile, someone was keeping a close eye on how their day off was going. For the boys, it was their first visit to the play center. Looking around, it seemed to Abel that there were many different games. There were cards and chess, and in this place they could play them. But Abel already knew these games quite well. The heroes noticed people at the slot machines, and Elise wondered what these machines were. Abel had once read about them in a book, and in these machines they could get a jackpot with the tokens they bought. If they hit the jackpot, this machine would give them a big pile of coins, and then they could exchange them for real money. And it also said that all the guests came here for one simple reason, thinking that they could greatly improve their financial status, even if they emptied their wallets as a result of the game. Abel couldn't understand how their brains worked, and Elise laughed. She didn't quite understand him, but it sounded pretty funny to her. Suddenly, they were called out by a talking skeleton who said that little kids weren't allowed to play these slot machines. Eliza was so scared that she clutched at Abel's sleeve. Abel calmed her down and told her that it was just a cheap fake that moved with magic. Coming to her senses, the girl immediately let go of Abel and bounced to the side. The skeleton suggested they go play in that all ages area instead, and pointed them in the direction. The guys looked at the toy arcade, and the guy noticed that it had a completely different atmosphere. Suddenly Elise's eyes lit up and she offered to take a look at it. There was a dwarf monster toy lying right in front of her. She confessed that she adored these toys, and unless Abel was mistaken, they called this device a play crane. Abel looked at the toy carefully, deciding that he had seen this monster somewhere. He decided to check with Elise to see what kind of dwarf monster she was talking about. Eliza told him that dwarf monsters have a whole line of characters. They were based on legendary beasts that existed in the distant past. There were over 200 dwarf monsters in this collection, and she also heard that it was becoming more and more popular with the youth. Now it was clear to Abel what this was all about. By the way, Eliza had long ago loved this monster named James the most. In short, these are all the monsters that the hero used to fight. Eliza said that there was no attraction in it that would make girls go crazy about it, but she was sure that this monster was very strong. That was very much like Eliza, considering she liked strong people. James was a mutated monster that was born from violent magical particles bursting out from under the ground. With one breath he could turn people to stone. Because of this, ordinary adventurers could not match him, and for this reason their heroes were sent to deal with him. Now that Abel thought back on it, those times were truly nightmarish. When they got there, 3 villages had been completely turned to stone. Its stone breath and truth was a pain in one place, but in the end they were able to kill it through the proper application of wind magic. After that, they were to create a healing stone to save the villagers, but no sooner had the hero finished speaking than he noticed Eliza's questioning look on his face. The boy thought that this was not good and didn't understand why he was always so worried when it came to the powerful enemies he fought. He needed to be more careful, and Abel coughed. Eliza laughed and said she never thought he could tell such a joke. Now she knew it, and the hero decided to just leave it at that. Eliza decided that Abel might have thought she was strange. She meant that there were plenty of other prettier monsters, but for some reason she liked him. The hero would never think that someone like Alyssa would worry about such things, and he didn't quite agree with her. He meant that the most important thing is not how he looks on the outside, but the true nature he hides within himself. Eliza decided that he was quite right, and Abel thought that this toy was much cuter than the real James. When he turned back around, he saw a bunch of lustful guys' gazes on Elise and her short skirt. Meanwhile, the girl admired the monster, saying that those unbalanced proportions won her heart and she could stare at him forever. Noticing the guy's intimidating looks, the hero thought he should get her out of here quickly and asked if she really needed that toy. Eliza, of course, didn't mind, but realized that it was impossible to get it out with such a small claw. Throwing a coin into the machine seemed rather naive to the hero. Abel suggested that their job as magicians was to make the impossible possible. After looking at the design from the inside, the guy realized that not only had they set the claw's power to the lowest level, but they had also intentionally made it difficult to control. So no matter how many coins they spent, their chance of winning was close to 0. The hero thought to himself that these people were the real cheaters. First of all, he decided to enchant the claw with magic, enhancing the grip and giving it back its power. After the claw got close to the toy, Abel used the grip. Eventually, the claw pulled out the toy and everyone around him rounded their eyes in surprise. Abel handed the toy to a surprised Elise and said that she wanted it. No one would have thought that a second encounter with James after 200 years would be like this for Abel. Abel reflected on how fast time flies. Eliza cradled the toy in her arms and said she would take her in and take care of him. The boy was fine with that, and for some reason after that, Alyssa stopped looking him in the eye. After that, the heroes headed to a cafe, where the girl was delighted with the food. As she thought, the pancakes here were insanely delicious, and the hero did not understand where the shy Eliza disappeared. He thought about the fact that the girl eats a lot. Besides, they recently visited a couple of 3 stores. Abel was surprised when Eliza asked to taste his dish, and the hero assumed that she still wasn't full. The guy agreed and thought that no matter what time of year it was, the grass would always be greener on the other side of the fence. Eliza blushed with pleasure and said it tasted insanely good too, and offered to try her dish. The guy agreed and, after tasting the sweetness, said it wasn't bad. He thought it was on purpose so that the sweet milk flavor was the highlight of this dish. Although he was not very fond of sweet food, but he thought that the food here would be one of those he could enjoy. Eliza laughed and admitted that she knew about it, because after all it was her favorite store. Abel still thought it was rather unexpected, and Eliza looked at the guy questioningly. Abel recalled that people called what she just did an indirect kiss, so he was a bit surprised that she was okay with it. Barely thinking about it, Elise immediately blushed. She was probably so engrossed in eating that she didn't even notice it. The girl tried to say that it was normal and there was nothing wrong with an indirect kiss. She tried to prove to Abel that everything was fine and it didn't mean anything. But apparently the hero didn't care and just agreed with her. Eliza tried to change the subject and commented on the herbal tea, which was delicious. By the way, it seemed to Abel that the atmosphere on this street was very different from other places. Eliza thought so too, and that this street was a bit special compared to others in the royal capital. You could tell that it was retro in style, and it looked very nice. Abel relaxed again and gave in to his nostalgia. The girl, of course, didn't understand what he meant, and it was clear to the guy that all that was nostalgic to him was called retro to people of this time. Eliza asked permission to ask Abel a question. She wanted to know who Abel really was, and the hero thought about how to answer that question. The girl looked at the guy seriously and wished she could hear Abel answer her. Abel knew she would ask this question sooner or later, but he never thought it would be today. Most likely, if people found out that he was a mage reincarnated after 200 years, he might get into a little trouble, and that could interfere with his dream of a peaceful school life. The hero put his cup of tea on the saucer and thought about how he should answer this question. Abel couldn't understand why he decided to make his move at such a moment and asked Eliza to tilt her head a little. Eliza didn't understand what was going on but still listened to him. Suddenly, the hero stretched out his hand and used magic, after which there was a small explosion. It turned out that there was a small tracking device behind Eliza, and Abel successfully got rid of it. Elise couldn't figure out what it was and looked around. The guy apologized, saying that there was a bug behind her back. The guy wondered why people who were interested in him were always so stubborn. Though he was kind enough to turn a blind eye to a scientist spying on him in the academy, peeking into his personal life was another matter entirely. The hero wondered if something had to be done about it, and Elise assumed that Abel had just used all his magic. The hero found it hard to believe that Alyssa could think that he had just used all his magic to its fullest now. The thing was that this stalker drone was very agile and would definitely be able to dodge his attack if he held back too much. The hero could unleash a bit of his powers, but who would have thought that she would think it was his full strength? The guy replied that it was completely ridiculous and couldn't imagine where she would find such a person who would use 100% of his power on some simple bug. Elise thought he was right and accidentally pushed her cup of tea off the table. Before she could react to this, the hero caught her cup and held it out to the girl. Without spilling a drop, he asked her to be more careful next time, and Alyssa thanked him for his help. While Abel nonchalantly took a sip of tea, the girl lowered her gaze thoughtfully to her mug. Abel apologized for distracting her from her question, and Alyssa swallowed the lump in her throat. But suddenly she dropped her question and asked not to take it to heart. She thought it was fine and he didn't have to answer the question, and asked him to forget about what she had asked. Abel thought it was amazing that she changed her mind so quickly. Still, it was a very good thing that she dropped her question about his identity. After all, lying about his origins never does any good. Eliza lowered her gaze and asked Abel if he would accompany her around the royal capital again next time. To her surprise, the hero did not mind, and so ended his first walk through the royal capital. Leaving the royal capital, the heroes walked along the road along the forest, and Abel had the feeling that they were still being followed. And it was definitely not the drone of that stalker, because the auras were clearly coming from living people. Abel assumed that they were going to make their move soon, so he could finally end their long and boring game of cat and mouse. Abel apologized to Elise and suggested that she move on without him. He just remembered that he had some business to attend to in the capital, and Elise didn't suspect anything amiss. Eliza smiled and said goodbye, saying they would see each other tomorrow at school. Abel asked her to be careful on the way home, and Elise left. As soon as Alyssa disappeared from the horizon, the boy suggested that they go out. Suddenly, a female figure appeared at the opposite tree. The girl laughed as she realized that Abel had let Eliza leave alone because he realized they were here. She smiled and said that was just great, because she adored smart boys. She was a gray-eyed sorceress who was excellent at changing her body color and blending in with her surroundings like a chameleon. Most likely, her half-naked clothing is some sort of increase in the effectiveness of her magic. Besides, only black-eyed mages were able to change the color of their clothes, and the girl suggested that he have some fun with his big sister. Abel assumed that there was someone else hiding behind the trees, and the girl was surprised. It became clear to her that Abel was able to find him, and her partner cursed, thinking he had lost his advantage. He never thought he would meet a young lad who would be able to sense his presence. It seemed to him that there was a real little monster standing right in front of him. The girl's partner was a green-eyed mage, and Abel bet he was using wind magic to increase his speed to follow him and hide his presence. These two seemed like pretty strong mages to him for this time. At the very least, they were undoubtedly the strongest mages he had met since his awakening. The girl couldn't say anything. After all, he was the one recognized by that very person, so they shouldn't have been surprised by his outstanding talent. Abel had already speculated who might have hired these two and later decided to check it out personally. Still, the hero decided to ask who sent them and what they would gain by watching him. The man apologized to the kid and said that despite their appearance, they are still professionals, and pros never reveal their client's name, even if it would cost them their life. This was excellent news for Abel, otherwise he would be bored if they broke down before he finished his warm-up. He smirked and uttered that he was sorry. He promised the two of them that they wouldn't leave here alive. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man tried to give him a speed kick, and Abel was only convinced of his pity. Ever since he had awakened, he had not had the opportunity to fight anyone. The man was at a loss as to how the boy was able to dodge his blow. The girl couldn't even believe that their target could have been such a cute boy, and admitted that she was aroused. Abel could not think that he would find two interesting toys for himself at once. He apologized in advance because he didn't think he would be able to hold back today, as this was his first serious fight in 200 years. There was no one in their world who would seriously pick a fight with a common beetle, nor would there be anyone who would discuss the stars with a monkey. That's why there was no living person who would want to talk to an ordinary boy about magic. Little Emerson was approached by his parents and assumed that he was sorting out relics again. He had told them earlier that he wanted to create a more powerful weapon. Emerson watched as one of the students bragged to his friends that he had bought a new relic. The guys were thrilled, and they thought it looked pretty darn cool. Emerson approached the guys and told the guy that he had a really nice heirloom, but apparently the magical structure and shape of the artifact were poorly matched. Emerson wanted to offer his help and improve the artifact, but the guy refused. The guys left, and Emerson apologized to them. Geniuses always did well. Emerson heard the guys discussing him, and they thought Emerson had gotten a little too cocky lately. They bet he was starting to look down on them. It seemed to Emerson that maybe people were right when they said that talented people were always lonely. When Emerson first entered the Magic Academy, he struggled to get accepted by the other students, but he soon realized something. He realized that he didn't have to humiliate himself in front of people who were stupider than him, and soon he started to get pissed off by everything. Inventing new things was pretty boring for the guy. A diamond will never show its brilliance unless it is properly polished. And to polish this diamond, they would need another diamond or even a harder material than it. Emerson asked them to wait, and someday he would make all those useless magicians regret it. He wanted to make this whole world revolve around him. But unfortunately he wasn't that powerful. And no matter how talented he was, it was completely impossible that one wizard could completely change this world. And that's when Emerson wondered what he should have done to change it. It didn't matter how talented or wise he was. Until a man meets his equal, it is still like he is an unpolished piece of rock. Certainly Emerson was no exception. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not find anyone who was his equal. Not in the Chronos Association nor in the Arsula Academy. Emerson just wanted to appreciate his abilities and get back to his business. And on that day, Emerson took a surprising turn. Suddenly there was a student who could perfectly solve the last theorem of Diporonius, and Emerson recognized his name. Emerson had no doubts about Abel. Not only was he able to solve the theorem, but he even made a detailed description of how to improve it, and he was definitely an unusual student. Emerson's hands were shaking, and he was frantic to find out who he was and hoped he would succeed. The scientist believed that this way he could reach even greater heights. Emerson assumed that the fight was going to end at any moment, and despite all his amazing strength, he was just a boy, and there was no way he could defeat the assassins he had sent after him. Emerson wondered how far the hero would be able to go against the professional assassins of the Storm Bard and the Enchanted Missy. He couldn't imagine what the outcome of the duel between the Wonder Boy and the two best mages in the world would be. Emerson laughed and just couldn't wait for the result. With these thoughts, he opened the doors of his office and stepped inside. But what he saw there shocked him. Right in front of him, as if nothing had happened, Abel was sitting at his desk. Taking a sip of tea, the hero apologized for the intrusion. Emerson did not understand how he was able to get in here, because this room was protected by a magical barrier. Abel pretended to be surprised that it was a magic barrier. Still, he thought it was better than putting a piece of paper between the door and the doorway. Emerson realized that few people would be able to get through that barrier, and he did it with such ease. But now was not the time to panic, and Emerson laughed heartily. He thought it was pathetic that this barrier was not enough to stop him, and decided to ask the hero why he had come. Abel proposed to get straight to the point. He glanced at Emerson obliquely and asked him to stop following him. The scientist pretended not to know what he was talking about, and the hero ordered him not to pretend, for his friends had already told him everything. Emerson couldn't believe that they were able to do it. After all, they are both professional assassins, and he would never have thought that they were capable of losing to anyone. Besides, the mercenaries told him who was behind it all, and Emerson assumed that Abel was using some kind of mind control magic. He decided to find out what would happen if he refused, and looked into the eyes of a disgruntled Abel. A terrifying aura began to emanate from the guy, and he coldly replied that he would kill him in that case. While Emerson was pierced by a shiver, the hero nonchalantly sipped from his mug. Emerson admitted that this time he had lost on this one, would honor his request. Abel got up and decided he had to go, and Emerson asked permission to ask him a question. He was curious about Abel's purpose and why he had come to this place, but he was surprised to hear Abel's answer. The boy just wanted to live as an ordinary student, and that was the end of it. Emerson laughed and decided that what the hero said wasn't true, because Abel-kun was very strong, and that's what every man dreamed of. Emerson was sure that if Abel wanted to, he could change this whole world with his strength. Abel calmly placed the mug on the table and said he wasn't interested. Leaving a startled Emerson behind him, he walked out of his office. Emerson was overwhelmed by his incredible lust for murder and seemed to be going insane. He had previously met many geniuses in many different cities, but this boy was very different from them. It seemed incredible to him that they were nothing compared to Abel. Emerson slammed the table, and he found it quite interesting. He came to his incredible decision and decided to someday surpass Abel. After a long walk, Elise decided to take a shower right away and had something on her mind. While she toweled her hair, she thought about the beautiful day she had spent with Abel. She thought that the hero was very cute at that moment. After getting out of the shower, Elise changed into her nightgown and lay down tiredly on the bed. She thought about how she was too stupid and didn't know how to ask him about it. Everyone could realize that he was an unusual guy, but Alyssa could not guess who he was, because he had incredible strength. And even after their meeting, the gulf between them did not diminish in the slightest. The girl tilted her head thoughtfully and looked at James' toy. She cradled the monster toy in her arms and thought about what Abel was doing now. But then Elise jumped up from the bed, not realizing what kind of feeling she was experiencing. Her face turned red, and Eliza herself didn't understand why she wanted to see Abel right now. The girl remembered that she hadn't yet had time to thank him for James. She immediately took out the Academy's rule book, and it said that one could not visit the rooms of the opposite sex. But Elise decided that in case of emergency, this rule could be avoided. Then everything was fine, and this was the case when she needed to go to him and thank him for everything. Eliza cautiously opened the door and made sure no one was here. In the 5th-year student dormitory, the boys lived on the 1st and 2nd floors and the girls lived on the 3rd and 4th floors. But the problem was that the teachers also lived on the 3rd floor, so taking the stairs was not a good idea. But the girl had no other choice, so she decided to take the risk. Eliza opened the window and plopped down on the nearest tree. She found it most embarrassing if anyone could see her now. After getting to the right floor, the girl decided that he must be here somewhere and noticed an ajar door with a light shining from it. Eliza was shocked to see Lilith in Abel's room and didn't understand what she was doing here. Meanwhile, Lilith asked the hero how his day off was. The guy hesitated and suggested that it was pretty good. Eliza remembered that it was midnight and didn't understand why a teacher would want to go to a student's room at such an hour. Lilith asked permission to stay and spend the night in his room, for it was very late now. But as Abel had told her earlier in the dormitory, they had to be careful how they behaved, and Elise completely lost her mind. Eliza couldn't understand their relationship and Lilith asked for permission to do something. The girl blushed at the sight of Lilith kissing Abel. Seeing them together, Alyssa was at a loss for words and tried to figure out if this was really the case. She would like to ask Lilith Sensei what it was after all, apparently not exactly kissing. Out of horror, Eliza fell backwards, after which she decided to run away from there. The next day she told Yukari about what she had seen and her friend understood. Eliza wanted to know her friend's opinion. Is it true that Abel and Lilith Sensei are dating? The girl could barely hold back her tears and Yukari asked her to calm down and decided that she shouldn't have worried about it. Eliza was shocked when she found out from Yukari that Abel and Lilith Sensei are brother and sister. She couldn't believe it, but Yukari assured her that it was true. It was a very popular story among the freshmen, a gorgeous teacher with a cute face, and a student with a brilliant future. Both of them were incredible, but Elise didn't know what to think about last night. After all, if they were really brother and sister, then why were they kissing? Yukari assumed that this was Lilith's way of expressing her love for her brother and wishing him a good night. Kissing was common in some sturdy families. Eliza reflected on the fact that it might indeed have been a common thing, and if that was true, then Abel was free to go. So Alyssa came to her senses and thought her problem was solved. She told Yukari that she was absolutely right and that they were just brother and sister for whom this was normal. After that, the girls heard their stomachs rumbling and Alyssa admitted that after they were able to solve the problem, she was hungry. Yukari suggested her friend to take her cake. She ordered 2 dishes and thought that Alyssa would like it. The girl's eyes lit up and Elise expressed all her love to Yukari. She thanked her friend and Yukari said that after all they had traveled a long way to get here. Eliza was still undecided whether she liked strawberry cake or not, but lately chocolate cake had become very popular. Watching how Alyssa masterfully changed the topic, Yukari smiled and thought that Alyssa could definitely do it. Now she had a motivation to love. The students had been watching first-year Abel run on the treadmill for a long time for an hour, and couldn't believe it. Even though it was a day off, there were hardly any people in the gym and the guys decided to go home. Abel heard behind him the enthusiastic shouts of Ted, who was happy to finally find his teacher. Ted had been looking for him for quite some time, and he had been in the gym the whole time. Ted didn't understand why he didn't call him with him, but Abel couldn't concentrate when he was around. Abel asked the guy what he needed him for and Ted remembered that he wanted to ask him something. Ted asked the teacher which research group he wanted to go to, because he himself wanted to go to the research group. Their academy had a system that allowed research groups to work independently after school. Even though they are called research groups, most of them are just having fun. But some groups with the greatest achievements could get an award. But the hero hadn't decided where he wanted to join yet, besides he wasn't really interested in it. The guy thought that the most efficient way to do magical research was to do it all by himself and asked Ted if that was all on it. Ted asked him not to say that, because this was a great opportunity to find something interesting. He nudged Abel forward and urged him to go with him, even though Abel didn't want to. The character suggested that it was true to the stereotype that most study groups were created for entertainment. It was hard to know if this was true or not without seeing things with his own eyes. In the end, the guy agreed to go and take a look at it, which Ted was insanely happy about. Once they got to the right place, Ted was thrilled at how much there was here. One of the girls was suggesting that the guys join a research group on dragon riding. One of the guys was suggesting that the freshmen join their hunting group. Others introduced themselves as a research group on recovery magic. As the girl greeted the new member of the dragon riding group, it seemed more like a festival to Abel. From behind the guys, someone called out and asked for a moment. Ted was shocked to see the magical armor in front of him and the guy laughed, apologizing for scaring him. He explained that he was wearing the armor that is used in matches. The guy introduced himself as Segal and wanted to know if they had any interest in fighting in armor. Segal was sure that Ted was a talented person and could be one of them. He explained to the heroes that this game was a ball game in which they wore magical armor. This game was quite difficult and required good physical fitness. It resembled hand-to-hand combat in some ways. Ted thought about the fact that he was really into sports and it sounded quite interesting. He asked permission to join him along with his teacher. Segal was shocked to see the guy with amber eyes, but Ted said that his teacher was very strong. Or rather, he was forced to join, but one of the group members couldn't allow it. Behind the sigil, the captain showed up and said that if they accepted the guy with inferior eyes, their reputation would fall below the plinth. Abel thought this was a great chance to get away and suggested that Ted follow him. Ted could understand that his words made him a little angry, but still he didn't want to leave. Abel admitted that he just wasn't interested in playing with the ball, and the captain asked the kid to stop. He became furious and asked the hero to repeat what he had just said. Abel said he was not interested in playing with the ball and the captain lost his temper. He told Abel that being discriminated against like that was the thing he hated the most. Hero didn't think they had a double standard here and quipped to the captain that he wanted to teach Abel a lesson. Abel easily took the ball away from him and the captain moved on to insults towards the hero. The hero looked at the captain and suggested that he should give the senpai back the ball. Abel threw the ball which flew at high speed into the captain's face. The captain seemed to faint, and if he wasn't capable of catching such a ball, then Abel didn't even know what he was practicing so much for. The rest of the group thought this was unbelievable, and they nicknamed Abel a monster. They decided they definitely needed this guy, and Ted moved to the sidelines. Regardless, the guys decided it was okay to take him too. The boys ended up having to dodge a whole group of pursuers. But eventually Ted caught up with them and started calling them to join different groups. He was offered to join the armor battle group, but the research hunt group didn't understand what they meant and said he would join them. Ted couldn't stop them and the hero thought to himself that his sacrifice would not be in vain. The boys noticed that Ted had a good body and they were right. His physical abilities were very good and even Abel could recognize that. And no matter what sports study group he joined in any of them, he could be at the top of his game. And for that reason they were tearing him apart from different groups and wanted him to join them specifically. Abel proceeded further where different groups were inviting students to join them. Abel had time to look around several times and not a single study group interested him. Abel thought that a research group founded for sports would be a good idea, but their limitations repulsed him. They had absolutely no concept of weekends, and the level of the magic research group was too low, plus they liked to rest. The only thing that surprised him was that the upperclassmen were also recruiting outside students. One of the guys suggested 2 part-time students to join their fire magic research group. Usually the research groups had a negative attitude toward foreign students, but that changed over the years. Suddenly behind him, Abel heard the loud exclamations of a man with glasses who suggested that war should be removed from this world. He was suggesting that everyone join a research group to eradicate magic and work together for world peace. The passersby didn't understand what eradication of magic they were talking about. Abel couldn't understand them because apparently they were people who had entered here to study magic. Abel heard a rather familiar voice asking for help to bring glory to their magic eradication group. It was a bass voice saying that it was time for revolution and asking to join them. Earlier, the hero had heard from Ted that he also goes to this school, and the bass thought magic was evil. Abel turned around and noticed a guy who decided to catch up with him. It was a Sigil who was talking to Ted. He wanted to apologize for their captain's behavior and hand Abel a sports drink if the hero was okay with it. The guy thanked him, saying that his eyes were fine and he was used to this attitude. By the way, the hero was curious about the strange people nearby, and Sigil said that they are guys from Ammo. Not long ago, they became popular in this academy and many annoyed. Ammo was their acronym for the largest antipathetic organization in this country. They believed that magic was dangerous and should have been banned. They said they were in favor of peace and against war, but they were just radicals. It had become a pretty serious social problem recently, but this was the first time the hero had heard of it. By the way, Sigil wanted to ask Abel which group he would like to join. He decided to make sure that he really wasn't interested in their group. Abel admitted that he hasn't decided yet, and he's more interested in magic research groups. But the groups he sees here don't suit him. Sigil thought of a research group that might be a good fit for him. He wasn't quite sure but thought there was one group. He asked Abel to follow him and assumed this group would be of interest to him. Before leaving, the hero cast one last glance at the mad base who was gathering like-minded people and followed Sigil. The guy stopped and said they were here. He pointed to the spot where the group he wanted was located. Sigil pointed to the mysterious girl who was dubbed the Ice Queen Noel. Paying no attention to anyone, Noel was reading a book and was another interesting name on Abel's list. It seemed to Sigil that Noel was a rather interesting person. Abel decided to find out who she was, and the guy said that this girl was called the Ice Queen. As it turned out, she entered their academy at the same time as Abel, and she was immediately put on the list for admission to the prep school. Everyone in that academy knew her name. And even though she possessed great strength, she was a loner and never talked to anyone, and no one even saw her smile. That's how she got the nickname of the Ice Queen. But if it was Abel Kun, Sigil was sure they would be friends with her. Abel assumed she was about the same level as Elise, though she might be a little stronger. Sigil decided to go and Abel thanked him for his help. He turned to the girl and decided to walk over to her. The guy got as close as possible to Noel, who didn't even give the appearance of seeing him. The hero noticed that she had blue eyes, and no doubt they had played a part in earning her the title of Ice Queen. Abel asked for a moment of his time. Abel waited for a response, but nothing happened, so he decided to try a second time. Apparently, Noel did not want to be distracted from the book and asked what he needed. The boy said that he was interested in a research group on ancient magic and had come here to learn a bit more about it. In response, the girl silently held out a certain item to him. It was a strange cube, and Noel suggested that he solve this puzzle first. The hero took the cube in his hands and immediately recognized the magical labyrinth. From the looks of it, it seemed rather fragile. The magic maze was designed to assess magical deciphering abilities. Abel noticed that it didn't look like a purchased one and assumed that the girl had made it herself. After a few seconds, the guy handed the cube back and Noel's eyes rounded. She assumed the hero had broken it, but Abel didn't think so, saying he had just solved it. The girl thought he was lying, because no matter how capable he was, it would have taken at least an hour to solve it. The hero felt embarrassed and thought about her making a complete fool of herself. Anyway, a promise is a promise, and he asked to tell him about his research group. Noel took one look at the guy and agreed. The girl with the umbrella got up from her seat and asked to follow her. They reached the stairs where the guy noticed a sign that prohibited entry of regular students. Abel wasn't sure if they were allowed to be here, but Noel remained silent. They reached a small gargoyle statue and the girl said they were in. Noel took a small stone and asked them to wait just a second. Abel noticed that she used the cornerstone to open a secret passage. They walked inside the study, which was full of books, and the girl welcomed him to her study group. The hero didn't see any other students here, and the girl said there just weren't any. He was the only person who had ever been in this research group other than her. It became clear to the guy that that magic maze was an entrance exam. After looking through the shelves, the hero noticed something interesting. He noticed a book that was about 50 years old, and he hadn't found anything like it in the bookstores in the entire city. The oldest book he found was only 100 years old. Abel decided to ask Noel if there were any books here older than 100 years. The girl replied that there were no more of them here because most of the ancient magical books had been burned in a great incident 100 years ago. But to Abel's surprise, this was the first time he had heard of it. As it turned out, about 200 years ago, 4 great sages were able to overthrow the Demon King and bring peace to their land. But problems arose after that. Many people coveted the Demon King's territory, and war broke out. It lasted over 100 years and many more people died in this war than in the lifetime of the Demon King, and Abel thought this was a real irony. Over time their bodies and minds were exhausted by this war until humans were born during this period. They created an anti-magic ideology and formed a group of Ammo, which the hero may have already seen. These people hated magic and tried to eradicate it from their world. They were the ones who started destroying magical books all over the world, and for this reason they have almost no ancient books left. Abel found this story rather strange, for if there had been such a large-scale incident, nobody had said anything about it. The girl agreed that anyone could have said anything. But many people in power adhered to their ideology, so it was considered taboo to talk about burning those books. Earlier, Abel thought that the reason for this decline of magic was the magical artifacts, but it seems that this was not the only reason. Even after many generations, valuable magic books are indispensable for the development of stronger magic. Because the Ammo started destroying magic books all over the world, the level of magic had dropped so much. And the goal of the Noel research group was that they were trying to learn as much as they could about ancient magic. The guy thought the idea was rather strange, and Noel was surprised that he didn't laugh. But the hero didn't understand why there was anything to laugh about, and Noel explained that other people always said that it was much more convenient to use magical artifacts. It became clear to the hero, for the reason that Noel specializes in researching ancient magic, people started to treat her with such coldness. Abel said he would not laugh and recognized her as an incredible person, and he was not interested in making fun of other people's hobbies. He himself disliked people who disparaged the efforts of others. Noel was touched by his words, and she asked him to tell her his name. The hero introduced himself, and Noel said his name aloud. She asked him to take the key, and if it was okay with him, she would like him to come here again tomorrow. Originally, Abel just wanted to see what her group was about, but there were a lot of rare books in here. He accepted her key and said he didn't mind. At this time, Elise felt something unpleasant, and for some reason she thought that a new love rival had just appeared. Ted leaned back against his desk, glad that it was finally over. Apparently, this class had been wearing him out. With a shiver in his hands, he waved to the hero and said that they would see each other tomorrow, but today he wanted to visit another research group. After he left, Abel remembered that he had promised to meet Noel after class today. Before he could think about it, he was called out from behind him. It was Elise asking for some time to herself. Abel thought something was wrong, but the girl just wanted to know something. She asked if the guy had joined a research group. The hero recalled that he hadn't officially joined the ancient magic research group yet, and said that he hadn't joined anything yet. In that case, Elise had a suggestion and wanted to visit her tomorrow after school. She suggested going to the dragon writing research group together tomorrow. The letter said that they were currently recruiting new members for the group and they could visit every day during the event period. For more information, one had to contact the members. Abel thought it had been quite some time since he had last flown a dragon. Abel agreed and didn't mind keeping her company, which Elise was very happy about. After saying goodbye to the hero, she once again reminded him of what he had promised and left. As usual, the hero found her very cheerful. As Abel was walking down the stairs, on his way to the research group, he met the scientist and asked what he was doing here. Emerson smiled and called it a real coincidence to meet him in a place like this. He pretended to be quite surprised by this. Abel suggested that he had stopped watching him and perhaps he was now watching Noel. The scholar asked not to be wary of him and said that he was only an advisor to a research group studying ancient magic, and that's the reason why he sometimes comes here. Emerson wondered what the protagonist was doing here, and Abel decided that there was nothing special worth mentioning. Abel was simply fulfilling a promise that Noel had made, and Emerson was surprised that she was able to interest him. Such an opportunity rarely came along, and Emerson decided to tell the hero a little bit about her. This girl was a special student who had received a personal recommendation from the principal. Her abilities were superior to most of the teachers here, and she had been excused from all classes because they did not meet her requirements. For this reason, she sits in this library where rare books are collected. By the way, Abel really hasn't seen her in any of her classes. Emerson also said that sometimes outstanding talent sometimes repels people and she probably needed a friend of equal ability. As if to hint, the scientist stared at the hero. Emerson knew that his abilities were far greater than Nail's, and he was interested in Abel's opinion. After all, the scholar had a special right to exempt students from classes. But to his surprise, Abel said he didn't need it. He reminded him that his goal was a peaceful school life and opened the secret door to Emerson. The scholar looked after him and smirked, thinking that he didn't seem to understand anything yet. The moment he spoke to Noel, his wish for a peaceful school life became just a dream. Abel walked into the library where Nail was already waiting for him. The girl accelerated her pace and approached Abel, saying that she had been waiting for him for a long time, and it seemed to the hero that she was now like a dog. She wanted to show him something, and said she had taken it from home. Noel handed the hero a book that was chained on all sides. This book was called the Akasha Chronicles. That's what her family members called this book. Abel had heard about this book. Over 100 years ago there were many battles over this book. It was said that if they could learn all the spells in this book, they could control the entire world. It would be an understatement to simply call this book a disaster, and the boy wondered why she had brought such a dangerous thing here. Noel had brought it for the reason that the hero was looking for books older than 200 years, but that wasn't what the guy had in mind at all. The hero assumed that the girl was a member of the royal family or of the higher nobility since she had such a valuable book. Noel looked at the hero and thought she had done something wrong. The hero replied that everything was fine and asked her to show him the book. Noel used magic to remove the chains and decided that if it was Abel-kun, she would make an exception and show her treasure. It was a cursed magical book that could distort history itself, and the hero wondered what was in it. He noticed that every magical formula in it was written down in extreme detail. Abel could not read everything, as the book was burned and in some places the text was damaged, but it was still noticeable that it was written at a high level. Abel realized that 200 years ago only he could write a book with such advanced magic formulas, and he was interested in it. On one of the pages he noticed a message to a dear comrade named Dayton, and assumed that Noel had inherited it from her ancestors. The girl agreed with them and told him that she had found it at her home in a warehouse, and apparently this book had been given to her ancestors by an incredible magician whom they admired. But Nail didn't quite understand how the hero knew about it. Abel recalled that it had actually happened at some point. After they had defeated the Twilight Demon King, their group had spent their last days fighting the remnants of his army. The girl greeted Abel and hoped that he had kept his promise. That day he promised Daytona that he would give her a book he had written, and the girl thanked him for the gift. Abel didn't understand at the time why she wanted it so badly, for it was a magical guide for black and gray eyes and was useless for blue eyes. But the girl was sure that the next generation would consider him the best magician. That was the whole reason, and she just wanted to leave a memory of the greatest magician of all time. But Abel saw through her and wanted to know the real reason, and the girl said it was all about money. Daytona was sure that the magic book he had written she could sell for good money. The guy noticed that she hadn't changed a bit, and although she was a mage now, she used to be a merchant. The book had magic formulas he had found while researching rebirth magic. And anyway, he would have told her more if she was so eager to read it herself. The girl really wanted him to sign it for her and was sure its value would increase afterward. Abel held out his hand and assumed that she was leaving him no choice. The girl did not understand what he had written her name for, and Abel laughed. He asked to keep this book safe and Daytona blushed. Abel was really surprised that she cared about his book and passed it on to her descendants. The hero also noticed that this book had been in the hands of many people, and in the end there were many conflicts over it. Guy knew that Daytona was a woman with a strong sense of responsibility, and it must have taken her a lot of effort to get it back. Noel thought something was wrong, but the hero replied that everything was fine. He just remembered something about the past. But now that he was looking at the book, it looked pretty awful, and it had been a long time since he had written it too and had gotten stronger. The girl looked at Abel and just couldn't believe it. At this point, the hero assumed that she realized who he really was. Noel was thrilled that he understood what it said. But after all, Abel was the one who wrote it, and there was nothing to be surprised about. A magical book from that era was quite difficult to decipher, and it was written using an ancient language, and with the current level of modern magic, people couldn't understand it. The hero explained that the current page was about the magic of reincarnation, and it was about the connection between the human body and soul. Noel thought this was simply unbelievable and asked Abel to tell her more about the book. She didn't understand what it said or what it was about. She also wondered what was written on the other pages. Abel apologized and said that some other time, because if he started explaining, they would be here until morning. Noel understood perfectly well and was upset. The hero asked her not to make such a face and promised that next time he would teach her how to read the book. The girl didn't believe him and the guy laughed and said that only after he finished reading his books. The girl cradled the book to her and was happy to hear his promise. Remembering Daytona, Abel thought that it seems that this time he had made a not-so-reasonable promise to one of her heirs, to become friends through a magic book. The next day, Eliza and Abel visited the Dragon Riding Club, which pissed them off right from the start with their incredible welcome. One of the guys read out a rap and thanked the guys for coming to see them. Looking at their flirty costumes and smelling the strong scent of perfume coming from these guys, the guy wasn't sure if they knew how to fly dragons. 200 years ago, caring for dragons was unimaginably difficult and dragons were quite agile and voracious. Also, they were quite intelligent and so could escape if precautions were not taken. Abel thought that none of them were capable of handling a dragon, and Elise apologized to him, for she did not know that this group would be so strange. One of the outsider girls decided to ask them a question, and the guy asked the pretty girl to speak. She asked what was the difference between their research group and the Dragon Riders research group. The guy smiled and remarked that it was a good question. Simply put, they just had different views on what they were doing and their main goal was to have as much fun as possible. Therefore, there was nothing complicated about their research group and everyone here could enjoy what they wanted to do and it didn't matter if they knew how to fly dragons or not. In that case, it became clear to Abel why there was such a condescending attitude here. Nevertheless, he was surprised at how they used dragons for entertainment purposes. And it was true that compared to past eras, this one was much more prosperous. Guy asked everyone to gather in groups of 2 with one of their elders and the girls immediately sorted themselves out. Abel had already surmised what the real purpose of this exploratory group was and said that just looking at them was giving him a headache. At this point, the leader of the group turned to Elise. He was insanely happy that she had come and offered to let her fly her dragon. Eliza tried to explain that she didn't come here alone and would like Abel to fly with them. But the guy apologized and said that was impossible. After all, his dragon could only hold up to 2 people, and her friend would have to fly on another dragon. The girl wanted to object, but the guy became stern and suggested that something was wrong. He reminded her that she had come here to enjoy flying the dragon and Abel noticed that she was trying to take care of him. The hero replied to Elise that she didn't need to worry about him and sent her off to have fun. Eliza looked at Abel with round surprised eyes and the hero did not understand her reaction at all. Apparently, something made her angry and she said she would follow the senpai. Abel didn't understand why she was angry. After all, he just wanted her to not worry about him and enjoy herself. The leader of the group put his hand on the girl's shoulder and assured her that everything was fine. He turned his head towards Abel and with a smirk on his face asked the guys to lend the guy a dragon. Meanwhile, the leader escorted Elise to his fellow dragon named Sviatoslav. It was quite impressive for Elise as it was the first time she had seen a dragon so close. For Abel, they also didn't seem so bad. He was afraid that the dragons would be in bad shape due to the abandonment of magic, but it seems he was wrong. The leader of the group wanted to know the guy's name, so the hero introduced himself. Elise's escort suggested that Abel pick any dragon he liked and it seemed pretty nonchalant. But the hero didn't want to be bothered even more, so he was fine with it and the guy offered Alyssa to come with him. Elise sadly looked after the hero as well and reluctantly agreed. One of the group members called out to Abel and he stopped. The kid was surprised to see him here and Abel apologized. He didn't remember them knowing each other. The kid introduced himself by the name of Pepe and he took care of the dragons here. The hero suggested that he probably had the potential to become a dragon master. He was so passionate about what he was doing that his clothes were all dirty and in holes. The place wasn't quite clean, but it was tidy and surprisingly cozy. It was obvious that he had really tried. He smiled, pleased to meet Abel. He remembered something and did not advise Abel to ride the dragon he wanted. Abel wanted to know the reason, but apparently it was a long explanation, and the easiest thing to do was to show him the reason. The hero looked with interest at the huge dragon that slept right in front of them. Such a big and strong dragon was very rare, and Abel noticed that he was a pretty good dragon. It seemed that such a dragon should have been given to the royal family, but as it turned out, he wasn't so special. He was over 100 years old, and he used to be a fast-riding dragon, but after he was brought here, he changed. According to the kid, he didn't listen to anyone, rampaging and wreaking havoc. All the students who tried to ride him got injured, but he treated the young dragons well, so the kid couldn't just get rid of him. If he did that, the other dragons would be worried. Dragons were much more fragile creatures than humans. They were very proud creatures and had no respect for those weaker than them. In other words, this dragon was still incredibly strong. Abel realized that it was just hiding its real power so that the humans wouldn't use it and ordered it to wake up. The dragon opened its eyes and the kid asked Abel to stop. The dragon defiantly threw Abel on ignore and he really hated humans to the core. The kid smiled and admitted that this dragon always acted like this. Abel realized that it was all because of the students who harassed him every day, but that didn't mean he had completely lost all trust in humans. Powerful dragons were very picky about who they could let fly on them, and Abel ordered them to obey his orders by using his magic on the dragon. At the same moment, the dragon charged and roared, and its fighting spirit was far greater than Abel had hoped, which was to be expected from a once famous dragon. The kid exclaimed that it was just unbelievable, and it was the first time he had ever seen a Leo in such a spirit. The mighty dragon allowed Abel to pet him. Leo approached him without the slightest hesitation, and the lad wondered who Abel was. The kid sat on the dragon and said that there was nothing special or impressive about him and he was just an ordinary apprentice. With those words, the dragon flew up and Abel flew away. Meanwhile, the dragon with Elise and the group leader was incredibly high. Eliza was impressed by the views and all the houses seemed rather small, but it would still be better for her if she flew with Abel, and that made her sad. The guy noticed that something was bothering the girl and Alyssa didn't know how best to answer. The guy smirked and suggested she take a short break and rest at a nearby rock. The girl sat down and sipped her drink. Her new acquaintance explained to her that this place was only accessible by dragon and offered to enjoy this fascinating view. He held out a basket to her and offered her some rolls. The girl barely reached for the basket as she felt a numbness in her body. She immediately dropped the bun from her hands and fell to the ground. The boy smiled and was sure that Alyssa was a wimp. After all, his drug had worked faster than he thought it would. Eliza was in shock and tried to use a fireball against the guy. But Senpai easily dispelled her magic and laughed out loud at the fact that Alyssa intended to hurt him with such a weak attack. In desperation, Elise attempted 2 more strikes, but the guy easily dodged the fireballs by taking a couple steps forward. The guy reminded her that the accuracy of magic without magic artifacts depends on her emotional state. The guy lashed out at the girl and said that the senpai had to punish the naughty kohai. Tears welled up in Eliza's eyes and she screamed, begging Abel for help. Eliza was powerless and desperately tried to call Abel for help. The leader assumed she was talking about the guy with the low eyes and said that the dragon he had allowed to be given to Abel was perfect for him. He was very proud, so he couldn't let anyone ride him. The boy suggested that the dragon could surely have already thrown Abel off by now, and he was already dead. Eliza couldn't believe what he said and said that wasn't true. Senpai asked her to forget about Abel and enjoy her time with him. He suggested that Alyssa should just relax, because if she did not, he would continue to mistreat her. Before he could finish speaking, a blow from a dragon's paw flew into his face. Abel apologized for being late and Elise was insanely happy to see him. The leader of the group flew off to the side with a shout. Abel made sure Elise was alright and the girl smiled. She was glad he had come for her, but she didn't understand how he was able to find them. Earlier, Abel had seen the fireballs and flew in their direction. Abel realized that she was drugged, but Elise replied that she was fine and asked him to keep his eyes on Senpai. The guy lying on the sidelines called the hero a goddamn inferior. He was furious and threatened to kill Abel, but Abel decided to say something to Senpai. The hero decided to make sure that they flew to such a deserted area so that he could attack the girl, and the guy ordered Abel to be quiet. He thought the hero was useless trash who couldn't even use magic. With these insults, Senpai took out an artifact in the form of a gun and used the wind blade against Abel. But nothing was easier for Abel than to dodge the magic of his disciple who was completely dependent on his artifact. Rapidly approaching the high school student, Abel knocked the gun out of his hands with his foot. The boy couldn't understand what had happened, and Abel said that many modern mages had one weakness. After they were stripped of their artifacts, they could no longer fight. But apparently the true purpose of the enemy was something else. Eliza was still unable to get up and called out to Abel. She asked him to turn around, for a huge dragon was flying at him. Senpai shouted to his dragon Saintislav to crush Abel and proceeded to insult the guy again. The hero simply used physical and finger-strengthening magic, after which poked his finger into the dragon's head and stopped it. The dragon stopped, and Abel expected that it was pretty strong. Senpai didn't understand why Sviatoslav stopped and ordered him to stop fooling around. The hero was sorry, but in this battle of brute force, he won. The dragon kept his eyes on Abel when his master called him. At the mere word of Abel's call, the dragon froze in place and was struck with fear. Abel ordered him to get this guy and get out of here, and if he did, Abel would keep him alive. Senpai looked at the dragon in horror and tried to figure out what was wrong with Sviatoslav. The dragon turned to his master, and you could tell from his muzzle that he was full of fear and fright. The dragon grabbed an uncomprehending senpai who was trying to explain where their enemy stood. But it was as if the dragon didn't hear him and carried the resisting guy away. It looked pretty funny from the outside, and Abel suggested that the guy enjoy his flight back. Once Alyssa and Abel took off, the girl was impressed that Leo was much faster than that guy's dragon. Abel suggested that she enjoy the flight, because it would be bad to come back with only bad memories of today. Another couple flew past them, and Abel heard them discussing the beautiful sunset. The dragon group member complimented the girl and said she was more beautiful than this sunset, but she didn't believe it and was embarrassed. Earlier, Elise and Abel also checked the other female students to see if they were in the exact same situation as Elise, but they were fine. It seems that this rascal was the only one who stupefied the girls. Meanwhile, Senpai didn't understand where Sviatoslav was pulling him and demanded to be let go. Eliza turned to Abel, and the lad turned his head. It seemed to her that it would be great if right now time stopped. Abel thought that if she asked him to, he still hadn't learned time-stopping magic. But he remained silent, and Elise blushed even more. Although it should have been theoretically possible in about 5 years. The girl snuggled up to the guy and hugged him from behind, saying that Abel was amazing today. Abel mentally thought that she shouldn't have said such words, which could easily make the guy misunderstand her. He had noticed this a long time ago, and Elise could mislead anyone. The hero turned to the girl and said that he would like to show her one research group. Meanwhile, Alyssa decided that he was too dumb. Eliza followed Abel, and the place seemed rather strange to her. She hadn't heard that their school had a place like this, and Abel had said they were at the place. The girl did not realize where they had come to, for there was nothing here but a statue. The hero pressed a button and the secret door opened. Eliza asked him not to tell her that this was the place he had told her about yesterday. Abel agreed with her and said that this was the lab of the Ancient Magic Research Club, and he was allowed to come here even though he just reads books here. And at the moment, there was only one person in this club. There was a stomping sound and someone was clearly running towards them. It was Noel, who was happy to see Abel and said she had been waiting for him. Suddenly they met eyes with Elise. It seemed to the lad that they knew each other, for their looks immediately changed. Eliza averted her gaze and admitted that she wouldn't call them good acquaintances. It's just that their parents have been friends since they were kids. They just had to be around each other for a long time. The hero just remembered that Alyssa's ancestor was a fire hero and Noel was a water hero. It was a rather unusual twist of fate, and no one would have thought that the descendants of Abel's comrades would go to the same school. Abel remembered something and wanted to ask Noel for a favor. Noel had already realized that Elise was looking for the right club to join, and Abel wished she would let her join her club. Abel confirmed this and wondered if Noel could let her do it. But the girl said that Abel could do whatever he wanted and she would just follow his decision. But still, she wanted to ask for something in return. Elise thought it was rather strange that Noel had such a strong attachment to Abel. Noel took the hero under her arm and would want him to pay attention to her first and foremost, and then to Elise and the others. Elise was shocked by her actions and Abel looked at Noel. He thought that even if she was worried because she would have less time to learn from him with Elise joining, she had plenty of tactile contact. The hero couldn't say he was impressed with the way these teenage girls physically clung to the boys. Eliza couldn't stand it and stood up from the table and yelled at Noel, not understanding what she was clinging to his arm for. But Noel told her to shut up. Noel clung even tighter to the guy and said it was nothing compared to how close they were already with Abel. The hero wished that Elise wasn't angry, although he couldn't say that he didn't understand her feelings. Noel had managed to decipher about 20% of the Akasha Chronicles, and if things continued to go so well, the time when she would be able to understand the essence of resurrection magic was not far off, and now was the crucial moment for her. Eliza grabbed the hero's other hand and said that she wouldn't relinquish it. She pressed her breasts against him as much as possible, and the hero decided that this was a real hemorrhage. Of course, it was good that they were both so passionate about gaining new knowledge, but apparently they were too touchy. Even though Abel could remain calm in a situation like this, doing something like this in front of a guy was too much. Noel demanded of Elise that she let go of his hand, but Elise didn't think anything of it. Suddenly, Abel used his magic, and used crystal magic to kill a spider that was right behind Alyssa's back. Eliza noticed the spider and said that this kind of species was quite rare. One wondered whose pet it was that had escaped from its master, and Abel had no doubts about his guess. This spider was the demon's familiar. When the supreme demon gave its blood to another creature, it became capable of controlling that creature. As the spider dissolved into thin air, Abel wondered why it had appeared in a place like this. Eliza screamed at Noel and asked how much longer she would cling to Abel. Meanwhile, Ted wearily weaved along the road, which was to be expected. Going to several sports clubs every day was indeed tiring as hell. But with so many people asking for him, it was hard for the guy to refuse them, and he didn't know which club to join. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him and turned around. To his surprise, standing right in front of him was his brother, who said hello to Ted. Ted didn't realize what he was doing here, since he should be on sick leave right now. But that didn't matter to the guy, so he asked Ted where his brother had decided to join. But Ted admitted that he hadn't decided yet. The lad laughed and said that was just fine. In that case, he would like to suggest that Ted join a club to eradicate magic. Ted wasn't quite sure what that meant and asked his brother about it. Bass snapped and asked to listen to him carefully while clutching at Ted with his hands. Bass shouted that they were a club for the eradication of magic, an extra-legal organization protecting world peace, and each of their group members were willing to give their lives for it if necessary. They wanted to eradicate evil magic from their world and restore order to it. Ted was sorry, but his teacher had trained him in magic, so he couldn't join his club. Bass' face changed dramatically when he heard about his teacher. He became furious, realizing that Ted was talking about that peasant named Abel. Bass pushed Ted away and called him foolish because he had a high opinion of inferior eyes. Bass demanded to be told where Abel was now located. But Ted did not know this, for Abel had lately been disappearing somewhere after school. But what was more important to him was that his brother didn't look well, and it would be better if he went to the hospital. Bass became furious at being pitied and ordered Ted to shut up. Ted was shocked when he noticed his brother's transformation. Huge spider legs began to appear behind Bass. The older brother laughed and decided to show Ted how he was reborn thanks to one man who gave him the power. In class, the teacher explained that there was an extra synthex in the magic formula. They would add it here and replace that part and bring the formula back to its original state. This technique was supposed to increase the efficiency. While the teacher was explaining this, Abel thought that this class was boring as it always was. The boy turned around and wondered that he hadn't seen Ted since this morning. Ted had never been sick once in the last 2 years, and he had excellent stamina. Abel didn't raise why the lad was skipping classes without saying a word. Abel raised his hand and apologized. The teacher looked at Abel unhappily and assumed that he wanted to disrupt his lesson again. Mentally, the boy wished the teacher would stop talking about these useless accusations and said he didn't feel well and asked him to leave the lesson. The teacher, of course, did not allow him to leave his class in the middle of the lesson, and if he really wasn't feeling well, he had to provide a doctor's note first. The boy did not understand this attitude towards him. The hero bet that it was all because he just didn't like him. The teacher asked him to sit down and decided to continue his lesson. The hero decided that he had no choice left, and if he didn't let him leave, in that case he would make him. The teacher abruptly felt a wild urge to kill and a shiver ran through him. He was staggered sideways and could not realize what was happening to him, and Abel decided that all had gone well. Humans and many other creatures in nature, when they were afraid of something, could just freeze with fear, and it was instinct. It was because when faced with a predator, they had a better chance of survival if they just froze in place. The guy decided that should be enough and asked Sensei what happened to him since he didn't look good. The teacher leaned on the table and thought that he didn't feel well. He had a headache and his hands and feet were shaking wildly. The teacher announced to the students that because he was not feeling well, the lesson would now end and ran out of the classroom. At the last he shouted that they had to study on their own for the remaining time. The students were shocked that he did not allow the student to go during the lesson and left on his own. Abel only gave him a slight scare and the teacher only needed to lie down and he would immediately feel better. The hero proceeded to the exit, and the girl sitting nearby inquired about his well-being, offering to nurse him. The hero thought it was a waste to do so, as he attracted too much attention that way. Eliza was concerned about Abel's well-being, but the hero said he just needed some rest. Abel thought of Ted, who would owe him for this. The hero got to Ted's room and knocked on the door, but no one opened it for him. The guy decided to go inside, but the door was unlocked and the hero blamed it on Ted's carelessness. Earlier, Ted said he had visited several clubs and the hero thought he would be sound asleep in his bed now, but he wasn't in the room. Yesterday morning, Ted told the teacher he was going to the soccer club and at the same time the hunting club. It turned out that yesterday he never went back to his room after dropping off his school things. The hero conceded that he might have gotten into trouble with some club, and if it was Ted, it was quite possible. He had previously had a run-in with one of the club members, and Abel sighed heavily. But there was nothing to do and Abel decided to try something, even though he wasn't very good at it. He used search magic with Ted items and assumed he was in a tree. As it turned out, Ted was indeed hanging from the tree and was desperately trying to get out of the spider thread. but the hero noticed that it was an unusual spider thread and was reinforced with magic. He didn't think that anyone in this world was capable of such a thing, because only high-level demons or monsters were able to create such a powerful thread. The guy used the wind blade and cut the threads. After falling to the ground, Ted immediately picked himself up and ran up to his teacher. He wanted to thank him for saving him, but Abel stopped him with his hand and asked him to tell him what had happened. Abel was surprised by Ted's account, who told him that his brother had been possessed by a monster. The hero had never heard of people who were possessed by monsters even in his time, but Ted would definitely not lie to him. The hero knew him better than anyone else, and Ted lowered his head, saying he had seen it. He had seen the huge spider's legs come out of his brother's back. Abel remembered the same spider from the library, and Ted asked to go with him. But Abel would have preferred that Ted go to the infirmary, for he looked rather shabby. Abel wanted to be examined just in case, for he had been hanging from that tree without food or water since last night. He promised to do something about the base, and the Ted was visibly upset. Ted clenched his fists and asked the teacher to help his brother. Meanwhile, Noel was thoughtfully reading a book and smiling. She had counted on Abel coming today, and barely had she thought about it when the door opened. The girl jumped up from her seat and, thinking it was Abel, ran towards him, but immediately stopped. Noel was too surprised to see the base in front of her. The guy smirked and assumed she was the Ice Queen. Noel didn't realize who he was and decided to find out how he knew about this place. Base pushed the girl away with his elbow and said it didn't matter and he just wanted to come to this room. Base started looking around the bookshelves and dumping books. He laughed like a madman and said that it was exactly as the man had said. The place was full of freaking magical books and they were everywhere. Noel didn't understand what was going on and tried to ask Bass who he was. The guy called the girl a traitor and ordered her to shut up, because all those books were tools of war. For the sake of world peace, he was going to destroy them all. Bass used his magic and ordered the books to be torn to pieces. The girl was shocked but couldn't let him continue to destroy the precious books and applied a blizzard to his magic. Noel didn't realize where the base disappeared to, but it ended up on the ceiling. The mad base turned into a huge spider and he wondered if the Ice Queen would be stained with blood. The base changed its shape and Noel was in mortal danger. A huge spider lunged at the girl and in desperation Noel covered her face with her hands. But to her surprise, as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw in front of her a huge spider that was lying on the floor. Behind her, a dark silhouette appeared at the entrance to the office, which apparently made it in time. It was Abel, who had managed to thwart the base at the last moment. The girl ran up to the hero, and the guy thought it was a rather strange situation. The spider that was lying on the ground laughed. He screamed like a madman and was insanely happy to meet Abel. The hero realized that the base had received blood from the demon and had become his follower. He told the base that apparently he had become more unwell since their last meeting, and the spider ordered him to shut up. Base began to lose his temper again and developed tremendous speed, circling over a terrified Noel and a cold-blooded Abel. He wondered what Abel thought of his speed and bet he wasn't even capable of seeing him with his useless eyes. Abel was in agreement that he was pretty fast, and it was no surprise that Noel was incapable of seeing him. Bass shouted to Abel that if only he didn't exist, his life would be much happier. Somewhere, Abel had heard these words before, and had been told this before. Perhaps he was right, and Abel thought that Bass's life would have been much happier if he had not met him. Then his father made him answer for his actions and apologize. But if Bass can't change his way of thinking, sooner or later it will lead him to his death. Even if he didn't meet the hero, the Bass decided to approach the guy from the back and yelled that he would rip his head off. But the hero used enhancement magic and increased his speed, thus cleverly dodging the monster's attack. In response, he used ice needles, which threw the spider aside. Apparently, the Bass was badly hurt and cursed Abel for everything. Earlier, Abel had increased the power of the magic and now the Bass could not dodge the ice needles. With the same magic, Abel created an ice sword in his hands. The girl didn't understand what he was doing and Abel said that the only way to stop him after he became a follower of the demon was to take his life. And if he stabs him with that sharp sword now, he won't feel any pain. No sooner had Abel gotten to the point than Noel stopped him. She hugged him from behind and begged him not to do it. Abel asked to let him go, but Noel did not want him to kill. After all, if he killed him now, he would become a murderer. Abel remembered something from his past. Earlier, he was asked why Sensei did this. He was told that sacrifices had to be made to develop magic, and the man was sure that Abel could understand what he was feeling. Abel pulled out of her embrace and left the crying girl behind. He told the Bass that he would take his soul. Bass screamed at Abel, insulting and cursing him in every possible way. The hero did not doubt his decision, and sharply pierced the spider's body with the point of his sword. The monster's body transformed back into a human, and Abel had something to ask the girl. He asked her not to make that face and used healing magic on the base. The deep wound on base chest began to heal, and Noel couldn't understand what the hero was doing. After Boss's wounds were healed, Abel used resurrection magic. The girl was shocked to see this magic. The hero explained that if he healed his body before his soul left him and used resurrection magic, he could still be saved. It was this resurrection magic that Abel had created 200 years ago. The girl could not believe it and became convinced that his heart was really beating. Abel did not want to show this magic to Noel, but he had no other choice. He knew the girl probably had a lot of things to ask him and offered to talk about it another time. He wanted to take the base to the infirmary and report everything to the teacher. Noel of course agreed and escorted the hero with a look. Apparently Abel's peaceful days were coming to an end. By the end of the day, after the fight with the base, Abel had told Lilith everything. Now the girl at least had a small idea of what had happened. It was most likely the work of the Nabal of Moonlight. Nabal was a demon who headed the world's largest anti-magic organization, AMO. Earlier, Lilith had told the hero that she didn't have much data about their organization, but she even knew the name of their boss. Lilith surprised Abel with her information network, and the girl asked to praise her even more. But it was unclear to Abel why the demon was involved in the AMO organization, and it was simple for Lilith. The anti-magic philosophy was very useful for some demons. Ever since the Twilight Demon Lord was defeated, most demons had split into two groups. The first group sought to coexist with humans and were moderates, and the second group despised humans and they wanted to rule the whole world, and were called reformers. Nabal was the most loyal subordinate of the Demon Lord, and Lilith thought that he was gathering people to overthrow the current regime. Lilith wanted to say something to Abel, but the hero already knew everything. She wanted to say that not all demons were bad, and Abel asked not to worry about that. He wouldn't hold a grudge against the demons because of this incident, and Lilith was glad to hear that. By the way, Lilith wondered what they would do about the base. Her face darkened dramatically and she asked Abel how they would deal with him. But the hero had already solved this problem, and in exchange for saving his life he became a test subject for his new memory-altering magic. Abel hadn't fully mastered this magic yet, and he was only able to alter his memories for the past 10 days. The hero didn't know how he had contacted the demons, but they probably wouldn't attack him now. Besides, if the demons knew he was alive, they would make contact with him sooner or later. Abel thought there was still some use for the base and asked Lilith not to touch him. He noticed the strange expression on the girl's face and asked what was wrong. Lilith noticed that the guy really couldn't be honest with himself, but the hero didn't understand what she meant by that. Lilith looked at his lap and got up from her chair. Sitting down on Abel's lap, the girl confessed that she loved this side of him, and it was the one that made her fall in love with him again. With these words, Lilith kissed Abel on the lips, and the hero as usual could not understand the course of her thoughts. The next day Ted wished his teacher a good morning. It seemed to Abel that Ted was a pretty energetic guy and mutually wished him good morning. Ted wanted to thank him again for saving his brother. The hero inquired about the base well-being, and Ted relayed the doctor's words, who said he would be fine. It was just that his body needed a good rest, so he would be resting for a while. And besides, he didn't seem to remember turning into a monster. Abel didn't say anything to Ted, but he thought that the memory change was successful. Earlier, he told the teacher about what happened yesterday, and she asked him to leave everything to her. She promised that he would be treated like a person who was controlled by a demon and asked him not to worry about being expelled from school. This was a real relief for Ted, and he was happy about this decision. In any case, there were many suspicious rumors about the club that the base was a member of, and the hero asked Ted to be careful. But Abel suggested that all should be well for the time being. Ted wondered what his teacher had been doing after school lately. The secret study door opened and Abel made his way into the library where he met Noel. The boy noticed that there were far fewer valuable magical books after that incident, and Noel remained silent. This time she didn't immediately ask him to read her a book, and it was like she was focused on reading. The girl looked at the hero with an oblique glance. She took the very book in her hand and she wanted to ask Abel something. The hero assumed she had noticed it, and the girl said that the magic he had used yesterday was talked about on one of the pages, and it was resurrection magic. But this book was very badly damaged by the fire, and because of that much could not be read, so it was unclear to Noel where he could learn it. Abel decided to ask her if she would believe that he was the one who had written the book. Noel stared at the guy in surprise, not sure what he was talking about. At some point there was a pause and the girl thought seriously about it. Without a moment's hesitation, Abel, as if nothing had happened, sat down at the table across from her. He asked to forget about what happened yesterday because it was a mere coincidence, and he was just kidding. But the girl was quite surprised at such a coincidence. Abel realized that no one would probably believe him if he told her that he was a magician who reincarnated 200 years later. The hero told her that she could only extract the material largely from the context of the preceding and following paragraphs. Even though she is a descendant of one of his old comrades, this secret might have been too much of a burden for her for a while, yet Abel decided to keep it to himself. He shouldn't have caused unnecessary trouble. After all, he was already able to get used to this world, and it was a fairly peaceful time. Finally, the lessons were over and Ted suggested that the teacher go to the canteen. Abel remembered that today was the most important day for the freshmen. Because of the large number of students in the cafeteria, there were certain priority days for each class. Ted suggested that they should hurry in order to find free seats. Once the heroes reached the dining hall, Ted was surprised at how many people were here. All these students were apparently just obsessed with food and were angrily standing in their line. Ted was madly eager to try the new steak and hamburger demi-glace. He waved at the teacher and said he wouldn't see him again soon. While lining up, the hero decided he would probably just take the noodles since there was a smaller line. At some point he was noticed by Alyssa. It was quite unusual for her to see him here, but Abel just thought that having a hot meal once in a while wouldn't hurt the body. Eliza thought that was right, because after all, he had always eaten on bread alone, and she always wondered how he managed not to starve to death. The hero was the type of person who preferred to eat little in order to have more free time. His thinking was a bit similar to Eliza's and she could understand it. She asked the guy what he was going to take. For example, she was going to get a limited portion from the hidden menu, thick slices of bacon and spinach pasta. The hero thought she would definitely get heartburn after that and asked about the hidden menu. Eliza replied that they had a hidden menu that had dishes that were not shown on the regular menu. The girl showed her card and said that she had a VIP membership at this dining room. The hero had heard of it, and to get it, one had to pass a strict test, which was to be expected from Elise. When it came to food, she was second to none. Abel was served a dish called one kitsune udon. It looked pretty good from the looks of it. The hero wanted to try this dish because it was the first time he heard the name. He only knew that the udon dish was a noodle dish that originated in the East. He looked at the strange ingredient that didn't look like fox meat. Meanwhile, Alyssa took an extra portion for herself and noticed that it was much more crowded than usual. Abel noticed a vacant table nearby and decided to go to it. Everyone around him was surprised for some reason and Elise told Abel that he couldn't sit there. No sooner had Abel heard the reason than suddenly a huge ambo came up behind him and asked Abel what he was doing here. 3 senior students stood in front of him and their leader said that the table was reserved for the ruler of this school. The table belonged to Sabana Red Star Sama, and the guys didn't understand how Abel could try to sit at that table. The hero replied that there was no such thing as table reservation in the canteens, then pissed off the senior student. But a voice behind him told him to stop being angry. From the looks of it, it was a rather well-groomed and handsome guy who was sure that Abel didn't intentionally want to take his seat. Eliza suggested that Abel just leave, because this guy was the Duke's only son and it was best not to mess with him. And now that he found that out, the students wanted him out of their way sooner rather than later. Abel refused. He was sorry, but apparently the disciples would have to find another place, for his udon was already getting cold. The guy laughed and said that he had heard rumors about Abel before. He called the hero a commoner who really didn't know how to communicate politely. In that case, the Duke ordered the boys to deal with him. Abel didn't understand how they could use artifacts in a place like this and used wind magic on the opponent's legs. The hero used magic to untie their shoelaces and advised them to at least check their shoes before picking a fight with someone in the beginning. The Duke couldn't believe that it was just a coincidence and that everyone's shoelaces were untied at once. Elise came up behind him and told him that it wasn't. Also, Abel didn't spill a drop of udon kitsune. By this she meant to say that Abel was moving pretty darn fast, which was to be expected from Alyssa. She was able to see his movements. The Duke was absolutely furious that an ordinary commoner dared to challenge him. This time he decided to run away and asked the hero to remember it better, because he would definitely humiliate him in the final exam. For some reason, it seemed to the hero that something like this had happened before, and one of the gang of high school students sneezed loudly. One of his comrades suggested that he might have caught a cold. Still, it wasn't quite clear to Abel what he meant by humiliating him in the exam. Meanwhile, Ted was surprised at how much food Elise had gotten and the girl blushed. While the boys ate lunch in the dining hall, there was complete silence in the teacher's office. Theodora's teacher finally finished her work and thought they could do it next year. She informed the principal and said that she had sorted out the exam questions for all but one subject. The principal thanked Theodora and remarked that she was working as usual very quickly. All that is left is the test of magical engineering, and with these words Theodora looked towards the scholar. The principal asked her not to worry about Emerson, for he said that he would finish everything by evening. The girl knew that this man, though a little aloof, but he was the smartest man in this country, and she did not know that he was capable of making such a face. The teacher asked the principal what problem he was trying to solve, but the principal didn't know it himself. Thinking of Abel, the principal decided that he had a worthy opponent, but Theodora didn't know who he was talking about. At one point Emerson laughed and thought that he would be able to fight Abel very soon. Hearing his strange laughter, Theodora was not sure she would be alright. It was raining heavily outside, and Abel looked out the window. It had been raining very often lately, and it reminded him of the day he had fought the Twilight Demon Lord. It had rained heavily that day too. From these past 200 years, a lot of things have changed. With these thoughts, the guy walked to the gargoyle statue and opened the secret door. Noel ran up to him, who was apparently already waiting for him, and wanted to ask his opinion on her new form. Abel thought it looked good on her and complimented her on it. The girl was pleased and thanked him for the compliment. She really wanted to show him this uniform, and so she changed her clothes ahead of time. From the looks of it, she did remind him of a puppy, but his attention shifted to Elise. The girl had her head down in her books, and by all appearances, she was in trouble. At some point, she couldn't stand it and asked why they had to learn so much to pass the exam. Sitting next to her was Ted, who thought he was already blind. He saw a light on that mountain where there were lots of bears and chocolate. He was obviously talking complete nonsense, and Abel made no comment. Apparently, they were both having a hard time, and the boy took a seat across from Elise. The girl looked questioningly at the guy, who also had to study for the exam. Abel didn't understand why he had to study something before the exam, and Alyssa was surprised. But Noel was in agreement with Abel. After all, there were people who did self-development every day, so they didn't need to study for exams. After these words, Alyssa was completely disappointed. Ted suggested that Eliza should just give up, because these two were incapable of understanding how ordinary people felt. Eliza couldn't believe that she was now just like Ted, and the guy grinned. Noel said that his brother was able to find this place because they were too careless and lacked training. Eliza hung her head, and Ted introduced himself to Noel once more. But the hero decided to talk about something other than Eliza right now, and assumed that Ted would do well in this exam. But apparently that was not the case, and the lad turned his back on his teacher. He reminded him that 10% of the students would be expelled every time they failed an exam. But Abel didn't see that as a problem. Ted disagreed and thought the system was just awful. 10% of the students would be expelled every year, which meant that by the time they graduated, only half would be left. But Abel thought he was wrong, and Alyssa told Ted that he was counting badly. About 60 students would be able to get a college education, and Ted didn't understand how that worked. The boy wasn't sure he could graduate and asked his teacher for help, but Abel advised him to do everything on his own. Eliza was worried about Ted, who just picked up and went home. Earlier, the hero had turned him down because of the fact that if he continued to rely on him, he would not be able to continue to progress. But if the situation deteriorates even a little, Abel will have to help him. It was raining quite hard today, and Abel suggested that they hurry or it might intensify. From the look on Abel's face, Elise noticed that something was wrong, and the hero told her that his umbrella was missing. They're all pretty similar, so someone could have taken it by mistake. The girl blushed and looked away. She offered to let Abel take her umbrella and held it out to the boy. She immediately asked to be understood correctly, for she didn't mean anything by it. Eliza opened the umbrella and said that it was quite big. Besides, he had saved her once and she wanted to thank him that way. But Abel asked her not to worry about it and used his magic. As it turned out, he knew how to use Rainmaker magic, and Elise felt embarrassed. Even though she had such a big umbrella, it was still small for two people. And besides, Abel felt that she didn't owe him anything. Eliza immediately wilted and thought that she had done something unnecessary again. Of course, it would be much more comfortable to go under the umbrella alone, and at some point someone called out to Abel. In front of him stood a gang of high school students who were holding his umbrella in their hands. Eliza immediately realized it was Abel's umbrella, but it was a pretty dumb joke for the character. One of the disciples threw the umbrella on the ground and said that such an umbrella is perfect for inferior eyes. With these words, the disciples broke his umbrella with their feet and said that it was his own fault for going against Sabene-sama himself. Eliza thought they simply could not be forgiven, but Abel asked her to stop. The girl wanted to object, but Abel explained to her that if she continued to make them angry, she could be the target next time. He asked her not to worry about it and decided to deal with them. It was amusing to the students that he was building a tough knight and suggested that he approach them for a little game. Though they said so, they didn't attack, and it was strange for Abel. The hero used his analytical eyes and saw a strange object in the pocket of a high school student. It was an artifact that was capable of storing an image in itself. They most likely wanted to capture the moment he would use magic and thus break the school rules. The hero thought about the fact that it was very stupid. The guy used Judgment Rain magic, which waterfalled right onto the surprised high school students. As they were washed away, it seemed incredible to Elise that he knew how to control the rain. She didn't know that such magic existed, and the boy thought he had been careless. He had a chance to get his umbrella back, but he washed it away with the boys. The girl handed him her umbrella and asked him to accept it as a thank you for saving her. She went ahead and asked him not to worry about her as she would reach home quickly. Eliza said goodbye to the guy, but he had no other choice and sighed heavily. He promptly caught up with her, putting his hand on her shoulder. He said that he changed his mind, and at that moment Eliza's heart beat hard. He accepted her umbrella and Alyssa agreed with him. Magic was indeed very useful, but still he thought that not everything was possible to solve with it. Besides, the hero wanted to say something, but he asked Alyssa not to take it into his head. He just hated walking under an umbrella like that, and Alyssa didn't understand what he meant. Abel felt a little strange holding this umbrella, because its design had not changed much in the last 200 years, but he couldn't tell Elise that. For some reason Elise was in a pretty good mood in this bad weather. Abel asked her if she was going to study for the exam, and the girl was very scared, not realizing that he was behind her back. She said that she had already learned everything and now she wanted to test herself and solve a couple of questions. The exam was only 3 days away and Abel was happy to hear that. The hero realized that Elise was very capable, just like Noel, and she should have no problem with this exam. More importantly, Ted was just sleeping on his textbooks, but as it turned out, he was in total sadness. Eliza noticed that he was still studying the very first part, and Noel couldn't believe that he was still at the very beginning of the theory of magic. Abel decided to make sure and picked up his notebook. It looked pretty bad and his answers were full of mistakes. Eliza offered to help Abel a little bit, because if he continued like this, he wouldn't be able to pass the exam. The hero sighed heavily, for he wanted Ted to do everything himself, but it looks like he won't be able to handle it. If he couldn't pass the exam, he would be kicked out of school, but Abel couldn't help him forever. He borrowed Ted's textbook and picked up a pencil. Eliza didn't understand what he was doing, and the hero explained that he was writing down the questions that would be on the exam. The girl was surprised that he knew them, but during the lesson, the teacher talked about what would be on the exam, and in addition, he even wrote out the questions on the board. He said that it would be on the exam, after which he quickly erased it all. Of course, this is just a small prediction, and it won't be 100% accurate, but at least with this Ted can avoid a bad grade. After writing the questions, the hero threw Ted's notebook back, but he didn't even move. He had no reaction and apparently lost interest. Eliza even doubted whether he was alive. Abel thought that now he probably needed motivation to study, and Alyssa asked for permission to ask him an off-topic question. She decided to inquire about Abel's plans for summer vacation, and the hero replied that he planned to go to his old home and return to his father Ted's land. The girl picked up a magazine and suggested that they all go to the beach together. It was a bit unexpected and probably everyone already had plans for this vacation. But Noel decided to say something to Elise. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she thought about the girl being a genius. Though she hated to admit it, it was a brilliant idea. Elise had been told earlier that they could take a magical train and in just a few hours they could see a beautiful beach. Noel decided that they should hurry up and book a place, and they needed to think about where they would stay. Eliza was for the delicious food and Noel was for the beautiful scenery. Elise thought this summer promised to be fun, and it was a real rarity to see these two getting along so well. The hero decided to inquire about the cost, but that was no problem for Noel. After all, if they went there under the pretense that it was a training camp, the school would give them some funds. Abel didn't know it was possible to do that, and Elise was sure it would be fine. They would say they would go there to study ancient magic. It was also questionable if they could let them go alone, and they would need a teacher to accompany them. Everyone wondered who that would be, and Noel looked at Ted. Ted abruptly jumped up from his seat and shouted at the top of his voice. He said that now he wanted to go to the sea and he was motivated. Apparently, the most effective way to motivate Ted is to throw a piece of bread in front of him, and Ted asked the sea to wait for him. 3 days later came the first semester exam. The teacher asked the students to be quiet and was about to distribute the answer slips to them. And when the slips were handed to them, they were to turn it with the text down. The teacher threatened that as soon as he saw any suspicious movements, they would get out of the classroom at that moment. The teacher took a stopwatch and announced the beginning of the exam. After examining the form, Abel realized that the exam was much easier than he thought, and he could solve it in just 5 minutes. But if he got perfect scores in every exam, it would cause unnecessary attention. The hero decided that this time he would do about 80% correct answers. When the time was up, the teacher announced the start of the magic engineering exam. Magical engineering was the last exam, and it was even easier than the others. But it didn't seem that way to Ted, and he was ready to die on the spot. It seemed to Abel that the entrance exam was much harder than all of this. You had to prove that magic was incapable of creating a human soul using the last theorem of the diprotonic, and they just slightly changed the questions from the textbook. Abel couldn't believe that they didn't have enough time to come up with something new. All of Abel's time was spent coming up with this question number 10. You had to write the best path for the next magic formula and you could get 30 points for the correct answer. Abel assumed that Emerson had probably come up with this question and did not know what he should do. The most appropriate thing to do would have been to not tackle this task and avoid unnecessary attention. But this task was no doubt made for him. It probably took Emerson over a month to come up with it. The guy thought it wouldn't be a big deal if he solved this task, and in the end, he would just make sure he only had 80 points. This time he was willing to lose to Emerson. The day of the announcement of the test results came, and Ted was surprised at how many people were here. Apparently, the results were posted on the bulletin board, and the hero thought it was the right thing to do, not to get perfect scores on all the assignments. Ted thanked the teacher for his help and was happy that he had passed. He scored over 35 points in all subjects, which meant he didn't have to go to extra assignments. Abel was shocked that such a result satisfied him. Meanwhile, Ted was excited that he would be able to play a lot this summer. Abel was thinking that he would need to praise him properly for handling it himself when he suddenly heard his name behind him. He had been called out by an insolent duke who was about to humiliate him in an exam and asked Abel how he had slept last night. It was the same aristocrat who started the fight in the dining room. Abel admitted that the guy had made his eyes swollen and asked what was wrong. The duke smiled and remarked that he didn't know how to communicate politely as usual. The guy explained to Abel that every year there were 5 top students in this academy, and based on his research that he had done for the past 10 years, there had never yet been an ordinary commoner in the top 5 in this academy. In other words, this guy was sure that there was no way Abel would get there and decided to find out where he ranked. Of course, it was true that the disciples who had been preparing since childhood were capable of occupying the leaderboard, while ordinary commoners could hardly do such a thing. But the Duke's jaw dropped when he saw Abel in first place with a huge lead of several 100,000 points. He was followed by Noel, then Alyssa followed by Yukari, and Sabine took 5th place. The girls were happy that they were able to get into the rankings, and Alyssa told Yukari that it was amazing. The Duke's son immediately slandered the hero and said he was cheating, because those were just ridiculous numbers. But Abel himself didn't understand why that was the case. The boy looked at Sensei and asked why they let such an injustice happen. But teacher Theodora didn't understand what he was talking about, because the results had been rigorously checked, and all the scores were honestly posted. The boy tried to say that the hero had inferior eyes, but the color of their eyes had no effect on the results of the exam. Theodora's teacher told him that if he continued with such nonsense, he would be punished accordingly. The Duke had no choice but to run away in tears. It wasn't so bad for Abel that he defeated him without drawing too much unnecessary attention to himself. He himself didn't realize how he was able to get such a score. Sensei handed the hero an envelope and told him it was from Emerson. The boy thanked the teacher Theodora and the latter blushed. The girl tried to pull herself together and said that all those who had already looked at their results were to go to their classrooms immediately. The boy opened the envelope and decided to look at its contents. In it, Emerson turned to Abel-kun and said that he had lost this time and it was his total defeat. He could not believe that the Sagittarius maze question, which he had spent a whole month to create, he had been able to solve in less than an hour, and to praise him 100 points would be too little. Therefore, he used his authority as a teacher and gave him 500,000 points. He decided to look forward to their next fight. The hero didn't realize what this nonsense was. Besides, this praise was not pleasant. Ted jumped around Abel and told the teacher that he had passed and passed everything. Thus, the exam ended without incident, and all members of the Ancient Magic Research Group were able to go on vacation. After a long time, the base finally showed up, which took 52nd place out of 186 people. The guy sighed heavily and decided that it was not bad after all. He knew that bad grades would only hinder his performance in ammo, and he needed to study hard. Someone behind him called out to him and the guy turned around. It was a man named Nabel who was curious about his well-being. Bass did not understand what he was doing in a place like this, and Nabel replied that he had come here because he had stopped sending his reports. Earlier he had given the guy a secret assignment to burn the collection of books in the library, and for whatever reason he still hadn't reported anything. Bass interjected about the secret assignment and had no idea what he was talking about. But the man laughed and said there was no point in lying to him and he could read the guy like an open book. Nabel touched the bass forehead and said he knew everything he was thinking. But no sooner had he touched him than he immediately took his hand away. His look changed, and the man could not understand what had happened. Apparently the bass was able to overcome the curse of his blood, and the guy asked the Nabel what was wrong. Nabel thought that there was no way in which the demon blood curse could be broken, and the bass had to follow his orders until he died. He put his hands on the lad's shoulders and asked what happened to the power he had given him. Nabel wondered where his demonic power had gone, but the bass had no idea what he was talking about. It seemed to him that this was not the first time he had come to see him in person. Nabel saw that the guy wasn't pretending. He really didn't remember anything. But the man couldn't understand how that was possible. He could understand if only his memories were gone, but his power was also gone. Bass didn't know what to reply to Nabel, and the man realized that there was something about this school, and it was something they didn't know about. Nabel felt that it had to be taken care of as soon as possible. Abel sighed heavily and put his briefcase on the table. It seemed to him that this academy had quite a long vacation. They had dormitories and a pretty tight class schedule, and such long vacations were sort of their way of saying rest while you can. They had over 60 days of vacation, and the guy didn't know what to do all those days. Suddenly someone knocked and Abel stared at the door. Lilith had warned Abel that she was coming in, and Abel wondered what she was doing here. The girl had come to break the news about the demon that had made contact with the base. It all became clear to Abel, and he was glad that they had finally caught it by the tail. Everything went exactly as the hero had predicted, and after following him, Lilith found their hideout. The girl held out the report to the lad and asked what else she could help with. But the hero said he didn't need anything, and he was going to go alone this time. If he went up against the leaders of the Demon King's army, there was no way he would lose to them. Lilith asked him to be careful, and the guy wanted to ask her for a favor. The hero burned the report and Lilith asked what he wanted to ask. To her surprise, the guy would like her to accompany them to the training camp. He had told her earlier that he was now associated with a research group on ancient magic, and it just so happened that they decided to go on vacation under the guise of a training camp, and for that they needed an accompanying teacher. Lilith didn't mind, but apparently the research group already had a counselor teacher. But as far as that was concerned, the Emerson Club counselor was constantly busy with his own business, so he couldn't go with them. And frankly, Abel didn't really want him to go with them. According to Emerson, he would have liked to go with them, but he was busy with his research for the government. There was no way he could ignore them since he was being paid for his research. But Abel was almost certain that he would spend too much time creating an exam question. And since Lilith was not an advisor to any of the clubs, the hero would have wanted her to accompany them. This was quite surprising to her, and the guy asked what was the matter. The girl smiled and said it was nothing. She just never would have thought he would ask her for a favor for someone else, and that surprised her a little. She told Abel that he had changed. The character didn't understand why she was talking about such obvious things, since they all changed over time. It has been over 200 years since he was reborn, and it is natural that he has changed at least a little. But Abel thought there was a hint in her words, and he assumed that she did not like the way he was changing. But here he was quite wrong. The girl crouched as close to Abel as possible and confessed that she loved him as he was now. Abel smelled the sweet scent of perfume from her, and he wondered when Lilith started using it. The girl unbuttoned her blouse and hinted that she wanted to stay with Abel tonight. She straddled his face and kissed the guy passionately before plopping him on the bed. Abel was a little surprised at how bold Lilith was as a woman. The smell of passion hung in the room that night, and so passed the first night of summer vacation. And it was quite an exciting first day. Eliza found herself in a night town called Parakinos, and was wondering what she thought she was going to do on her summer vacation. While the girl was standing at the fountain, someone called out to her. She was approached by two guys who wanted to ask her to hang out with them and wanted to make sure she was free. The girl glared angrily at the guys and then used fire magic. Upon seeing the ball of flames, the two guys immediately rushed away, begging for her forgiveness. Eliza really hated guys like that, and two girls passing by started discussing her. They thought she was amazing for being able to chase these guys away without the artifact. Yukari greeted her friend and apologized for keeping her waiting. Eliza was surprised to see her outfit and asked her friend what kind of clothes she was wearing. Yukari suggested that it seemed rather strange to her. It was just that her mom had instructed her to wear Japanese clothes when she left the house. By Japanese clothes, she meant clothes in an Eastern country. Alyssa had heard earlier that Yukari's parents were from an Eastern country, but she had no idea that her family had a rule to wear Japanese clothes. It looked like she had a rather strict family, and Yukari was curious about how she looked. She assumed that this outfit didn't look good on her, but Alyssa smiled and replied that it looked good on her and it looked great on her. Yukari was so happy that she decided to hug Elise. She also complimented her and said that Alyssa looked really cute in her dress. Eliza felt uncomfortable and asked her not to cling to her, especially now it was quite hot. Anyway, they had to go. The friends went into a rather large summer clothing store and were surprised at the fine selection of swimsuits. There were more of them here than in the capital. There were some swimsuits here that Elise liked, so she decided to try them on. She asked Yukari's opinion and the girl agreed with her. Elise tried on one of them, and she found it too plain. This was her chance to get Abel's attention, and Elise wanted to try something more daring. But for all that, she wouldn't want him to think the wrong way about her. She decided to get Yukari's opinion and left the fitting room. Yukari was delighted and told her friend that she looked really cute. She immediately took out her camera and took pictures of Elise in different swimsuits. Yukari exclaimed that Elise was the best and that her breasts were truly divine. Elise felt embarrassed, thinking that Yukari might have been the kind of girl she was. But for some reason it seemed to Elise that there was something missing in those swimsuits. But Yukari didn't understand her and thought that Elise looked pretty cute in any of them. The girl asked Yukari directly if Abel would like such a swimsuit. But Yukari thought another swimsuit would suit her if she wanted to get Abel's attention. She suggested that Elise choose something more revealing that was on the mannequins, especially if they were talking about Abel. It seemed to Yukari that if Elise wasn't wearing such a revealing swimsuit, he wouldn't even consider her as the opposite sex. Eliza didn't even believe it, but there was nothing to be done about it, because after all, Abel was pretty passive. In that case, Elise pulled herself together and decided to try her best. Yukari gave her a fighting spirit and suggested that her friend pick out a fighting swimsuit for her. Eliza tried on one of the rather revealing swimsuits and asked her friend's opinion. She thought it was too revealing, but Yukari exclaimed that she looked gorgeous in it and that her gorgeous body and the swimsuit was just a weapon of mass destruction. Eliza hoped it was a compliment. In that case, Eliza decided to stop there and asked her to wait for Yukari while she quickly changed and bought it. While Elise was changing, she wondered if Abel would be happy to see her in that swimsuit. She had little faith that he would, but Elise hoped that she would be able to get his attention for a little while. She apologized to the Yukari for waiting, but the girl smiled and said it was fine. Eliza also wanted to look at the Yukari's swimsuit, but apparently the Yukari wasn't going to buy it. Yukari smiled and apologized, saying that she wasn't allowed to wear such indecent clothes and in that case her mom would scold her for it. And all this she said after asking Elise to try them on. Yukari offered to have some tea, and Elise thought that was a pretty good idea. Besides, she was hungry during that time. At the cafe they were greeted and the girls took one of the tables. After eating to her heart's content, Elise stroked her stomach and said it was quite tasty. Yukari was concerned about Eliza's well-being because she was going to wear that swimsuit in front of Abel. But the girl was sure that everything would be fine and promised to go on a diet. Yukari smiled and wished her luck. After thanking her for the food, the girls left the cafe and noticed that it was already dark. The city at night was alive with people having fun. Everyone was drinking and making noise, and the girls were in revealing outfits. This is what one would expect from a night city. Eliza suggested that Yukari return to the capital, and the girl was fine with that. Yukari accidentally bumped into a man and Alyssa asked if she was alright. The man pronounced that the girls were quite nice. The mysterious man with glasses offered them a job where they could earn a lot of money and hoped they would be interested. He had no doubt that cuties like them could definitely attract customers. Eliza grabbed Yukari's hand and pulled her along, telling her that they weren't interested and were in a hurry. The man was about to stop Alyssa and said they weren't done with their conversation yet, and Alyssa batted his hand away. The man got angry and admitted that it hurt. He felt like she broke his bone, and that was bad. Eliza was furious and thought he was joking. The man's guard wanted to make sure his boss was okay and looked at his arm. The guys pulled out knives and threatened Elise. They hoped she didn't mean to make them angry. The men offered them a choice. Either they would quietly take them with them or they would make them. They were curious about their decision and it seemed to Elise that tonight their baptism would take place in the night town. Eliza shushed the worried Yokari, and the men said that if they decided to come with them, they would not harm them. The inhabitants of the night city bared their fangs in all their glory and waited for their answer. The girl asked the Yokari to hold her purchase. She immediately thought of Abel, and surely if she were in a similar situation, he would keep calm and deal with the problem. She remembered her negative experience and realized that she needed to stay calm. It was very important for a magician to remain calm, and the better he controlled his emotions, the more he controlled his magic. Eliza applied the flame blade and was confident that everything would be fine. She practiced hard since then and knocked over the tank that was behind the guard. She ordered them to get out and threatened that the next fireball would fly at him. The guard laughed, noting that she had a rather nasty temper and he couldn't hold back any longer. The man with glasses offered to grab her, but since it came to that, Elise decided to hit them as hard as she could. But she noticed something strange in the sky. Something huge that looked like a comet flew past them and crashed into the nearest building, causing a huge explosion. The men were scared out of their wits, and Elise shielded herself from the shockwave. No one realized what the explosion was, and people thought it was an accident. It was unclear why a building that no one else was using exploded. The men blamed Elise for it and apologized to her. They called her a real monster and then ran away. Yukari assumed it was Elise's magic, but the girl said it wasn't. An hour before this incident, a mysterious short masked figure appeared in the dark alleys of the city. It was Abel, who thought of the one who had turned base into a half-demon and ordered him to attack the library. It was the Nabal of Moonlight. It was said that his hideout was somewhere here on the outskirts of Parakinos. The guy approached the tall skyscraper and easily picked the magic lock. It seemed to him that the magical labyrinth of Noel was even more difficult. The elevator doors opened and the guards were quite surprised to see an unfamiliar figure here. They were about to shoot the hero, but in an instant they lost their heads. Earlier, Lilith had asked the guy to show no compassion to the demons in the Parakinos. They took advantage of people's desires and ruined countless innocent lives already. The money they were illegally obtaining in this city was being used for ammo activities. The guards on the other floors tried their best to stop the intruder, but the hero was so fast that the monsters did not notice their heads being cut off. One of the demons decided to surrender and begged not to kill him, and began to cover himself with his family. It was hard to believe that the demon was asking the human kid to spare him. The demon was screaming that he had a daughter and she would be 2 years old this year, and he couldn't afford to die in a place like this. Abel only became convinced that demons in their day were truly spineless. As the demon pleaded with Abel, a smirk suddenly appeared on his face. A scorpion's tail formed behind him, which swept toward Abel. The demon was absolutely certain that it would hit the hero from the back and ordered him to die. But Abel called it utter foolishness and grabbed its tail. The monster was shocked that Abel was able to stop his tail with just his hand. He had earlier begged for his life just to gain sympathy from his enemy, and the guy listened to his words and let his guard down. The hero called him a scoundrel and promised that here and now he would die. The monster paled and the hero realized what Lilith had told him earlier. It had bothered him earlier, but now he understood her words. She was telling him that he had changed, and she was most likely referring to his naivety. Perhaps he was too used to this peaceful time, and it wasn't like him to listen to the pleas of his enemy. The hero rode up the escalator and one of the monsters noticed that there was an uninvited guest. From now on, Abel decided to try to be a little more serious. As the hero cut off the heads of his enemies, he thought back to his days 200 years ago. He ate sewage rats to quench his thirst and did anything to make money. And to gain his freedom, he even killed the man he loved. In a few moments, Abel had dealt with all the demons and decided that Nabal had to be here. With these thoughts, he opened another magical lock. When the guy made his way to his office, he noticed that the window was open, and apparently the Nabal had jumped out through it. But it was too late for that, and the hero noticed the spider thread. If possible, Abel wanted to minimize collateral damage and only attack it when it moved to an empty building. The hero used body enhancement magic, vision enhancement, night vision, and heat perception. Now was the perfect time for it. As soon as Abel noticed the moving Nabal, he used a Gungnir attack that flew towards the enemy. The shot hit the target and the Nabal screamed, but he managed to cover his body with spider thread and made a kind of armor out of it to avoid fatal wounds. Another demon came to his aid, and Abel hoped that this would be a lesson to him and that he would behave himself for a while. But the boy realized that with the regenerative ability of demons he would quickly recover from such wounds. Abel exhaled and took off his mask, reflecting alone under the full moon. The hero realized that he had changed a bit and he really had become too naive. It was time to leave for summer training camp, and it was the first time Ted was going to the sea. The hero noticed that the place smelled of smoke and oil, all because there was a train station nearby. Ted was delighted and suggested that Abel look at this magical train. The boy exclaimed that it looked amazing and he was lucky to be able to ride along with them. It was really amazing how he managed not to fail the exam. Ted suggested that the guys had a good time and someone asked him to stop. It was Lilith who reminded them that the purpose of their trip was not fun and they were on their way to study. Therefore, they should not get carried away. But apparently her revealing dress said quite the opposite. At this point, the other girls came up to them and apologized for keeping Abel waiting. Eliza remarked that the train looked pretty amazing up close, and Noel agreed with her. Thus everyone finally got together. The hero couldn't think that people were now capable of traveling great distances just by using this large piece of metal. In his time they traveled in wagons, using horses, and what it could fit in it was only 4 or 5 people. That was a pretty impressive advancement in technology for him. Ted asked them to take a look and told them that the train was about to depart. The guy said it was incredible, and he wondered how it worked. Abel had previously read about it in a book and had figured out how the train worked. On the diagram, he showed the guys where the magic stones are located and the water is heated, and then that water turns into steam. Ted's eyes lit up and he wondered how they used magic in the last car to give the train acceleration. Abel thought that there was no point in trying to explain anything to him, since he wouldn't understand anything anyway. It didn't seem to matter to Lilith what era they lived in, because people always had such amazing ideas. Abel thought she was right, and it was likely that their inventions had a strong influence on this world. Ted walked into the wagon and leaned on his teacher. As soon as the boys were in the wagon, Ted immediately started eating the food, saying that it was real yummy. The girls were delighted at how fast this train was moving. While Abel was reading a book, Lilith called out to him. She handed him a sack and offered to take some cookies. Tasting them, it seemed to the boy that she had baked them herself. She had probably made them specially for this day, and she must have gone through a lot of difficulties before she could bake them. The girl was curious to hear his opinion, and she also made herbal tea for him and used a magic thermos that can keep the temperature cold even on a long journey. Abel had no idea that humans had created something like this and decided to drink some. Eliza looked at them with a suspicious look and she thought it was rather strange, for they didn't look like brother and sister. It was only natural for Abel that they suspected something. It is not clear in what world a brother and sister would address each other using the suffix sama. The boy asked Lilith to stop acting like that, otherwise it made them suspicious. Lilith smiled slyly, which puzzled Abel even more. She hugged Abel, who continued reading the book and remained completely calm. The girls were shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Lilith smirked and said that she and Abel were real brother and sister herself, for they were related by blood. She asked for Abel's opinion and the boy pulled the girl away from him, saying that was correct. Apparently it was pointless for her to talk about it and he asked her to take her seat. Eliza turned to Ted, who had been friends with Abel since they were children, and asked if he knew anything about it. She wanted to know specifically about Abel and Lilith Sensei, whether they were really siblings. Ted remembered the days when Base went crazy because Lilith had traded him for a guy with inferior eyes. At the time, Base didn't understand why she had that attitude toward her own brother. Ted was sure that they were really brother and sister because he had been in constant contact with them since they were kids. If he said so, then they should have believed it. But it seemed that something was clearly wrong. Hearing this out of the corner of his ear, Abel thought he was saved by Ted's naivete. By the way, Ted wanted to know if Lilith Sensei had any cookies for him, and the girl replied that she didn't. As soon as they passed through the tunnel, all the boys immediately rushed to look out the window, crushing Abel in the process. The girls were thrilled to see the sea in front of them. They thought it was quite beautiful, and this sea was quite different from the one in the royal capital. They had the feeling that there were precious stones floating in this sea, and it was just an amazing view. Meanwhile, the hero was trying to tell them that they were heavy. Lilith grinned coquettishly and the guy sighed heavily, staring out the window. They hadn't gotten here yet, but they were already acting like this. He dreaded to think what would happen once they were on the ground. Noel said they were in position, and Elise was pleased to decide to look around St. Ree Island. Though the hero had never heard the name before, but for some reason he was familiar with the place, not to mention the location of this island. It was said that this island was once visited by the Great Four, and according to Noel, it was the perfect place for the training camp of their research club. It became clear to the hero what this was all about, and he remembered the words of his longtime friend who had prepared a villa for him. His comrade recalled the island where long ago they defeated the Kraken, and now no monsters wanted to approach this island. Then the fellow thought it would be the perfect place for Abel to spend the rest of his life there. It was a true irony, and no one would have thought that after all these years Abel would end up on the island that the swarm had once long ago prepared for him. This island has changed a lot since then and used to be just rocks with trees. Ted asked the teacher to look at how many different stores were here selling delicious food. They even had hero ramen and hero soba. Because Abel herself and a group of heroes visited this island, it began to be called the Island of Heroes and became a tourist spot. The only thing they destroyed here was some squid, and the hero assumed that no one knew what had happened here in the past. Lilith smiled and suggested that the guys go to the hotel they had booked. The hero also noticed a strange huge statue with people and asked about it. Lilith replied that it was a landmark of the island of St. Ree. They were statues of heroes, and to the right of them was the fire hero Mary, next comes the water hero Daytona, then the wind hero Swarm and the hero Kane. It was expected for the hero that his statue wasn't here since they decided to hide his existence. But on the other hand, it was good that he wasn't there. Ted looked at the statue of the hero of Mary's fire, and he thought it looked a lot like Elise. Earlier, Alyssa thought she had already told everyone that she was a descendant of fire hero Maria. But apparently this was unexpected news to Ted. And the other statue was molded by Noel, and the girl replied that she was a descendant of the water hero Daytona. In that case, Ted decided to ask the teacher. For some reason he figured he also had a hidden lineage, but Abel didn't think so. Ted was very upset by this, and Abel realized that he also wanted to feel special. Abel thought about the fact that he had been taught magic by the lost fifth hero, so he could consider himself special. True, Ted didn't know that. Ted thought that of course, if he was a descendant of the great hero, his true power would have been awakened long ago. But the hero was sure that if he told Ted everything, it would cause even more trouble, so perhaps Abel decided to keep quiet. Lilith waved a flag at them and suggested they go to the hotel. Ted found it insanely hard to climb the endless stairs and stopped for a break. At this time a black raven was watching them carefully from the high branches. The bird flew upward and no one knew where this suspicious raven was headed. Nabal clutched his head, thinking about the fact that he was still sick early on. He was literally bursting with anger at being pissed off at one person. This man had made a fool of him, and he would never forgive him for that. But the masked man skillfully manipulated water, fire, and wind magic, and for all that, he didn't even use any artifact, and Nabal didn't realize who he was. The black raven flew into the window of the room and turned into a dark girl. The girl said that she received a message from their people at the academy. Nabal assumed it was from those useless people, and he didn't think any of them were capable of outsmarting him. With these thoughts, Nabal inserted the thumb drive into his laptop and saw an image of Emerson. The girl replied that they had gathered information about the teacher they had asked for and also about a student who had become quite popular recently. Seeing the image of the boy, Nabal was shocked. He could not believe that the boy had amber eyes. And now he and a couple other students and their teacher are here, and they have some sort of research group training camp here. This was the first time Nabal had heard of such a thing. Nobile was shocked when the girl said that this research group was studying ancient magic, and it was in the Academy's secret library. Earlier, Nabal gave his blood to Basu and ordered him to burn all the books in this secret library, but after that he lost his memory and the power he gave him. Nabal had no doubt that there was some connection with the boy with amber eyes who visited the secret library all the time. Nabal was glad he had finally found him. Meanwhile, Abel and Ted climbed to the top. Ted was barely out of breath and was glad that they had finally reached the inn. Elise thought the building was quite interesting and it was like houses from the East Country. Noel also thought the structure was beautiful and Abel thought it wasn't bad. They were greeted by a woman in a kimono and thanked for choosing to stay at their inn with hot springs Ammon Hakodate. Lilith bowed and asked to take care of them, and the girl offered to carry them and their luggage to their rooms. Eliza suggested that the boys hurry up and unpack their luggage and go to the beach, but Abel did not want that and wished to stay in his room and rest. Lilith smiled at the hero and put a lot of pressure on him to go with them. The hero was well aware that if he didn't go along with them, Lilith could easily do something wrong and he had to agree. The woman escorted Ted and Abel to their private room. Lilith had previously ordered 2 rooms, one for guys and one for girls, and apparently she still had a shred of conscience left. The woman bowed and asked to enjoy all the facilities. Abel laid out his things and suggested that Ted go to the beach, but apparently he had something going on. The boy hung his head and didn't know how to tell his teacher about it. The hero asked not to tell Ted that he got a bad grade and got caught up. The reality turned out to be much worse than Ted had imagined. So now with tears in his eyes he said he would study here. He asked the teacher to enjoy the beach without him and not pay any attention to him. Abel decided to do just that. He had to respect the decision of Ted, who wanted to do everything himself without relying on him, and it seemed to the hero that he had grown up. Abel put on the bathing shorts that Lilith had bought for him and sat down to read a book under an umbrella. But he didn't see the point of them and could just use magic to reduce water resistance and dry his clothes after bathing. Abel thought that Lilith didn't have to buy those shorts for him. Just then he was called out by someone's female voice. It was Noel, who had decided to buy a new swimsuit for this trip. She was interested in the guy's opinion and Abel said it looked good on her. Another girl ran up to them and apologized to Abel for keeping them waiting. It was Elise, who had also bought a new swimsuit especially for such an occasion. She was anxious to know Abel's opinions. Mentally, the guy thought that she should wear something more appropriate for her age, although it was none of his business. But he told Elise that the swimsuit looked good on her and she hoped it was a compliment. At that moment Lilith came up to them and apologized for keeping them waiting. The girls were in complete shock at the sight of her, but Abel was somehow not surprised. Her hair was gathered in a beautiful bundle with a flower-shaped barrette, and her leotard on strings barely concealed all her charms. The girl greeted Abel and wanted his opinion about her swimsuit. The hero was glad there was no one here but them, for otherwise her parents would have claimed her. Eliza didn't know how to say it, but decided to remind Lilith that it was wrong to wear such a swimsuit in front of a guy, and Noel was in complete agreement with her. But Lilith chuckled and saw no problem with it. She hugged Abel and said that they were brother and sister after all. The boy pulled the mischievous girl aside and reminded her that they were now teacher and student, so there was no need to violate public morals. The girls puffed up their cheeks and thought about the fact that it looked kind of wrong. They grabbed the guy's hands on both sides and Alyssa offered to bathe him. The hero asked not to push them, but Noel wanted him to move faster. Abel asked Lilith if she would go with them, but Lilith laid down on the chaise lounge and preferred to stay here, and if anything happened, they could just call her. The hero was surprised at how quickly she decided to dump the babysitting role on him. Barely entering the water, Noel was surprised to find that the water was much warmer than she thought it would be. Abel explained that this was because the temperature of the seawater changed more slowly than the temperature on land. The change in temperature told her that summer had begun. Apparently, Noel was at the beach for the first time and crouched down on her knees and picked up sand. But Alyssa seemed to be used to it by now and waded into the water. The girls carefully entered the water and wished that Abel would join them, for it was nice and cool here. Noel splashed Elise and Elise decided to return the favor. The guy decided that since he was wearing shorts, he might as well go for a swim. He thought he could enjoy the beach for a while since the girls were having so much fun. While everyone was enjoying the beach, Nail noticed that there was something under the water. She decided to dive in and see what was there, but Alyssa didn't realize what she was doing. After a couple minutes, Noel showed herself above the water and said she had caught it. Eliza was frightened by the strange thing in Noel's hands and asked what the hell it was. Noel decided to ask Abel what the creature was and the guy said it was a red sea cucumber. They came in different colors and fed on seaweed. Although they didn't look very pretty, but many people considered them to be high-quality ingredients. Noel squeezed the cucumber and threw it into Elise's hands, but the girl wasn't ready for it. Elise experienced a real nightmare as the sea cucumber slipped past her breasts and spat back into the water. The girl wrapped her arms around herself and said that it was quite slippery and it felt quite strange to the touch. Noel's eyes lit up, walking over to Abel and asking her to tell her more about sea creatures. The boy realized that when she was that interested in something, she wouldn't just let it go. He had been told a lot about sea creatures by a Noel ancestor back in the day, so he thought it was worth it to teach her a bit. He agreed and asked the girl to wait here. After going down to the depths, the guy noticed that it was really quite deep here, and it became clear to him why there were no tourists swimming here. When someone wanted to catch fish underwater, there was no need to go deep. The hero knew to look for fish near the reefs. They often used them as hiding places. The guy spotted one of them and used an ice needle. Abel rose to the surface with a fish in his hands, and for a Noel, that was pretty amazing. The girl did not know this kind of fish, and the hero explained to them that this one was a striped oplognath. The adult fish had stripes on their body. Also, people often called them black mouths. This fish often swam near the shore, and it was quite valuable. Eliza had no idea that such a big fish swam close to shore, and Noel thought it was great. Noel wanted the boy to teach them how to fish, and Alyssa also wanted to catch something. It was quite a hassle for the hero, but it could still be a good opportunity. Although they had a talent for magic, but they lacked practice. Hunting prey underwater would be a good practice for them. After 30 minutes, Noel was able to catch one of the fish. She wanted to know from Abel what the fish was called, and the guy said that it was called a sponge and it was inedible. Besides, no one would buy such a fish at the market, so she had to try to catch another one next time. Eliza decided to get back at the girl for the sea cucumber and laughed, saying that it was the perfect fish for Noel. Noel asked her to shut her mouth since she hadn't caught anything at all. Eliza justified herself by saying that it was very difficult to create an ice needle with her eyes. The guy looked at the smooth water and apparently there were quite a few fish swimming nearby. It was a good opportunity to set an example for the girls, and the guy dived under the water. He used icebox magic and sealed a whole school of fish in it at once. When the hero raised the ice cube above the water, he decided to use black eye magic to reduce the weight and shrink this cube. As a result, the huge cube turned into a small cube that could be held in the palm of his hand. The girls couldn't believe their eyes, and Noel held the cube in her hands, saying that Abel was incredible. The boy said that if they studied and practiced diligently, they could do something like this themselves. But Alyssa was sure that wasn't true. In her opinion, only Abel was capable of such a thing. By evening, the heroes were served a sumptuous delicacy in the room. Noel said it was quite exquisite, and Elise wished everyone a pleasant appetite. They were lucky to have a cook here who prepared the fish they had caught. They practiced using magic and decided to give all the fish they caught to the inn, so it was a win-win. Ted gorged on it and exclaimed that it was just great. Ted studied pretty hard, but being alone in a room wasn't as bad as he thought. The boy suggested that he should hang in there, for he should take advantage of this setback and prepare himself properly so that he could pass the exam as well as possible next time. At this time, the girls were thinking about what they would do tomorrow, and Nail suggested that they play on the beach. But Elise wanted to go sightseeing on this island tomorrow. After all, they have a training camp here, so they had to see all the sights here because they were related to the Great Four. Abel calmly chewed his food and suggested to Ted to not pay any attention to them. The hero noticed that something was wrong with Lilith, but the girl replied that everything was fine and Abel understood her. Lilith smiled and said that the food was very good. Abel thought so and thought that Lilith had noticed something strange too. This was a real hemorrhage for Abel, and he knew it was going to be quite a hassle. Ted suggested that the teacher go to the hot springs and sit in the open air, but Abel suggested he go alone. The boy didn't understand why Abel didn't want to go along with him, but the hero had his own things to do. In that case, Ted would like to play old maid with him and took cards with him specially for the sake of it. The hero refused, and then Ted offered him a game of pebbles, but was again refused. Ted collapsed on his pillows, not understanding what Abel wanted to do, for he just wanted to do what ordinary people do on vacation. Then the perfect idea popped into his head, and Ted suggested having pillow fights. Abel agreed, as long as it wasn't too long, and Ted warned that he was attacking. The pillow flew past Abel without hitting him in the slightest. Ted picked up the next pillow and waited for the teacher to attack him back. He threw the second pillow at Abel, and the hero decided to do something about it. The hero used magic enhancement, attack reflection, and item increase. Under this magic, the pillow became huge and crushed Ted, who smiled and immediately gave up. This situation amused even Abel, and he smiled slightly. After a busy day, Ted fell asleep very quickly. The hero noticed that he had finally fallen asleep, and Ted could give as much trouble even when he slept. Abel could have used silence magic, but unfortunately he still had things to do. Cautiously peeking out the door, the hero made sure no one was there and left the room. The hero went up to the top floor and went to the balcony where he saw a dark silhouette. It turned out to be Lilith, who was happy to see Abel. Abel and Lilith met at night, and no one knew what they were going to do at such a time. Abel carefully closed the doors in front of the sleeping Ted and left the room. Ever since he arrived on this island, Abel had felt a slight sense of discomfort. But even though he used detection magic, he still couldn't establish the exact location of the suspicious people. It was as if they were very cautious. No one would have thought that Abel would have to act so late at night because of them. He thought of the stupid demons who had finally fallen into his net. But the hero was surprised to see a dark silhouette on the balcony. He asked Lilith what she was doing at this late hour, and the girl grinned enigmatically. She said that there was a beautiful moon tonight and she wanted to feel the night breeze. She could lie beautifully, and Abel said she had changed. Plus, the guy assumed she had recently gotten out of the shower because her hair was wet. Lilith smiled and reciprocated the guy. The hero had no idea that she would be standing here for the sake of protecting human children. He wondered what made her change her mind. Even though Lilith strived to live with the humans, it was more like she was only doing it for survival. And not to mention that she, the daughter of the Twilight King, she was using her power for the sake of protecting humans. But she might have had problems with other demons. Lilith grinned and called it her duties. After all, every teacher had to protect their students. Such an excuse suited Lilith, and Abel realized that she had done all this because of her duties as a teacher. But since Abel was here, he decided that there was no reason to endanger and involve Lilith in all of this. He promised to take care of everything himself, and she could go back to her room. Lilith wanted to make sure he was going to be alright. There was no doubt that the enemies were on a completely different level now than they had been 200 years ago. It had been quite some time since Abel had last fought a top-tier demon. Jumping down from the balcony, he said that it would do him for a warm-up. The girl gave him a glance, and the hero noticed that the demon was getting close. In addition, the miasmas were getting stronger and stronger. Abel found himself in the forest, where he met a dark silhouette along the road. The mysterious man called the boy a rather strange man. It turned out to be Nabal, and it was the first time in his memory that someone had decided to enter his nest on their own. He didn't even have to think about how to lure Abel here, so he decided to save him the trouble. Abel had no doubt that this was the demon he had failed to kill in the Parakinos. He thought the Nabal just had a hideous face. Besides, he should have been more careful playing with fire. Nabal could not believe that he had been insulted by some man and grabbed his head. The demon showed his wound that Abel had inflicted on him and said it hurt terribly and he still could not remove it. Nabal decided to massacre the guy and turned into a horrible big spider. Demons were a race with a mixture of human and monster blood. They were capable of changing their appearance, transforming into either a human or a monster. Specifically, the Nabal had the blood of the giant arachna spider flowing in it. Nabal laughed, after which he rushed to attack Abel, and the guy noticed that he was pretty fast. But the hero was still able to dodge his attacks. Nabal was gaining more and more speed with every second and circled around Abel, trying to confuse him. At some point, the monster picked the perfect moment and attacked the guy. But Abel still managed to dodge its blow. Everything became clear to the hero. Thanks to the darkness, his web is barely visible, and he used it to change the trajectory of his attacks. Nabal thought it was funny, and he thought the hero was incapable of keeping track of him. The demon used its threads as springs to increase its speed. Even 200 years ago, few demons were able to achieve such speed. Abel admitted that it was pretty good, and Nabal noticed that the guy had stopped following his movements. He smirked and decided to attack Abel from the back, but Abel anticipated his attack and tried to do damage with fire magic. At the last moment, Nabal was able to dodge, and the hero noticed that he had a pretty good reaction time. The guy was already hoping he could completely burn his face off this time. Nabal exclaimed that it was simply impossible. He didn't understand how the hero could keep up with his speed. The hero agreed with him and said that if he had chosen to use his sight alone, he would hardly have been able to keep up with his movements. But he simply chose to observe his magical power. The demon began to doubt that the boy was indeed a wizard of this era. Nabal was a fairly intelligent demon and sensed that there was something strange about Abel, and his abilities were clearly superior to people of this era. Nabal assumed that his abilities were on par with the disciples of the Great Four. Hearing this, it seemed to Abel that he would still have to take back what he said about being a rather intelligent demon. In any case, Nabal thought he was pretty dangerous, and there was a small chance that Abel could ruin their plan. Nabal summoned a bunch of little spiders and said that the hero had to die here and now. The second round of fighting began, and Nabal assumed that Abel had noticed his subordinates surrounding him. Of course, Abel had noticed this, and also the fact that Nabal's jumping from side to side was only buying time for his subordinates to surround him in the darkness. The demon shouted that their time had come, and the little spiders shot their webs at the hero at once. It was a simultaneous attack from all sides, and such an attack was almost impossible to avoid. If such an attack hit a man, it would tear him to pieces, but Abel said that Nabal had chosen the wrong opponent. The hero used whirlwind magic, which tore all the cobwebs around him and protected him from attacks. Nabal couldn't believe his eyes when he saw such high-level magic. But that wasn't all, and the streams of the vortex rushed straight at the demon. But what was to be expected from a high-level demon? Even after such an attack, he was able to rise to his feet. Nabal couldn't understand who the hero was with his strength. The demon stared into the guy's eyes and remembered something. He realized that the guy was a legendary wizard named Golden Black Cat. Abel felt nostalgic at the name. When people with amber eyes used magic, their eyes would shine even in the dark, and for that reason he was given the nickname of Golden Black Cat. But to Abel, this was only one of the many nicknames given to him. To Nabal it seemed astounding, and no one would have thought that a legendary magician who had disappeared 200 years ago had managed to survive. The demon couldn't imagine how he managed it and laughed. Abel noticed that Nabal was a real trickster and attached his web to the monsters he had tamed. In this way, he rose high above the earth. Nabal promised to remember this, and one day he would surely settle the score with him. He thought he would simply escape that way, but Abel was determined to end things here and now. Nabal looked at the boy questioningly, not understanding what he meant. Abel aimed for the schemer to drown in his own plan. Of all the possible places to fight, he chose one where there is open and sky, for his raid is exactly what Abel wanted. The guy used dragon breath magic. Noble saw the destructive fire power that was being carried towards him and shouted that it was simply impossible. He didn't understand how such a thing could happen and didn't know what kind of magic it was. The demon screamed and then disappeared along with the incredible power of the dragon, and Abel said goodbye to the Moonlight Noble. Abel had no idea that even at this time there was a demon capable of opposing him. A few days passed after this incident, and Lilith asked the boys if they had packed everything. After enjoying their vacation on the island, the boys began to pack for their return to the royal capital. Ted was sad that he never got to play on the beach, even though there was one person here who didn't get a proper rest. But there was nothing he could do about it. On the second day, the heroes went to see the sights associated with the Great Four. It was said that this rift appeared when the wind hero Swarm herself used her magic to kill the Kraken. But if Abel's memory was correct, it was kind of like this rift was made by him. Eliza asked Ted not to be sad and reminded him that there would be another school trip in September. Ted didn't know about it, and he thought that was great. He decided that he could definitely have fun next time. Abel noticed that Noel had a worried look on her face and asked what was wrong. The girl offered to look at the horrible news for him. It turned out that there had been a tragedy in the Night City and 24 demons had been found dead. Eliza immediately recognized the town of Parakinos where the explosion they had seen had occurred. Ted was surprised to learn that it was near their school and remembered something. On the first day of their training camp, he saw a big dragon in the sky. He kept thinking it was just a dream, but it was possible that a demon had created it. Eliza had noticed that a lot of different incidents involving demons had started happening lately, and from that point on she decided that they needed to be careful. Abel thought that he had overreacted a bit, but no one knew that information would spread so quickly in this era, and it looks like he should avoid such battles from now on. Noel suggested that this incident and that big dragon had something to do with Abel, but Abel was silent. Ted interrupted them and exclaimed that their train to the royal capital had arrived. The hero strode forward in silence and Noel looked questioningly at the lad. This all seemed rather interesting to Abel, and he was the first to enter the carriage. He had a lot of things to think about. With Nabal dead, the demons that had been sitting quietly would surely become more active. The hero had to become more cautious and hide the fact that he was a reborn mage. This was how the guy's training camp came to an end. Finally, the boys had a long-awaited homecoming. Ted waved to the teacher and said they would see each other later. He also hoped that Abel would help him with his training. Thus, after their training camp, they each returned home. Abel noticed that their house was pretty clean, even though they hadn't been in it in a while. It turned out that Lilith had asked their neighbors to clean it while they were away. Abel thought they were the ones who had hired her as a maid, but Lilith smiled and said that they had a mutually beneficial relationship with them. And besides, she had quit a long time ago. Lilith decided to go and clean herself up and asked Abel to rest. While the hero was doing his business in the room, someone knocked on the door. Lilith went into his office and was glad that she had finally found him. The hero replied that he had just decided to write a report on their training camp. Lilith assumed that he would write about the Great Four and ancient magic, and Abel couldn't have thought that all his accomplishments would go to them. But nothing could be done about it, and eventually they concealed his existence. Lilith smiled and turned to Abel. She wondered if Abel was angry at the heroes who had kicked him off their team. But he wasn't, because people with amber eyes like his were always equated with demons and always feared them. Therefore, he was already used to such a thing. Then he was advised that he should go to live on a secluded island before the elimination of amber eyes happened. At that time, it was the only option. They had to do this in order for the hero team to still be considered the hope of the people. And besides, they didn't seem like bad people to Abel. The hero Wind Swarm was a man who cared about his friends and family, and he was the leader of the team. The fire hero Mary came from the same orphanage as Abel. Although she was reckless, she had a strong sense of justice, and she often helped the weak. The hero of Ice Daytona was a strange girl and said that Abel had beautiful eyes. She was the daughter of a merchant and often helped their group on their travels. Hero Ask, on the other hand, was a man who cared little for worldly things. And when it came to gray eye magic, he was far more talented than Abel, even when he was a child. Now that the hero thought about him, he realized that Ask was quite a mysterious man. Even after they had all defeated the Demon King together, they hadn't learned much about him. Abel thought that there was a possibility that someone as powerful as Ask could write a book about his magic, but it could have been burned with the other magic books. Lilith noticed that Abel was thinking about something and asked what was wrong. The boy replied that everything was fine, he just remembered his past. A long time ago he knew a girl named Anne. Lilith immediately turned dark and asked what kind of person she was. She was his Kohai when he was a member of the Raid House Magic Association and was in charge of supporting the hero squad. She was also a very skilled, black-eyed sorceress, but she often said stupid things under the guise that she was joking. She was always laughing about how she wouldn't mind if Abel hit on her. These memories gave Abel a headache, and apparently she treated him rather roughly. Lilith suggested that Ayana liked Abel very much, but Abel thought she was just admiring his strength. That was in the past, so he couldn't say that for sure now. The hero suggested that Lilith might have been jealous, but the girl looked up and said she wasn't. It was of course easy for Abel to understand her. The hero smirked and decided to tease her a little. He asked her not to worry, because he was only interested in getting as strong as possible. Lilith blushed and said she wasn't jealous. At one point she thought about Abel's words, and suggested that things were different now. To her surprise, Abel agreed with her. Even though magic was in decline in this world, he still had much to learn about the technology and cultures of this age, and he wanted to explore everything. But that wasn't what Lilith was asking him about at all. She wasn't happy that Abel was teasing her, but the hero pretended he didn't know what she was talking about. Still, the girl was pleased because she was a little worried. It seemed to Lilith that Abel would be displeased once he learned of his old friend's accomplishments. The hero had already noticed that when it came to him, Lilith always put her priorities second, even though the heroes almost killed her just because she was the daughter of a demon king. Abel told Lilith that he was fine and thanked the girl for her concern. Lilith was mad that Abel himself thanked her profusely, but even he could do that. He decided to do it again and said that he was grateful to Lilith for everything, because without her and her help he wouldn't have been able to live in this house and go to the academy. Even though he still hadn't achieved his main goal of living peacefully. The girl walked up to the hero and put her arms around his face. She pressed the guy against her and hugged him sincerely. The hero noticed that he couldn't breathe and Lilith felt sorry that she had such a heavy love for Abel. She suggested that they go to the bathroom, but Abel noticed that it was only noon. It was true love that never fades. While everyone was enjoying their vacation, the hero was reading the book intently until he was distracted by a knock. Lilith opened the doors and told the hero that she had arranged a carriage for them. Ted-kun was also waiting impatiently, and Abel thought about how hyperactive he was as usual. The heroes went outside, and Lilith decided to say something to Abel. It seemed to her that he had gotten taller, and Abel noticed that she was right. He used to barely reach her shoulder, but now they are almost the same height as her. Abel picked up the book and decided to check it out. Using the book as a measuring ruler, they verified that he was indeed a little taller, though Lilith was still taller than him. Lilith smiled and said she would not be defeated by him, and she could not afford to lose to Abel. Abel didn't understand where this silly competition was coming from. The doors of the house swung open, and Ted asked the teacher what was taking them so long. Ted pointed furiously at the wagon and suggested that they should get on the road faster. The hero didn't understand why there was such a rush, after all they still had time. Apparently, he wanted to go back to school very badly. Ted smiled and agreed with Abel, saying that she very much wanted to meet everyone as soon as possible. Besides, he had something to show and stared at a fallen branch that was lying under his feet. With some effort, he managed to blow it up. Ted was madly happy that thanks to his teacher he had finally become a little stronger and was grateful to him for helping him with his training during the summer vacation. He wanted to show off his strength in front of everyone. Abel didn't understand such joy, because his magic had just gotten a little stronger. Ted wanted to know from the teacher if he would like to become a teacher in their school, and Abel wondered. When he first started school, his life was full of various troubles. Abel was faced with useless lessons and low-level students. He certainly felt irritation being constrained by this thing called school, but now it was different. Before he knew it, his feelings about school had changed, as well as his own growth. He now had the desire to go to it, and he was happy that after a while he would be able to meet all his acquaintances again. The boy didn't deny it and said that anything was possible. Ted was not wrong to think that Abel wanted to go back to school after all. And besides, it seemed to Ted that there would be a school trip in early September. His eyes lit up like that, and Abel decided to ask what was it. Ted was at a loss for words, not realizing how Abel didn't know about it. After all, this was the biggest school event that everyone should know about. But Abel didn't know about it, and Ted noticed that he was as unshaken as ever. In any case, Ted had not been able to enjoy their vacation last time, and he was determined to make up for it. This time he decided to rest properly, but Abel reminded him that the purpose of this trip was to learn. Thus, the students' summer vacation came to an end. Ted was glad that it was quite refreshing in the carriage, but that was all because Abel had used cooling magic. The new semester began and the protagonists arrived at the academy. Meanwhile, Emerson put the dusty box on the table and sighed heavily. He had quite a lot of stuff piled up and it was a problem. Emerson called it a total hemorrhage, though he doubted there would be any information in here that would be useful to him. But suddenly he noticed a newspaper with a news story about an abnormal event on the island of Holy Rhea. People had seen a giant fire dragon. Emerson was surprised, and unless he was wrong, that was where Abel-kun and the others had gone. He had no doubt that Abel had done it, and now he regretted not going with them. Emerson took an envelope from the Chronos Magic Association and opened it with his magic. He was curious about the contents of this envelope. His facial expression immediately changed and he laughed. The scientist said that he had lost to Abel last time, but this time he had no doubts about his victory. With the beginning of a new semester, the protagonist was waiting for the inevitable events that would soon take place. Teacher Theodora welcomed the students to the first class of the new semester. She said that Emerson Sensei was busy with his research, so she would be their class teacher today. It had been 2 months since she last saw the boys, and those who were still in a celebratory mood, she would like to ask them to forget about it, because today was the day she intended to teach them strictly, so they had better prepare for it right away. Apparently, she had been training hard even during the summer vacation, and it could be understood from her body. But even if Theodora's teacher said so, the students didn't feel any motivation at all. Abel couldn't find words on these weak modern mages, but this time he could understand their feelings, and after all they had been resting for 2 whole months. After such a long vacation, he didn't feel like studying at all. Theodora's teacher thought that everyone would have such a reaction, so she prepared their first assignment for the new semester. She held out the worksheets and asked them to look at them. It was a survey about their future, and Ted didn't even think it was coming so soon. When people lost motivation, the best thing to do was to go back to the beginning. What the teacher meant was that from the very beginning they had some sort of purpose when they entered this school, and they didn't need to be embarrassed. Theodora just wanted them to write everything honestly, but it was quite difficult for Abel. The hero's goal after he was reborn in this world was to live a quiet and peaceful life, and he didn't think about anything else. And that was the only reason he entered here. Earlier, Lilith smiled and told the guy that if he wanted to get a job related to magic, he would have to finish the School of Magic first. After all, he wasn't going to sit on her neck forever, and also because Lilith herself had asked to enroll in it and he had no choice. Theodora said that in addition, the order of classes in the second year would change depending on the type of job they wanted, and they needed to think about it seriously. Eliza decided to ask the Yukari's opinions, and the girl smiled. Perhaps it was time for the hero to think about his future prospects and dreams. After the lesson, and the hero headed to the secret library where Noel was waiting for him. She almost pounced on the guy, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and she missed her a lot. She was, as always, like a little puppy dog. The girl pointed to a stack of books and told the guy that she had collected them for him. They were books from 100 years ago, and Abel took one of them, noticing that it was very valuable. He wondered where the girl could have gotten them. Noel explained that her parents had a good relationship with a certain magical bookstore, and she had asked her dad to buy her books. Noel Daytona's ancestor was from a family of merchants, and they probably still had connections to obtain rare magical books. The girl would like to ask Abel to teach her how to read this book. Her dream was to become a researcher of ancient magic, so she needed to study very hard to become something like him. Abel didn't mind and found out about the girl's dream. She wanted to become a researcher in ancient magic, and the guy was wondering if others had plans for her future. Meanwhile, Ted asked the teacher to look at this marvel. He was able to get this limited sandwich, and they only make 5 of them a day. Just looking at the sandwich gave Abel heartburn, and Noel wondered where he was able to get it. Apparently, Ted was the only one who liked to eat such strange food. It seemed like a good time for Abel to ask Ted what his dream was. Ted thought he would like to become a Langabar feudal lord. Ted chewed his sandwich, but this was the first time Abel had heard of such a thing. The job of feudal lord required good mental ability, and Abel wondered if Ted could achieve that. In truth, when Ted returned home, he was asked by his parents to become a feudal lord. In fact, he was still a little confused after that. Considering the current state of Base, then the only option left to them was Ted. By the way, Base never came to his house once during the vacation, and Abel wondered what he had been doing during his summer vacation. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by Elise and she offered to look at what she had bought. It was the same limited sandwich, and it turns out there was another person who liked Ted's food. Eliza was puzzled that the guy was able to buy it too. Abel asked Elise what she was dreaming about and the girl assumed he was asking it because of today's poll. She said it wasn't exactly a dream, but she planned to get a job with a magical association after she graduated. She hoped to get a job in Chronos and build a career in the most advanced magical association in their country. This is one of her ambitions. Abel remembered about Chronos and he had fought one of their mages once before and she was relatively strong. Chronos was a good target for Elise, for she wanted to become stronger and restore her family's fortune. It seemed to Ted that Chronos was a rather lofty goal, but Elise thought it was better to dream of something big. According to Ted, Chronos is a super prestigious magical association, and they only accepted 1 out of 5 people. And from what he heard, the salaries there are so big that before the age of 20, they could build their own house. But when they turn 20, the Chronos make them a grave. It is very difficult to get in there, and even more difficult to get out. In that case, Abel did not understand why an organization with such bad rumors was so prestigious to advance their careers. Ted thought that becoming one of the Knights of the Royal City was the best choice if they wanted to have a stable life in their old age. Ted accidentally crushed his sandwich, and Elise said that it wouldn't work that way. She believed that people could only grow by challenging something difficult and dangerous, and so it was understandable to work in an unofficial organization to do so. Apparently everyone had their own thoughts on the matter and Noel wanted to ask the same question to Abel. It seemed to the hero that someone was hiding behind the door, having sensed the magical power. He had no idea they would be eavesdropping. The doors opened and Emerson Sensei greeted them, which was to be expected from Abel-kun. He was revealed. Noel looked angrily at the teacher and asked what business he had. She wanted to send him home and Emerson thought that was too harsh. The teacher decided to remind her that he was the advisor of this club, and he had to come in here sometimes. He approached Abel and decided to ask him a question about his future, but Abel replied that he hadn't thought about anything in particular yet. Emerson called it good news, and he had an offer. He would like to offer the lad the last available seat in the Chronos. Ted didn't understand how this was possible since he was still a first-year student. Eliza also assumed that the Chronos had strict entrance exams, but apparently these guys had misunderstood something. There would always be fierce competition in this place, especially when talented people showed up. And in fact, most of the people in Chronos were students who were recommended by someone. Frankly, it was strange to Emerson that a talented person like Abel did not have a clear career path. He would even say that if he didn't go, it would be a great loss to humanity. Abel wasn't interested in anything Emerson had to offer him because he didn't trust the guy. The teacher handed him a piece of paper and told him that he didn't have to give the answer right away. If he gave it to the secretary, he would be allowed to inspect the Chronos Association. Also, he could take his friends with him. Emerson also said that there was no dress code or anything like that, so he could safely go in his casual clothes. It was a magical calling card. Abel didn't know what he should do, since he didn't have any good memories related to the Magic Association. Emerson said goodbye to the boys with a smile and said he would wait for Abel. The girls immediately pounced on the card, wanting to get a closer look at it. Noel hinted that the hero was welcome to bring some friends with him. Eliza called it unbelievable, as it was a real business card. Ted immediately decided he wasn't going anywhere, as he was a little afraid of Emerson Sensei. Abel thought he had no choice but to go. From now on, they had a new purpose to visit Chronos. Eliza was thrilled when she saw the Chronos headquarters. The boys wondered what was inside the Chronos Magic Association. Eliza didn't see any entrance to the building and she wondered how to enter it. But for Noel and Abel, everything was obvious and the guy touched the wall. Eliza opened her mouth in surprise as Abel walked right through the wall. As it turned out, there was magic applied here that interfered with her perception, and it also looked like the entrance changed its location every hour. Elise found such a security system rather surprising. They were met by a human figure at the administrative desk and welcomed into the mechanical clock tower. A girl in a strict uniform asked the boys what business they had come here for. Noel thought it was a magic doll, and Abel noticed that it looked like a more modern version of that talking skeleton that was in the play center. Abel placed the business card on the table and said that he had been invited here by an acquaintance. The receptionist scanned the business card and confirmed his information, and Abel realized that this business card was related to the magic doll. The girl thanked Abel herself for coming to them and told him what Dr. Emerson had said about him. She asked them to enter door number 7. The main characters were walking down the hallways and noticed that there were no people here at all, only dolls. Eliza wasn't sure if they were going the right way and asked Abel about it. But the hero asked them not to worry, for it was the right way. On the way, they met Emerson's teacher, who thanked them for their visit. The teacher said that they were just in time, and at that moment they were in the process of creating artifacts. The girls were excited about so many magic dolls, and it was just incredible for them. Emerson agreed with them and said that the magic dolls were flawless. After all, unlike humans, they had no emotions, and they couldn't hate them because they weren't paid for their work. To them, they were the best labor force. Abel knew that 200 years ago people had already tried to create humans to make up for the lack of human resources due to the war with demons, but he proved to them that it was impossible to create a human soul through magic and put an end to their research. And it turned out that at that time dolls became a substitute for humans. Eliza apologized and asked Emerson if the robot in front of her was really a robot called Mark II, and that Lebron 2000 in the distance. Emerson was impressed with Eliza's good knowledge. The girl smiled and said that Chrono's artifacts were quite famous, because even in their school, many people use them and her family also uses them. Emerson didn't remember the girl's name, and Elise introduced herself. It seemed to the teacher that she was interested in their association. Alyssa smiled and admitted that since she was a little girl her goal had been to join Chronos, and Emerson began to examine her from all sides. Emerson smiled nonchalantly and replied that her talent was nothing compared to Abel Kuhn. But apparently she was still better than some of the trash from their school. Her teacher had high hopes for her, and Elise promised to do her best. It seemed to Abel that Emerson was completely out of touch with people, and he probably thought he was complimenting her like that. Eliza didn't even know if she should be pleased by his words. Emerson was interested in Abel's opinion on their products. But the hero didn't like these robots, because the artifacts prevented the mages from thinking. The scientist smiled and said that after all they were designed for that purpose, and Abel asked him what he meant. The main thing in business was to make their product fit most people. In any era, many people wanted a simple and inexpensive product, and granted, Emerson didn't like that very much either, but they simply met the demands of the majority. He also mentioned that they were taking orders even though they already had everything scheduled for the next 10 years. Emerson thought that Abel would want that, but the boy replied that he didn't need them. His answer seemed rather cold to the teacher, and anyway they needed to move on. As the hero passed another robot, he discreetly used his magic on it. Emerson asked the girls to go into one of the rooms and explained that it was a sterile room and one of the dolls would escort them further. Eliza waved to Abel and said that they would see each other again. Emerson pointed his finger at the other room and told Abel that they were to go that way. As they approached the room, the doors opened and Abel tried to figure out what the scientist was up to. He said it was a sterile room, but there were a large number of people behind that door. Emerson went to the door and opened it with his magic. Meanwhile, Abel kept his eyes on him. As soon as they entered the room, Abel thought it was a rather rude welcome. The large room had a second floor with a balcony that was completely filled with hooded men. Every single one was armed with various artifacts. Suddenly, Emerson remembered that he forgot to say something. There was a man in Chronos who was called the Two-Faced Man. On the one hand, he is a world-famous artifact creator, and on the other hand he secretly killed important people at the request of the government. And this was his dark side. With those words, a smirk appeared on Emerson's face. But he was talking about something that Abel already knew about. Though it surprised him that they were capable of creating artifacts. 200 years ago, magical associations were known as mercenary groups that recruited mages. Now they were in the courtroom, and those people from above were the elite of Chronos. They had gathered here for the purpose of watching the hero's entrance exam. Abel thought this was ridiculous, for he had no plans to join such a dubious organization. But Emerson thought he would change his mind after seeing something. He walked over to a mysterious object nearby and pulled the covering off of it. Abel was indeed surprised, and Emerson explained that the sword was a relic left behind by the founder of this organization. The hero must have felt that it emitted a sinister magical power, and Chronos called it the Sword of Judgment. Emerson said that the lad's entrance exam would be taken next to this sword, and Abel realized what name they had given it. This sword was a nameless sword, and 200 years ago, Abel was given it by the magical association to which it belonged. It was his favorite sword. Previously, Abel had lost it when he left the organization, and no one would have thought it would end up here. Emerson said that a powerful curse had been placed on this sword and only the original owner would be able to touch it. The scholar was sure that Abel was eager to unravel the mystery of this sword, but to do so he had to become one of them. The conditions of the exam were quite simple, and he had to defeat one of them. He could also choose any of the opponents, and everyone here was willing to fight him. Emerson had a tendency to be interested in magic unknown to him. But nameless, it was a sword he couldn't get rid of. In other words, it is just a personal item that is not a subject of study. Abel had no reason to fight them, plus he wasn't interested in joining the Chronos. However, it seemed to the guy that Nameless had apparently rusted since the last time he saw him and reached out for the sword. The hero grasped the hilt and remembered how long ago that had been. He had been in numerous battles with it back then, and he was ready to take it in his hands once more. The boy took the weapon with ease, and people were shocked, not understanding how this child could take the sword of judgment in his hands. Emerson himself was at a loss for words at such a sight. Emerson knew that all who touched the sword of judgment were cursed by its power, and this curse was to melt his flesh and bones. It is a nameless blade, a sword without a name, and it was too long for Abel to explain it all. But he was ready to fight all of them. Besides, Abel wouldn't want them naming his sword so strangely. It was too problematic for the hero to choose any of them, so he suggested they attack all of them at once. Everyone immediately pounced on him to attack, not understanding how the hero could look down on them. But people didn't notice how the guy disappeared. But Abel explained to them that he didn't disappear anywhere, he just increased his speed a bit. He then kicked one of the people in the back, who collided with another opponent. The men immediately fell to the ground, and Abel said that they were pretty weak. And if his artifact was here, it meant that Chronos was an organization he was a member of 200 years ago, even though it used to be called the Hauser Raid. While the guy was thinking about it and examining his artifact, one of the opponents decided to attack from the back. But if it was as Abel thought, their level dropped a lot. The hero hit the enemy and decided that they shouldn't have been compared. After all, the House Raid was the strongest magic association of those times. The Chronos members were furious that they couldn't do anything to this kid. The opponents simultaneously decided to use their magic on him, and Abel thought that they should feel a little sorry for them. Otherwise there might be trouble if he were to kill people in this era. The hero found himself on the upper floors with ease, and decided to massacre everyone without killing them. This fight made him remember the times he didn't want to. He had taken a great many lives under the orders of the Hauser Raid, but it was his decision and he had no regrets about being in their organization. His only regret was that he had led that boy down that path. Abel didn't know if the boy named Cain had a happy life after all this. After leaving the organization, Abel went on a journey with the heroes to defeat the Demon King of Twilight. Later, Cain also joined them, but after he left them, Abel was unaware of his fate. The hero looked at the enemy, who was wounded. It looked like it was over and Abel was still reminiscing about the past. The hero was slightly surprised that the mages of this era were too weak, and someone's voice exclaimed that it was just great. A man came into the room and clapped his hands and said that it was simply wonderful. Abel thought that the man seemed quite strong, even though he was a mage of this era and he was a bit stronger than Emerson. The man apologized for the late visit. He introduced himself as an Iran and said that he was the vice captain of Chronos. He also had a matching number on his shoulder. Iran was surprised by Abel and said that Emerson had previously told him about him. Not only was he capable of wielding the Blade of Fate, but he was also able to defeat their elite easily. The man congratulated him and said that he would make a special exception to Abel and immediately let him join the leadership numbers. But Abel immediately refused, because if he was here it would bring back bad memories for him. Aaron became serious in a moment and said that the boy had misunderstood something and he had no right to refuse. Emerson smiled and asked the vice captain to calm down, after which he turned to Abel and said that it was all for his own good. In this situation he just had to calmly obey him. Chronos was an international organization, so it was unwise to go against him. The hero saw that they were too arrogant and apparently they thought they were the strongest in this world. Of course, there were many talented people in their organization, but that was only among the mages of this era. If it was 200 years ago, they would just be considered ordinary mages. The hero decided not to repeat twice. After all, he had already given them his answer. Abel used stamina lowering magic on his artifact, which surprised the arrow, which was to be expected from the leader of the Chronos. He immediately understood everything. The man was not sure if Abel was in his right mind, and warned him that with his actions, the entire organization and the entire world would become his enemy. But Abel did not see this as a problem and destroyed his artifact, causing Iran to become speechless. If ordinary people touched the Nameless One, they would receive a powerful curse. Since this sword still survived to this day, it was his last duty as the owner to destroy it. The hero looked at the hilt that was left of it and said goodbye to the Nameless One. He felt sorry that the sword had to lie in the dungeon for so many years because of him. Emerson grinned and said that he really did. Iran was shocked at first, but then a smirk appeared on his face. Swords shone the brightest when they were used in real combat, and Abel thought it was funny that Iran thought he cared. After all, he had only let it rust here because no one could get their hands on it, and now it was Abel's turn to be free from this place. Aaron threatened Abel that he would destroy him. Emerson agreed to push the button, and Aaron exclaimed that Abel would not be able to escape from the mechanical clock tower. At the same moment, robots began to enter the room. They surrounded the hero on all sides, and Emerson was truly sorry that now they would have to destroy him. Everything became clear to the hero, and it seemed to him that this was their revenge for the exam. But he didn't mind and said that if they relied on numbers, he would call for his reinforcements too. Emerson and Iran did not understand what reinforcements he was talking about. Abel was surrounded on all sides by magic puppets, in which case he decided to call for his reinforcements in case his enemies relied on numbers. Emerson said that if he meant Noel, she would not come, for he had locked the door with magic. But suddenly some suspicious sound was heard, which alerted Emerson and Euron. The doors behind the robots opened, and the robots shouted that an intruder was here. The robots repeated to eliminate the enemy and suddenly aimed at Emerson and Iran. The scientist looked questioningly at the robots, trying to figure out what was wrong with them. Aaron and Emerson used wind magic to get to the upper floors, and Aaron asked the scientist what was going on. For some reason the magic dolls were attacking them, and Emerson said that Abel was pretty good. It was as if Abel had hacked into his program, and Iran didn't understand how that was possible. While touring the factory, Abel analyzed the magic doll's system and learned that they had a function to scare away uninvited guests. Since he didn't know what awaited him inside, he decided to rewrite them into program code so that they would become his allies in case something happened. Guy snapped his fingers, and the robots set about arranging the uninvited guests. Their target was the elite, who were shocked that the magic puppets were attacking them. One of the elite approached the vice to the captain and asked him to order the other magic dolls to help them. But the Arrow realized that if he did so, their company would suffer great losses. Abel had no idea that he would continue to think about money in such a situation, and what a sad state modern wizards were in. The elite didn't know what to do, and one of the men suggested using ice magic to restrain their movements. The boy decided to take advantage of this situation and get out of here. Opening another door, he met the girls, who didn't realize where he had been all this time. Abel quickly grabbed both girls in his arms, and Alyssa blushed, asking what he was doing. The hero decided to explain everything later, but for now they needed to get out of here as fast as possible. While Alyssa didn't understand what was going on, Noel assumed that something was wrong, and the guy didn't deny it. To be honest, he felt rather uncomfortable carrying them like this. Noel seemed pretty light to him because apparently she was eating right, but Elise was different. As if reading his mind, Alyssa asked the boy what was wrong, but Abel remained silent. Noel assumed something good had happened, and the boy asked the girl why she thought that. Noel thought he looked a lot more cheerful than usual, and Elise said she was right. It seemed to them that he was in a good mood now. The hero smiled slightly and admitted that perhaps they were right. He was often gnawed by his old memories of when he was in this organization and how he was constrained by it. However, when he said goodbye to his old buddy Nameless, he felt that it allowed him to move on without looking back at his past. And it was all thanks to Emerson, who smiled and admitted defeat again. After this incident, Abel recounted everything that had happened in Chronos to Lilith. The hero felt sorry for what he had done, but meeting the Nameless One lifted his spirits. The girl smiled and thought he had done the right thing. The Blade of Fate is a famous magical weapon in the underworld. Many people lost their lives because they were attracted by its power. This is just like the book written by Abel called the Akasha Chronicles. It triggered a war in the past, and relics from 200 years ago influenced the modern world. It was meant to destroy the seeds of conflict it had sown. However, Lilith believed that he would not be able to avoid future conflict with Chronos. This was true, but Abel did not see this as a problem, and no matter how many of them there were, he would easily drive them away. Still, Lilith thought he should have remained cautious, especially on the school trip the following week. The hero didn't understand what she meant. It was forbidden to use strong magic inside the country. But when Abel was abroad, that's where he understood everything himself. So it was very likely that they would want to attack him when he got out of the country. It became clear to the guy, but still he didn't think it would make any difference, and they would remain all the same mages. Lilith stated that she would go with him as a backup, and she had already made all the arrangements, so she would be by Abel's side the whole time. But it seemed to the guy that she just needed an excuse to go with him. The girl grinned and pretended she had no idea what he was talking about. Her reaction said that Abel had hit the mark, and Lilith hugged the hero tightly. The girl kissed him on the cheek, and Abel wished she would have taken his situation more seriously, although he thought there was no point in telling her that. That night a mysterious human figure walked into the Chronos Association, and his authentication was complete. The robot greeted Bardo herself and gave him a number, telling him he was expected in the conference room. The man thought of the captain, a true slave master, who dared to summon him at such a late hour. An emergency meeting of numbers was held in the Chronos Association. Number 5 made his way to the executive committee meeting and stood in front of the doors. He thought the situation was pretty bad and someone in the office slammed his hands on the table, saying it was unbelievable. One of the girls thought that it was impossible to destroy the Blade of Fate. After all, it was a sword, a masterpiece not of this world, and it could not be destroyed by some apprentice. The assassin was shocked when he heard that the Blade of Destiny had been destroyed. It was now clear to him why there was such an atmosphere here, so he decided to enter. The man found himself in a meeting room that was hardly illuminated in any way. Only the faint illumination of small lanterns was present. Emerson turned to the assassin and told him that he was late, even though it was common for him to be late. The man didn't understand what had happened, for they were more talkative than usual today. Emerson assumed that the man already knew Abel, who had finally made himself known. The Bardo's partner grinned, for she knew what he was thinking at the moment. When she heard his name too, it brought back an unpleasant memory for her. The man could agree with her, and that defeat was his only shame. Aaron said that since the Bardo had just arrived, he would re-explain everything. The Blade of Fate had been destroyed by a boy named Abel, not to mention that he had injured quite a few of their men, and that was something they could not forgive him for. So Iran would like to hear the captain's opinion on everything that had happened. Before that, one of the girls would like to know something. She wondered why his appearance was not captured by the cameras. Emerson asked permission to explain and said that the surveillance system had been analyzed by Abel-kun and he was temporarily able to take possession of it. Emerson grinned and admitted that he had never been so humiliated in his life. He was easily able to find his vulnerability in the system and exploit it. Aaron pounded the table, not understanding why Emerson was so excited to talk about this in front of the captain. After all, in all likelihood, it was his fault. But if they were dissatisfied with his performance, Emerson suggested that they simply remove him from his position. He knew full well that he was the best engineer he could be, but the Aaron still dumped all the blame on him. The girl at the table frowned, not understanding this attitude. Aaron cursed and thought he hated that side of Emerson. He asked the captain to tell him what they should do about this boy, because it also concerned their company's reputation. The girl said that the Aaron was right and she would personally like to meet and talk to him. In the name of Chronos, they needed to use all available resources and take Abel into custody. The next day came and Theodora's teacher said that starting today the students would begin preparing for the school trip. Ted was mad, for he had been waiting for this day for so long. The students started discussing the topic and asking each other who they would go with this year. They didn't even have ideas, but last year there was a lecture in the Celestial City and 2 years ago in the underwater city of Minerva. One of the guys couldn't believe it, because it's one of the most incredible cities in the world. Ted only hoped they could eat a lot of delicious food there and Abel sighed heavily. Theodora's teacher said that this year they would go to an eastern island called Amatsuchi. All the students were shocked, for they had heard that there were only rice paddies and mountains. They didn't understand why, of all places, they were sent there. It was a country located in the Far East and surrounded by the sea. When it came to trade, this put it at a severe disadvantage, and 200 years ago it was a small country. However, it was said that the people in Amatsuchi were genetically predisposed to be born mages with black eyes, so this country became known as a nation of artisans. In recent years, the country of Amatsuchi has become quite famous internationally, and they must have many different things to learn from them. Now the students needed to form groups, with 4 people allowed, 2 boys and 2 girls. Ted suggested that they could be in a group with the teacher, and Abel was fine with that. Then they only had to find 2 girls. Before they could think about it, Elise came up to them and asked to join their group. Behind her stood Yukari, which counted on Alyssa to do her best. Abel realized that inviting someone he didn't know would make him feel uncomfortable, and asked Ted about it. But Ted was certainly okay with that. Abel was also in agreement, but then another girl ran up to him and asked who Abel can go with. Eliza immediately pushed her away and asked her to step aside. The girls started fighting amongst themselves about who Abel would go with, and it wasn't fair for them. Ted was thrilled with how popular his teacher was, but Abel didn't even know who they were. He was sorry, but rejection awaited them. That's when one of the smarmy guys approached Elise and offered to form a band with them. The other guy quietly snuck up behind Yukari and said that he always thought she was cute. The guys were sure that Elise would have a lot more fun with them than with this inferior-eyed guy, and they had already decided that she would join their team. Apparently, these guys were not going to listen to her refusals and asked her not to be so stubborn. A guy touched her hand and offered to spend at least 1 day with them. Abel decided to intervene and said that he was sorry, but the guy would have to find someone else. The guys got angry at Abel, not understanding why he was pointing at them. One of the guys pointed his finger at him and told him not to dare speak so boldly just because he had studied his inferior eyes a bit. Abel threw an intimidating look at them and said that this woman was already taken. The classmates did not understand what was happening to them, for at that moment they could not move. Meanwhile, Abel calmly walked past them and told the teacher that they had decided on a lineup. They had 4 people, which included him, Ted, Alyssa, and Yukari. He handed the sheet to teacher Theodora, and now they were to make a plan on how they would spend their free time. The other girls were horrified, not understanding why Abel had decided to do this. The boys gave Abel a look, realizing that he had used some strange magic, and for that reason they hated him. But the teacher realized that he didn't use any magic, and it was his usual look. His one look was enough to make everyone freeze in fear, and it was a look full of killing intent. But for some reason, Theodora's teacher wanted him to treat her the same way. At the thought of it, she got a blush and a smile. But then the teacher came to her senses and said that it was not right, because he was a student and she was his teacher and it was not right to think of such a thing. Meanwhile, one of the students held out the list to the blushing Theodora. Eliza smiled and thanked the hero for his help, but Abel said she shouldn't have. After all, it was convenient for him to be on the same team with them. Yukari told Abel that he was pretty reliable, and Eliza agreed with her. Lilith speculated that Kronos might have used the school trip to get back at him. They likely knew people he was close to, so it was safest to keep them close to him so that Abel could protect them. Ted suggested that they make a plan, because he really wanted to go to some place that had good food. Yukari wanted to go to a souvenir shop and Elise encouraged her, saying it would be fun. While the girls were discussing their plans, Abel looked out the window thoughtfully. By itself, it would be better if nothing happened at all. The Kronos Association girl received the notice about the country of Amatsuchi and smiled. She said it should be fun. After class, all the students began to discuss the school trip. Finally, it was time to go on the trip, and the day came. Abel had almost forgotten about the summer heat. As they drove along, Ted munched on the cookies, which were delicious. Eliza didn't understand how he dared to try the Yukari cookies first, and the girl asked her not to worry because she had made plenty. Eliza was puzzled by the look of Abel, who was overly pensive, but Abel replied that there was nothing special about it and Elise had to agree with him. Earlier, Lilith had asked him not to relax, for they might attack during the school trip. Magical associations are monitored by the government. That's why their movement is so restricted within the country. Now that Abel had learned that Kronos could harm students, he needed to go after everything carefully. Ted wondered if Noel would come to them. Apparently she was uneasy about spending a few days with people she didn't know, and said it was impossible. She was a student who receives a scholarship, so she could move to the next grade at any time, even if she would not participate in this trip. However, she was a little sad about not being able to go. Abel decided to buy her a souvenir, and Yukari noticed that Emerson Sensei wasn't coming either. Eliza replied to her that this teacher rarely participated in such events. Eliza looked out the window and pointed to the guys at the huge airships. It was very beautiful, and it was the first time Yukari had ever seen an airship. Eliza said that on this airship they would fly straight to Amatsuchi. This air sac was filled with gas, and with the help of gravity manipulation spells it was able to float in the air. And the wind attribute magic stone created a powerful driving force to propel this machine. And it was truly a modern means of transportation. By the way, Abel had wanted to see the magical airship for a long time, and the disciples went aboard. Abel noticed that Ted had something wrong, for he looked very depressed. Ted immediately looked up and said that he was fine. It was just that when he saw that airship up close he got nervous. After all, this thing really was capable of flying. Abel replied that his risk of crashing wasn't zero, and the guy asked him not to freak out. But Abel wasn't intending to scare him, just stating the fact that stuff could happen while flying. There had even been a case not too long ago where an airship had gone down because a flock of birds had crashed into it. But it had happened outside their country. Ted immediately decided to go home, but Abel grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and ordered him to conquer his fear. Even if some demonic beast appeared, this airship would not crash as long as Abel was on it. But no one knew this, and Ted followed Abel with trembling feet. The girls sat by the window and enjoyed the beautiful scenery while Ted was stressed and waiting for the flight to end. Eventually, upon arrival, Ted was delighted at the sight of Amatsuchi country. Just a short time ago he had been quite anxious, but now he looked completely different. Theodora's teacher told the students that they would first take their luggage to the hotel. They had quite a bit of free time now, and the teachers decided to keep an eye on the place. The teacher reminded the students that they were not to go anywhere except the places they had previously applied for, and the boys had to remember to be diligent in their behavior. Lilith looked at Abel with a smile, as if to hint to him that he should be careful. He had earlier asked Lilith to protect the disciples from Kronos and mentally understood her. It seems that she wanted to go along with him, but it would seem unnatural for a teacher to accompany his student all the time. Abel mentally asked her to just be patient, and Ted suggested that Abel should go. The heroes came to a historic city called Kanonomiya. Eliza looked around and was thrilled at how beautiful the place was. Ted exclaimed that it was a wonderful place, but Abel was alert and sensed that they were being watched. One was quite close and the other farther away, and so far there was no sign that they were going to attack them. Everyone was dressed in very nice clothes, and they were similar to the ones Yukari had worn before. After all, her ancestors were the inhabitants of Amatsuchi. In the historical village they would go to tomorrow, there was a costume rental store, and Alyssa thought they should try something on. Yukari's eyes lit up, and she was looking forward to it. As the heroes crossed the bridge, Yukari marveled at the beautiful fish swimming in the pond. It was an ornamental fish called koi carp. This fish originated in an eastern country, and had gained a lot of popularity around the world in recent years. They looked very beautiful, and Alyssa asked Yukari to take a look at it. Yukari took her eyes off the fish, and Alyssa showed her the fish food. Ted had already tasted it and said that this food was very cheap. Eliza tried to explain to Ted that it was fish food, but Ted didn't care. The main thing was that the food tasted good. The guy suggested that Abel try some, because it was quite crunchy and tasty. Abel agreed with him and decided to try one. As he looked at the smoothness of the water, he felt that something was wrong here. Number 12 Kronos, ghostly water dragon. Bruno had no idea that he had to come all this way just to get rid of some child. He always followed his principle of one shot, one kill, and secretly killed over 100 mages, politicians, holy knights, world tycoons, people who were related to the government, and many others, and all of them were big shots with huge influence. However, this time, he was ordered to kill an ordinary child, but the Kronos Association asked him not to think so. The assassin asked him to be extremely careful or else he would fail this assignment quickly. Bruno didn't know why he was acting like that. After all, it was just a child. He believed that once he used his water magic, no one would be able to defeat him, and it didn't matter who his enemy was. As soon as he entered his territory, he would immediately die. Bruno was hiding in the depths of the river. It had taken him 3 days and 3 nights to create the magic circle, and he was looking forward to Abel squirming in pain in his watery prison. But suddenly Bruno was paralyzed, and he did not understand why his body was numb. He felt a savage intent to kill, and apparently Abel knew he was underwater. Bruno thought this was simply impossible, for he had applied magic to his body and clothing to completely blend in with the scenery. There was no way Abel should have seen him. He thought he was able to hide, but his magic power was seeping out. Bruno realized that he needed to calm down now, because if he continued to panic, he would die. He needed to regain his breath, and as soon as he got the chance, he would immediately drag Abel into the water. Bruno made plans for the boy to get into the water prison. Meanwhile, Abel took a piece of fish food and threw it into the magician's blowhole, which was barely visible above the water. The magician couldn't understand what was happening, for he was now completely out of breath. He thought that Abel had used some kind of magic, but there was no sign that he had used any. Ted was upset that Abel wasn't going to eat the food, but the hero said it was fish food, and it was only natural to give it to the fish. Ted looked at Abel in surprise for a while, but then he and Elise went to the edge of the bridge and poured all the food into the water. The carp immediately pounced on the food, which was floating near Bruno's breathing cane, and the magician began to choke, unable to move. Eliza went ahead first and said she was very hungry and suggested the boys go to the store. Ted and Yukari followed her, while Abel watched Bruno's desperate efforts. Ted called out to his teacher and Abel agreed. Abel figured that if all the pursuers were Bruno's level, he wouldn't even have to use magic. The hero hoped that after what he saw, they would stop chasing him. Thus, Bruno's ghostly water dragon was defeated, and it was a fairly easy victory. People welcomed the heroes to their town and offered them a taste of manju. At another stall they were offered sweet sake. There was quite a lot of different food here, and Ted wanted to eat. Now everyone was enjoying their free time. The guys went into one of the establishments and settled on a table outside. They had a beautiful balcony overlooking the pond. Yukari never realized there were so many desserts, and the menu had everything handwritten on it. Eliza called the place luxurious, but Abel was still sullen, for apparently they were still being followed. He could feel someone hiding in the nearest tower across the street. Meanwhile, indeed a gunman was peering out of the tower. It was the number 9 Chronos named Canaria Falcon Eye. This time her target was this boy. She calculated a distance of about 3 houses and 15 bamboo stalks away from her. The wind direction was 2 grains of rice from the southeast, and it was good conditions and a perfect day to kill. The girl applied speed enhancement magic. She still couldn't understand why she was acting like this. Earlier, one of the assassins had warned her that Abel's boyfriend was quite unusual. The girl had asked her to be careful, but Canaria didn't understand what was special about him, since the mercenary rarely praised others. Canaria Falcon Eye proceeded to kill, and releasing an arrow, she told the lad that his life was now hers. But to her surprise, the hero grabbed her arrow with just his chopsticks. The girl immediately jumped down from the tower and thought about how it was impossible, since he knew about her from the beginning. Ted looked questioningly at the arrow in Abel's hands. He thought it was a pretty cool piece and asked where he bought it. Eliza turned around, not realizing what had happened, because she was too busy eating a mitsu, and Yukari was busy taking pictures of Alyssa gobbling her food. Fortunately, they didn't notice that they were being attacked by an enemy. Abel would have liked to deal with the enemy without them noticing. Ted, meanwhile, evaluated the quality and design of the arrow and said that it was too high quality for an ordinary souvenir. Still, Abel doubted Ted would notice anything. Abel could more or less determine the skill of the mage just by looking at the magic applied to this arrow. This time the enemy wasn't that good, but Abel wouldn't call him a weakling. Ted offered to trade Abel his arrow for an item he had recently bought. Ted offered him a dragon sword keychain in exchange for his arrow, but Abel said he didn't need it, and Ted pleaded with the teacher. Abel remembered that the kid had been going around the souvenir shops, and he was curious to know what he had bought. These keychains were quite popular. The hero got up from his seat and Alyssa asked where he was going. The guy explained that he had something going on and promised to be back in 5 minutes. Ted called Eliza insensitive, and even though the teacher is so amazing, he's still a person who needed to go to the bathroom. Abel decided to just keep quiet and head about his business. The stalker stopped at one of the trees and used the Hawkeye skill. With her eyesight, she could see someone 2 kilometers away, so there was no need for magic. But she was surprised when Abel disappeared. She needed to stay calm or all her efforts would be wasted. She thought the hero must still be around and started looking for him. Suddenly she heard Abel behind her and the guy assumed she was looking for him. Canaria stared at the guy and asked how he did it. She aimed at the hero and used an arrow of devastation. The guy grabbed the arrow, and as he thought at this distance, her attack was a bit faster. But still he felt sorry, because no matter how good the arrow was with this speed it couldn't hit him. Now it was Abel's turn and the hero decided to strike back. He threw 2 arrows back at the canary and the girl was confused. The arrows slammed into the wood, narrowly missing her face, and the canary got a shiver. The guy realized that she had lost the will to fight, so there was no point in continuing and left her. With tears in her eyes, the canary crouched down and sighed heavily. Thus the Falcon Eye Canary was defeated. She lost to Abel in a flash and Ted noticed that his arrow was missing. Abel went about his meal as if nothing had happened and said he had given it back to its owner. It was the end of the first day and Ted and Abel made their way to the dining room where there was noise and chatter. Finally, their first day came to an end and Abel was a little worried about Chronos, but they proved to be pretty weak competitors. Even so, the first 2 were a little different. Ted was delighted with the delicious delicacy of amatsuchi and said it was just great food. Although it tasted like country food, the amatsuchi was still much better than he thought it would be. Abel agreed that the food here was not bad, especially the dish he was eating, and Abel wondered what it was called. Abel decided to find out once they got back to the inn. Ted smiled when he noticed that the teacher apparently enjoyed the food here, but then their calm was interrupted by the PE teacher, who ordered everyone to listen to him. The teacher warned that they should not have been so relaxed on this trip and asked them to remember that inappropriate intimacy was strictly forbidden and was a mortal sin. He threatened that he would never forgive anyone for this, and Abel decided that he was spoiling the flavor of the food. Out of the corner of his ear, the hero heard that some rumors were going around. They were about the high school students, what they did last year. Because of them, the rules were much stricter this year, and it was quite unfortunate for others. The reason why the boys and girls had separate dinners was because of something the students had done last year. As a result, the girls were in the West Wing and the boys were in the East Wing. Abel personally thought it was normal for boys and girls to have relations, and they probably didn't let them not because it was a school for nobles. The boys had asked the teacher to give them a little indulgence, because they didn't see the point of such a trip when they couldn't even talk to the girls. But the gym teacher yelled at the boys and strictly refused them. The teacher once again said that they were forbidden to talk to girls at night, and he was not joking at all. While Abel was carelessly drinking and eating, he had to listen to the objections of the students. The hero was impressed that they still continued to do such silly things. The place was as hectic as ever. The boys begged the teacher as much as they could, but the PE teacher gave a stern refusal. Meanwhile, the girls in the West Wing headed for the public bath. Eliza told the Yukari that it was very nice after such a delicious dinner. The atitsu she had eaten in the afternoon was just great, and the amatsuchi was a wonderful place. Yukari wondered what Elise was going to do next, but the girl didn't quite understand her. Yukari thought that Alyssa was going to see Abel. She had heard rumors about how boys started dating girls after a school trip, but they weren't allowed to go out with boys at night, though the boys were probably a little mad right now. Besides, Alyssa had done something like this before, and that time she had seen a very questionable picture of Lilith and Abel. She still doubted it was a simple brother and sister kiss, but she trusted Yukari. Yukari noticed that Elise was blushing, but the girl replied that it was fine. She just didn't think that Abel would accept her feelings and was sure that he would reject her. Yukari smiled and took a seat in the spring next to Elise. She offered her a nice chat in her room tonight. Eliza thanked her friend for her support and agreed with her. Yukari perked up and offered to chat tonight about love and all things business. Eliza was surprised and assumed that Yukari liked someone, but the girl said that wasn't the case and she just wanted to listen to Eliza. Eliza thought that seemed kind of unfair. Meanwhile, it was deep night, but Abel still couldn't sleep a wink. The guys who were in the room with him were discussing who they liked. One of the boys confessed that he didn't like anyone and wanted to hear the answer from his friend who couldn't say it. One of the guys said that it wasn't fair since he was the first to bring it up himself. To Abel, they were quite noisy and it was problematic. There was no way he could sleep when strangers were around, and this time he and Ted were in different rooms. One of the boys suggested that all the girls in their class were beautiful, and the friend was in complete agreement. They especially mentioned Elise and Yukari, who were very beautiful. Abel didn't usually socialize with the guys in his class, so this kind of talk was new to him. One of the guys got an idea and suggested that the guys sneak into the girls' room. The boys immediately panicked that they might have been caught, but the friend asked them not to worry, because he was sure that the other guys would try to do it too. And since he was sure of it, the others agreed with him. Abel didn't understand why they thought it was okay to do that. Once the boys made up their minds, they justified themselves by saying that they just wanted to talk to them. But the hero knew that even if they went in groups, they were still breaking the rules, and this guy wanted to get more people involved. One of the guys leaned over to Abel and offered to go along with them. His friend didn't understand why he called him along, but the guy didn't see it as a problem. By the way, they wanted the consummate magician Abel to sneak into the girls' room with them. The hero couldn't even imagine that. He apologized and said he wasn't going anywhere, but the guy knew he would say that. He asked the guy to understand that he was thus refusing to cooperate with them, and this was how he could finish school while not fitting in with society. The hero didn't understand how he could earn trust by sneaking into the girls' room. Abel intentionally avoided socializing with his classmates and wanted to be with people he was comfortable with, but it was a bit of a hindrance to him becoming a better person. He suggested that he should have taken this chance to get to know them better. Abel stood up and agreed if that's what he wanted so badly. He didn't mind going with them and asked the guy his name. The guy clapped him on the shoulder and said his name was Zale and he should have memorized the names of his classmates. The hero was a little surprised by this and apologized, saying that he would remember it now. In the past, he was discriminated, persecuted because of his amber eyes, and even in this era, many looked upon him with contempt. The other guys thought Zale was crazy to go along with Abel. One of the guys admitted that he still didn't understand Zale even though he had known him for a long time. Zale asked him not to say that, after all, they were classmates. Abel thought it was sad that such words made him feel more comfortable. When all the boys had put on their shoes, Zale made sure they took their playing cards with them. In that case, he led his team forward and headed for the flower garden. The hero never thought he would ever do something like this, but now there were boys in puberty with them. Who would have thought that he, the man who was known 200 years ago as a consummate magician, would sneak into the girls' room? Zale thought they were now heading towards the west staircase, and Abel said their destination, the 3rd floor of the west wing. That was where the girls were, and with them went 6 other teachers who were probably on shift duty. Abel thought that one teacher sat in the east wing, another in the west wing, and the third went around the entire building. They needed to go through the 1st floor lobby, and that way they could go all the way to the west wing. The problem was that Abel didn't know where the teachers were now. Zale gritted his teeth and said that these teachers were ruining all their fun, and that was unforgivable. Most likely, Ken-chan and Fedora-sensei were acting like that because they weren't popular. One of the guys suggested that their friend was right. Even though Fedora-sensei wasn't bad, it was her manner of speech that ruined it. Abel thought it was a rather silly conversation. But this kind of talk was natural in boys during puberty, and maybe after going through all this, they would be able to fit into society. Abel should have taken this opportunity to find out what the boys were dealing with at that age. As the boys were coming down the stairs, Zale asked Abel if he had a girlfriend. Apparently he meant a sweetheart, but Zale didn't know what he was thinking. After all, he was pretty popular and hung out with girls a lot, so Zale thought he did. Abel thought about it. It was probably more correct to say that Lilith came closest to the meaning of favorite. However, he thought that their relationship was a little different from what humans called love. They were more suited to the definition of partners who had the same goal in life. In addition, Abel had some thoughts in his head, but he was called out by Zale. The hero remembered that he had asked him earlier about the girl. Abel replied that there was no such one and the boys thought he was one of them. But Abel added that he had someone and they had something similar with her. Hearing that made the guys' jaws drop. Zale asked them not to tell them that he had already made it up the ladder to adulthood. They were hurt to the point of tears, and one of the guys thought the most important thing was still the face. They immediately started asking who it was and assumed that this Alyssa. Although on the other hand, they couldn't believe it, because Alyssa would never do such a thing. The guys assumed it was someone from his hometown. Abel decided to be part of their company and answer the question, but apparently he did so in vain. Of course, he was not to tell them about his relationship with the Lilith. All he could do was deny that it was his longtime friend and she wasn't a student of their academy. The guys were jealous to the point of tears and decided that they would definitely get close to at least one girl tonight. Abel asked them to be quiet as they might be spotted. The boys crept up to the teacher's room where Fedora and the gym teacher were sitting. The man told Theodora to keep an eye on the boys, for they were obviously up to something. Theodora in her night robe thanked Cantor-sensei for the information. The Cantor said that the students were thinking of sneaking into the girls' room and called them rather rude. The boys couldn't believe that he had betrayed them. After all, they trusted him. Abel didn't understand why they trusted him at all. Cantor decided to go to the girls and warn them about the guys, for he didn't want this to happen again. But to his surprise, Theodora didn't see the need to do so. She said that not even a mouse could get past her and asked her to go back to the Cantor at his post. The PE scratched his head and had to agree. Suddenly Theodora sprang up from her seat and shouted at the boys who were hiding behind the wall. She ordered everyone who was hiding behind that wall to come out immediately. Just as the hero thought, she was able to detect them, and the guys didn't know how to hide their presence at all. Zale didn't know what they should do in such a situation. Theodora's teacher ordered them out and was going to teach them discipline. The boys needed somewhere to hide and Abel decided that there was no reason to save these guys. But since he was here, he decided to help them. For a moment the lights in the rooms went out and Abel suggested they just run away before she saw their faces. There was no need to break the rules and sneak into the girls' room. But no sooner had Abel looked back than he realized that he was standing there all alone. Zale led his group forward and told them that they would never turn back, and this was their chance that God had given them. The hero sighed heavily and thought about how they were much more motivated after he saved them. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have done it. Just then a Cantor ran out towards them and ordered them to stop. He shouted at the boys that close relations with girls were strictly forbidden and frightened them. The lads did not understand how he had found them, and one of the lads blamed the Zale. After all, he had previously told them that they should have stayed in the room. The boys began to shift the blame to each other and Abel noticed Theodora ahead of the teacher. The teacher laughed evilly and told them not to think about running away from her. Now she was going to punish them to the fullest. One teacher was in front and the other behind and you could tell it was a hopeless situation. Zale cursed, not knowing what they should do, but the hero decided to do his own thing and opened the window. Without thinking the guy jumped down, but Zale did not realize what he was doing, because they were on the 3rd floor. But by using magic, Abel might not have gotten any injuries from such a height. He should have also used wind magic so there wouldn't be any noise from landing. The boys tried to run away from the teachers, calling Abel a traitor. Apparently none of them dared to jump after him. The hero thought he should have gone back to his room, but heard a woman's voice behind him. The girl didn't understand what the guy was doing here and admitted that he managed to surprise her a little. She was informed that several guys were trying to break into the girl's room. Lilith had no idea that Abel would be among them. Looking at the hero, the girl smiled. In the end, Abel didn't succeed in hiding after all, and Lilith was asked to find the boys who had snuck in. But she never imagined that Abel would be among those boys. If he had told the truth to the other teacher, he would never have believed him. But since it was Lilith, it was okay to tell her. Abel said he decided to just fool around out of curiosity. The girl giggled and said that he had better want to meet her very badly, because she had already prepared everything for their meeting. The girl looked at the hero with a gloomy look, suggesting that he might have snuck in here to meet another girl. But he was just keeping his classmates company and decided to play along with her. Abel said that she was right and he had come here to meet her. It was quite a surprise to Lilith. Abel said he wanted to talk to her about the chronos, but suddenly noticed movement and remained silent. The hero realized that someone was watching them, and it wasn't a living thing. Lilith said it was rather chilly and suggested he walk to another place. Apparently, she noticed it too. When the heroes walked to the room, the guy told Lilith about the current situation. Apparently, they started to act out and Lilith thought they were stupid people who needed to be gotten rid of. But Abel said that this was not necessary. It looks like they didn't have any intention of bringing the other students into their conflict, so he was their only target. The guy asked Lilith to keep an eye on the other students and was about to go back to his room. Lilith smiled and told the guy that she would like to have some fun with Abel this night. Abel reminded her that she wasn't supposed to let her students do such things on this trip, but the girl reminded her that she was a demon. The hero was about to leave. Besides, the teachers had probably already caught the other guys and he should have gotten back to his room as soon as possible. He thought he was going to get a lecture today, and that was a real problem, but there was nothing he could do about it. The girl told Abel that it was only today that she would let him leave so easily. She kissed the guy on the lips, but it wasn't enough and she hugged him tightly without breaking the kiss. Abel recalled a moment earlier when guys had asked him about a girl. At that moment, they wanted to know if he had a sweetheart. The guy interrupted Lilith and pushed her away, and the girl looked questioningly at Abel. The guy decided he had to go and told Lilith that she should have gone back to her place too. As he climbed the stairs, the hero thought about Lilith. She was a girl who loved him, but he couldn't give her what she wanted. He avoided people because of his past. They called him a monster and asked him to never come back here again. And even if he trusted someone, still one day that person would betray him. Returning to his room, the boy mentally asked Lilith for forgiveness. The girl left the room, after which someone called out to her. It was the teacher Theodora with the captured students, who asked Lilith if she had seen Abel. The boys immediately blushed at the sight of the beautiful Lilith, who was very well suited to the yukata. The girl said she met him while walking down the street and talked to him, sending him back to his room. Theodora's teacher agreed and said it was good. The teacher told the boys that they were to go back to their room and never do that again. Either they would have to write 30 letters of apology, and when they got back to school they would run 30 laps around their stadium. Theodora's teacher asked them not to worry, because she would also run with them. Unable to bear it, the boys decided to immediately go back to their rooms saying that they were sorry. Theodora's teacher gave the boys a stern look and said that they were lucky to get off so lightly. She told Lilith that it was almost time for her shift and suggested they go back. The girl noticed a look on her face and looked out the window and saw Abel's silhouette. She remembered how earlier he had pushed her away from him. Abel was surprised to see a smile on her face and she waved to him. Lilith mentally asked him not to worry, for she was prepared to wait for the moment when he was ready. Besides, she had already waited 200 years for him. Everyone went to their rooms, and the mysterious little drone was still watching Lilith. Apparently, the girl from the Chronos Association recognized Lilith, and if she remembered correctly, she was the daughter of the Twilight Demon Lord. Meanwhile, no one knew what the Chronos headquarters was about to receive. Iran chewed dango without distracting himself from his work and stared hard at the computer monitor. The man didn't understand how Abel had been able to defeat those mercenaries. At that time, a man came down to him and told the vice captain that Bruno and Canaria had sent him something. Iran didn't know what the two they sent to deal with the kid wanted from him and took the envelope in his hands. What he saw shocked him. The boys apologized and said they were leaving, for they didn't want to do it anymore. Apparently, Abel had completely broken their morale. Even though they are both the weakest in numbers, he sent them out because they were both trying to make a name for themselves. No one would have thought they would be like this after the battle, and the man asked the vice captain how they should proceed. Aaron supposed he should have asked the captain for advice, but decided there was no need. The man jerked in place and thought he heard the captain's voice, but Aaron didn't realize where it was coming from. After all, there was only this guy here, and he didn't sense any other presence here. But suddenly something began to happen to the guy's body. To Aaron's surprise, the body seemed to split at the seams and a female figure emerged from it. The girl in blood smiled at the vice captain and said that he should stop it. She used magic to clean her blood garment and said that this kid was not their enemy. He was completely harmless, so they could leave him alone. At last the girl was completely clean and she should have cast an anti-stain spell on herself in the future. Sometimes Aaron questioned himself. Was this girl in front of him an enemy of all mankind, and perhaps their organization was just a pawn doing her bidding? Even though she had the appearance of a teenager, there were records that said she had been running the chronos for decades. She smiled sweetly and asked for permission to take one dango. No one could say for sure who she really was, and it was possible that she was a demon or something else. In this world, it seemed to him, no one was capable of defeating her. In the last decade, 4 people wearing the number 2 had disappeared, and the reasons were unclear. But there was a theory that they were all plotting a rebellion against the Rio. The girl ate one dango and said it was very tasty. Aaron knew that if anyone dared to challenge her, it meant she would sign his death warrant. The girl licked her lips and looked at Aaron, assuming something was wrong. Aaron replied that everything was fine, and as he understood from her orders, they were to stop catching that boy. Rio confirmed this, but something was bothering her. She showed the image of Lilith and Aaron said it was the teacher. Rio said that she was a demon, also very strong, and it was too dangerous to leave her free. She decided they needed to destroy this woman and ordered them to use their power and eliminate her for the safety of their world. The second day of the school trip came and Ted said that today they would visit the old village. He thought it was great and couldn't wait for it. Yesterday a couple assassins were sent after Abel, but apparently that Kronos wasn't following him today. Yukari and Alyssa wished Abel a good morning. The main characters arrived at the old village, and Ted exclaimed that it was just unbelievable. 100 years ago, this is what the village in Amatsuchi looked like, and they were able to recreate it. Even though Abel was a little bothered by these dolls, it was kind of rude to talk about it. If he thought of it as entertainment, he could enjoy today. Yukari called out to Abel and Ted and offered to take a couple pictures of them. The main characters walked up to the painted banner and put their faces for the photo. Ted was now madly eager to become a ninja while Abel tried to insinuate to himself that it was all entertainment. The girls thanked the man in the costume for the pictures. Yukari said that after they got home, she would print out the pictures and hand them all out. Eliza thanked the girl and Yukari said something in her ear. Yukari offered Elise and Abel to take a picture together and Elise blushed, not expecting such an offer from Yukari. Also, they could rent costumes nearby and Elise thought that was a good idea. Elise suggested that Abel go to the store and try on the costumes and Abel agreed. Ted thought it was a great idea, and he too wanted to try on the traditional Amatsuchi costumes. In that case, Alyssa went ahead and led the boys with her. It was a great opportunity to put different costumes on Alyssa, something Yukari was happy about. The hero thought it was strange that he didn't sense any assassins today, but that was probably not so bad. The girls from the academy noticed Lilith and waved at her. Lilith smiled at the girls and apparently didn't notice something with malicious intent approaching from behind her. The boys went into the store and were surprised at how many things were here. Everyone enjoyed the traditional clothes and didn't know what to choose. Ted exclaimed that this was just amazing and went through the many costumes. The saleswoman smiled and said they could wear anything they liked. Elise wondered what Abel wanted to try on and the hero asked for time to think. Last night he tried to be part of the company but failed. He needed to learn how to act like a normal person, so there was no reason to refuse Elise. He said he was going to try on a few costumes, and Elise was surprised to say that she wanted to try a few of them too. The hero looked at several costumes, pondering what he would choose. Abel ended up wearing the ninja costume and thought it was lighter than he expected. The salesgirl was delighted and said it looked great on him. He looked like the ultimate ninja and now had the aura of a first-class assassin emanating from him. The hero wasn't sure if that sounded like a compliment. The woman clapped her hands and noticed that apparently the girls had finished changing their clothes as well. Yukari and Elise dressed in rather nice traditional outfits and braided their hair. The woman looked at Alyssa and said that she was like a real princess and was very beautiful. Eliza blushed at such words, but she wasn't sure if that was true. The woman thought that Yukari also looked good and she even wished that the girl could be her daughter. Yukari thanked the saleswoman and Alyssa decided to ask Abel's opinion. Abel took off his mask, smiled and said it looked really good on her. Eliza was very happy, because usually he said it just suited her, but this time it was different. Ted still hadn't finished changing his clothes, and Yukari suggested that the guys take a picture of the two of them. But Abel thought it would be better to wait for Ted. But Yukari thought it was a pretty amazing scene now, how the assassin was protecting the princess, so she wanted to take a picture of the two of them. This was her perfect chance to take a sea of pictures with Alyssa. Abel of course didn't mind, and figured the Yukari must have had her own reasons for all of this. Eliza thanked her friend, and the girl warned her that she would be taking pictures of them now. The guys took a photo stand, and the Yukari's eyes lit up. She asked them to freeze in place and said they were incredible. Yukari immediately asked Abel to take a new pose, and the hero didn't remember the girl always being like this. Here their photo shoot was interrupted by Ted, who apologized for the wait. Ted looked rather strange and Yukari didn't realize what was wrong with his hair. Ted didn't understand what was wrong with it, because he asked the salesperson for advice and she said it was the perfect hairstyle for this costume. It was a shogun costume, and if Abel got it right, he was the most important person in the castle. Ted decided to get opinions from the teacher and thought he looked cool. With a fan in his hands and a bundle on his head, Ted did look rather strange and Abel couldn't find the words. He decided to let the moment pass and told Ted that it looked good on him. Ted was happy to be praised by his teacher, but Elise didn't think so. The woman smiled and offered to take a picture of them all together. The boys ended up taking some themed pictures and headed off to walk around to other places. By the end of the day, Alyssa said it was quite fun and Yukari supported her. The girl thought that Alyssa was just peerless in that kimono. Eliza never thought she would be forced to wear so many costumes, and Ted hoped that next year they would go with the same lineup. The hero looked around and felt that the enemies had finally shown up. He sensed about a dozen enemies, and their magical power was different from that of humans. The hero wouldn't want these three to get hurt at all. The boys looked up at the sky and saw that it had rained, but it seemed icy to Ted. Abel used a magic rain shield and sheltered the boys under it. Abel had heard that Amatsuchi was a land where the weather could change at any moment, and Alyssa thanked him for his help. Yukari thought they were lucky that a bus had now arrived. Still, the technology of Amatsuchi was quite incredible, and Alyssa noticed that this machine was powered by magic stones. Most likely, the only thing Ted knew was that their country didn't have such technology. Eliza noticed that Abel had no intention of getting on the bus. Abel apologized and said he'd forgotten something, and the bus with Elise and the others moved off. The hero went on his way, while Elise escorted him with a look. Abel was lucky it rained, and thanks to it, no one was supposed to come here for a while. He asked to go out, for he knew that the enemy was near. The guy began to be surrounded by strange mud creatures, and as Abel assumed they were not humans. Most likely they were humanoids, and he heard that they were created by a wizard with black eyes. The hero used a wind blade and slashed all the creatures at once. But they were made of mud, and although they were fragile, they could regenerate endlessly. In that case, the guy applied hardening magic to them. The creatures disintegrated into pieces and then began to regenerate again, and it didn't work. It seemed to the hero that the wizard who created them was quite skilled, and he needed to find him and defeat him. The hero saw a man behind him who clapped his hands and praised him for his work. He recognized that Abel was indeed awesome, just as his subordinates had said he was. If Abel remembered correctly, he was the vice captain of the Chronos, but the hero did not yet know what abilities the man possessed. Aaron hoped that Abel was ready for battle. The vice captain decided that if the subordinates couldn't clean up the trash, the boss would have to get his hands dirty. Aaron hoped that Abel was prepared for that. He asked to try and dodge his special Chronos artifact called the Nine Swords. Abel had been informed earlier that Emerson had custom created a magical artifact, and it was different from the ones being mass-produced. Abel dodged all of his blows with ease. Aaron was surprised that the guy was able to dodge it all and decided to use something else. Aaron's many celestial badges glowed, and the vice captain ordered Abel to accept the heavenly judgment. Abel used a wall for clay to stop his attack, and the arrow thought it was pretty good. But then a mud monster formed behind the hero. The guy easily dealt with them with a wind slash, and Aaron recognized them as his monsters. The one who created them was a green-eyed wizard, and his attribute is wind. And the magician who created these mud dolls was a black-eyed magician. This magician must have been of a high level, if he was able to create such a large number of puppets and control them from afar. And yet, Abel felt that there was something wrong. After all, yesterday's killers attacked him with the express intention of killing him. But this guy had no intention of killing him, which meant he just wanted to hold him off. Abel found it rather problematic. The vice captain laughed. He didn't expect Abel to be able to block his attack so easily, and the hero tried to find out about their target. Up to this point they were hunting him with the intention of killing him, but now they were following someone's orders and trying to keep him here. Aaron looked at the guy sternly and said those were his words. The man couldn't understand who Abel was and where he was able to get such power. It was unclear to him why Abel had such power and what he was trying to accomplish. The guy found this rather problematic, and instead of answering his question, Aaron decided to ask his own. But if he wasn't going to answer, Abel was determined to pull the answer right out of his brain. A bright flash of light blinded Aaron for a moment, and he didn't notice Abel disappear. After a couple moments, he assessed his surroundings and saw Abel above his head. The vice captain used star bullets and thought they were able to get Abel. The hero was clearly injured and landed on the ground. Eren thought the guy had managed to exhaust himself by constantly dodging his artifact and mud dolls, and he thought it was funny. It gave him confidence and he shouted that he could definitely win. Star bullets began to pierce Abel from all sides, but for some reason the hero couldn't dodge them and just covered himself with his hand. Eren remembered that earlier Rio had said that he was not hostile to them, so they could stop chasing him because he was not their enemy. But Eren did not believe her words. Besides, Abel destroyed the Sword of Justice and controlled their magic puppets. He had caused great damage to their company, and Eren intended to make him realize that Abel had attacked the wrong enemy. The vice captain smirked and said he would never challenge them again. One of the star bullets hit Abel right in the head, but the arrow deemed this was not enough and continued to fire from all sides. After Abel ceased all resistance, he decided that was enough, and the hero fell into a puddle. Eren laughed out loud and said he had done it. No one would have thought what would make such a loud laugh in such rainy weather. Eren shouted that he had done it and was able to defeat Abel. This was a rather unforeseen outcome of events, but his loud laughter was interrupted by a strange sensation, as if he were being watched. The vice captain noticed an unharmed Abel behind him and couldn't understand why there were two of them. The guy clicked, whereupon his doppelganger disappeared. He wondered what the arrow thought of his dream and illusion magic. And now Abel wanted to hear what their true purpose was. The hero created a sword with magic and tried to explain what would happen in case of silence. Abel stabbed the arrow's arm through and thought about where to stab him this time, aiming for his leg. The vice captain accepted his defeat and said he was surrendering. He only needed to keep Abel here, and in the meantime his captain would have to catch Lilith. Everything became clear to the hero and means that his captain was behind all of this, and she was most likely the one who created these dolls. Apparently this person had already found the Lilith. Eren decided to find out from the hero why he was working together with the demon. But the answer was simple, and the guy said that he came to the conclusion that he could trust Lilith. Eren didn't understand how one could trust a demon. The vice captain said it was foolish of him and Abel left him. Abel almost forgot to do something to thank Eren for sharing information with him. After he snapped his finger, the sword on Eren's hand disappeared and his hand was intact. Vice, the captain, realized that it was only an illusion and laughed. Along the way, Abel pondered his words, and never would he have thought he would say such a thing. 200 years ago he was betrayed by many and his mother called him a monster, saying she didn't want someone like him. She put the still small Abel out on the street. When he was 5 years old, she betrayed him and ordered him to never dare call her mom again. In addition, she called him not her child, and he was actually her sister's child, but she passed away, so she had to take care of him. She thought he was a monster, because a human was not capable of activating magic without casting a spell, and only demons were capable of doing that. She asked him to get out, and she didn't care where he went, even if it was to go to the demons. The important thing was that he never came back to her house again. After that, Abel wandered around for a few days, and when he was on the verge of death, such is who he met. It was then that Abel was able to meet his magic teacher, Garius Sensei. The man wasn't sure if the guy was really going to die in such a place and called Abel his son from today. Sensei was running the orphanage when he rescued him and became a father figure to him. But Abel didn't realize what he had done it for. The teacher explained to the boy that if he wanted to develop magic, sacrifices were inevitable, and Abel should have understood that perfectly well. He showed the lad the bodies of the dead young children. His teacher was obsessed with experimenting with human transformation magic and ordered Abel to kill the little girl. But suddenly Garius struck the boy with his fist and grabbed him by the throat. The teacher was surprised when Abel just disappeared from his grasp. The hero found himself behind his sensei, and it seemed to him that Garius was having a good dream. Sensei didn't understand how it was possible. After all, it was the magic of the illusion he had created, and besides he hadn't completed it yet. As it turned out, the guy had been hiding his real power all this time and had been preparing for this day. His teacher called him a monster and Abel smiled, remembering his mother's words. He said goodbye to Sensei, after which he killed him. After that, he met Maria and Daytona and they became his friends. Later, he joined the magic organization of Raid House, but in it he was betrayed again and lost his sword. Time passed and one day Abel defeated the Demon Lord of Twilight along with the heroes. It was then that he met Lilith. She was scared and had tears in her eyes. When he saw the trembling little girl with amber eyes, he remembered his past and sided with her. He decided to take Lilith with him and find a safe place for her, and it only took half a month. During their journey, he taught her magic with human rules and told her how to become independent. After that, he went back to talk to the Swarm and the others, but the group was sorry and the Swarm asked Abel to leave their team. After he was kicked off the team, he used the reincarnation magic he had been studying for the last couple years and didn't tell Lilith about it. So after all that, he awakened 200 years later. And in spite of that, Lilith found him and waited for 200 years. His life was filled with betrayals, and only the Lilith never betrayed him. And so the hero trusted only her. He decided it was time to give her an answer. 10 minutes earlier, someone with evil intentions had chased the fleeing Lilith. The girl stopped and prepared to strike back. She figured she could fight here in peace without attracting the attention of the students, and she was being pursued by a rather unpleasant man. Lilith sensed that there was an ominous magical power in the rain. It all reminded her of that day 200 years ago. Back then, their castle was attacked by heroes and the girl hid behind her bed. At that moment, the demon lord, her father, was killed, and one of the heroes noticed that there was still one living rat left here. The hooded man asked Lilith to calm down, for she should not have been afraid of him. The man identified himself as her ally by one of the heroes named Cain. Lilith was frightened when she saw that he had white hair, for he was the very demon killer her father had told her about. The girl had no idea that the demon had intentionally gotten this far to protect the human disciples. To her, it was just a ridiculous joke. Lilith assumed that the girl was a Chronos and asked what business she had with her. Rio decided to be brief. She smiled and told the girl that she wished Lilith would disappear. Her master was very angry and Lilith's existence was spoiling him. Lilith immediately realized that she was talking about Abel. She refused, saying that outsiders had no right to interfere in her and his relationship. The girl laughed and asked her not to say such ridiculous things, for she had known him much longer than Lilith had. Rio decided to stop talking and swiftly approached Lilith. She wanted to strike her, but Lilith dodged and bounced away, which was to be expected of the daughter of a Twilight Demon Lord. She had excellent reflexes. Lilith admitted that she was the first person who dared to challenge her, despite knowing who she was. Lilith suggested that she should run before it was too late, for she was not as kind as Abel and would kill her. Rio was very interested and asked her to kill her if Lilith could do it. But Lilith wasn't messing with her and used her demon power, knocking her rival back into a tree. Rio's body moved quite unnaturally, and she admitted that it was very painful. She righted her neck back and said she felt a crunch. Lilith was horrified and thought about how she wasn't human at all. But the girl laughed, realizing she was hearing this from a demon. This woman's magic was just as sinister as Cain's, and Lilith was beginning to tire. She was clearly not human, but she was not a demon either. On all sides, the Lilith was attacked by mud, and for a brief moment all the mud hardened. Lilith understood that it was a black-eyed mage who specialized in manipulating and amplifying substances. Apparently, she was a very good mage. The girl didn't notice how she had fallen into the trap of the mud creatures. Rio laughed and was glad that she had finally caught the Lilith, and she found it quite easy. The mud creatures clutched the girl's body tighter and tighter. Rio grinned at Lilith and asked her to reveal her true identity as a Twilight Witch. Lilith realized that if she took her demonic form now, she would still not be able to win as she was too weak. She decided to ask what was her goal. After all, if she wanted to kill her, she could have strangled her long ago. Rio walked up to the girl and laughed. She only wanted to peel off that beautiful skin with which she had seduced Abel and show him her true nature. Rio was sure that once he saw how disgusting she was, he would immediately turn away from her, and that's when she would kill Lilith. The girl believed that he only liked Lilith's face and body, and she herself must have realized that he felt nothing for her. After all, he was incapable of love, and at this point Lilith remembered the moment when Abel had pushed her away from him. Along the way, the hero noticed a bright flash of light and ran in her direction. He had no idea what it could have been. Abel followed the flow of magical power, and it led him to the place. There was no doubt that this mage was here, but Abel had an uneasy feeling and worried if Lilith was alright. The concentration of magic here was much stronger, and it was most likely that this magical power of Captain Chronos. This slightly surprised Abel, because even 200 years ago, he hadn't met anyone with such sinister magic power. Running to the battlefield, Abel noticed Lilith taking her demonic form. Rio stared at the guy and a sinister smirk appeared on her face. Lilith couldn't say a word, and Rio said that it had been quite a while since they had seen Abel. She had wanted to meet him for a long time. Abel gave the girl a bloodthirsty stare and said that he didn't know her. But Rio giggled and at some point transformed into a completely different girl using reincarnation magic. The girl with the monocle was surprised to find out that Abel-senpai was actually alive. Abel recognized Ayan, and that meant she was the black-eyed wizard he met in the Chaos Raid. She was a first-class mage, and after the organization was destroyed she joined their team. But after Abel was kicked off the team, he didn't know what she was doing, and it must have been that she found a way to extend her life or something like that. The hero noticed that she hadn't changed one bit since their last meeting, and the girl smirked, saying that every woman had many hidden faces. Of course she meant Lilith and looked in her direction. But since they were friends, Abel let her choose how she wanted to die. Anne waved her hand away and said she wasn't going to die yet. She tried to say that Lilith was just manipulating him. After all, she was the daughter of a demon lord, and because of her, darkness could reign in the world again. If they let her live, she could become the next demon king and avenge them for everything. And if Abel was going to stop her, Anne was willing to force her to listen with force. The hero asked her not to be so cocky, for she was never capable of defeating him. But the girl asked her not to think that she remained the same as before and applied paper magic. She used them to create Shinigami poison bees. Abel knew that this magic originated in an eastern country, and this was the first time he had seen it in action. Abel easily shrugged off her attack and didn't understand what she was trying to do with it. He had absolutely no time to play games with her. Anne called him a rather cruel sampan, plus he dared to cut the girl's face. She had no doubt that the hero was just as strong as before, even though he looked like a child. The girl conjured a seal under her feet and decided to give him a little test. She created a bunch of mud creatures that Abel had met before. The mud creatures took the form of a girl, and Ayana wondered if Abel would find the real one. Anne's copies threw themselves into the attack, and Abel thought it was just silly. The boy created a sword out of mud and picked it up. In one fell swoop he was able to destroy all of her spears and rushed straight at Anne, who didn't realize how it happened. The hero chopped off everyone's heads and said they were all fakes. Abel originally knew that she wasn't here from the beginning, so he felt that something was wrong here. The severed head of the girl smiled. The hero felt that the magic power emanating from his body was artificial, but he didn't feel the presence of a living being in it. And the deciding factor was the blood, because when he cut her cheek, not a drop of blood leaked from her wound. That's why he realized that she was a fake, and apparently Anne had underestimated him too much. The girl's head began to dissolve and she said goodbye to Senpai, saying that she would look forward to their next meeting. Abel had no idea that this girl would still be alive, and besides, she now turned out to be his enemy. As a result, Abel had many new problems. He was curious as to how she was able to live so long, but that was unimportant now, and at the moment, other things were more important. Abel approached the Lilith that had turned into a blob of demon, and the girl didn't know what was on his mind. It was still raining heavily outside, and Abel approached Lilith, who was trying not to look at the hero. She asked Abel not to come near her, and Abel said her name. The girl did not want him to see her form. It was as if she was too tired and could not maintain her human form. And now that Abel had seen her true form, Lilith was sure that he was disappointed in her. Her real appearance was quite ugly and frightening, and no one could love her like that. After being left behind, she began to live among humans. Everything was fine until one day they saw part of her true form, and everyone around her called her a monster. From that very moment, Lilith decided that she would never show her true form again, especially in front of Abel herself. But to Abel, this was sheer stupidity. He did not care about such things, for it was not the appearance but the soul that was most important to him. But the girl was desperate and cried out that he was lying, and she did not believe him. Abel had no idea that Lilith would be so weakened and asked her to say what Anne had told her. But Lilith could not say it, and Abel realized that she was talking about him, as Lilith thought she could not hide this appearance from him. Anne said that once he saw her true appearance, who would turn away from her, that Abel only liked the human face and body in her, and that he was incapable of love. The hero replied that she was right, for he was incapable of love, and Lilith knew it. For whenever he trusted people, they gave him away, and his life was filled with betrayals. But Lilith had never betrayed him, and she had always believed in him, and before he could realize it, he already trusted her with all his heart. The girl sobbed and said that she still hid her true form from him, and she was not someone he could trust. Abel decided that he needed to start by calming her down and turned his attention to the rain. Something like this had happened once before, and the girl had once told Abel that she didn't like the rain, for it frightened her. Abel did not understand what was wrong with it, and the little Lilith replied that she hated it, for it reminded her of that day. The lad understood that she was referring to the death of her father. She also remembered the terrifying man who asked not to be afraid of her and called himself her ally. He was ready to kill her in a moment and said it wouldn't hurt. So the hero decided to do something about it if she was so afraid of the rain. Abel completely forgot about it and used a powerful Gungnir scattering magic that went into the sky. The heavy rain immediately stopped and the clouds dispersed, leaving behind a clear sky. Like 200 years ago, he said that if she was afraid of him, he would destroy him for the Lilith. The hero smiled and suggested that she was able to calm down. He took the dark demon's hand and asked Lilith to listen to him. He smiled sincerely and confessed his feelings to the girl, saying that he loved Lilith. She had always believed him, and what she had said before that no one could love her in this form was not true. Gradually, the girl's dark aura began to disappear, taking on a human form. Lilith was happy. She swooped into Abel's arms and told him that she loved him too. The girl clasped the hero tightly to her and could not hold back her tears. An hour later, a mysterious man showed up on the archipelago of Ostra. When he heard that this man had ruled this land for hundreds of years, he thought he would be much stronger. Cain had no idea that this weakling dared to call himself a demon lord, and to him it was ridiculous. While Cain was sitting on the dead huge demon carcass, Ayan flew up to him. She came down to the ground, and she was anxious to tell Cain something. Tears came from the guy's eyes when he found out that Abel was indeed alive. Abel herself was his savior, his teacher, and his inspiration. And at one point he protected little Lilith and decided to take her to safety. At that moment, Cain was furious that this little damn girl had spoiled him. Cain was determined to take Abel away from Lilith, and it was going to get a lot more lively from here on out. With these thoughts in mind, the lad descended into the pool of blood and set off. Abel and Lilith hugged for a while under the beautiful starry sky. Abel smiled and noticed that she had finally calmed down, and the girl agreed with him. In that case, the hero suggested that she go back first and he would go in a minute. Lilith was in agreement, but suddenly turned to Abel. The guy didn't expect Lilith to give him one last hug and touch the sky with her forehead. It was more than a kiss. Lilith thanked Abel one more time and then ran away, and Abel escorted her with a happy look. Within a while the hero went back again, and Thed congratulated the teacher on his return. They were worried about him and the hero apologized for it. Ted noticed that something was wrong with him, and Abel looked much happier than before. It seemed to him that something good had happened to him. Perhaps it was because he had finally talked to Lilith and opened up to her, but he still had to keep their relationship a secret. Abel remained silent, and Ted understood. Ted assumed that Abel had found something he had forgotten and was happy for him. Apparently, Abel didn't have to worry about Ted finding out about his and Lilith's relationship. By the way, Ted wondered what he had forgotten. Abel brushed it off and said it was just his imagination. Ted understood him and agreed that he could be rather clumsy at times. And that's how their second day of the school trip went. Their last day passed quite peacefully, and so the main characters returned to their daily lives. Eliza waved to the boys and said that they would see each other after the vacation. After vacation, Eliza and Abel showed up at their secret library, and Noel almost knocked the girl down. She took Abel's hand and told him she missed him since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Eliza got angry and asked Noel to get away from him quickly, but the girl paid no attention to her. She asked the hero about the school trip and thought they had fun. Abel smiled and said that it was quite educational to learn about another country and its culture. Eliza thought that Noel should have gone along with them too, and it was stupid of her not to go, because she would have had a great time there. There was plenty of delicious food and cookies at the Amatsuchi, and Elise held out a souvenir to a surprised Noel. It was a souvenir of cookies from her personally, and she said they were quite tasty since she had eaten them herself. Thereupon Abel decided to hand over his souvenir. It was a bookmark for a book, and it was very beautiful. Noel was happy and thanked the hero for the gift. Elise was hurt to the point of tears, and she too wanted a gift from Abel. Ted smiled and said that he had a souvenir for her too and held it out to the girl. Noel saw the strange keychain and said she didn't need it. Ted was as hurt as Elise and realized that all of life is pain. There was a rumble and a smiling Emerson walked into the room. The scientist greeted the boys and noticed that Abel looked much more animated. He asked the boy to speak to him alone, and Abel looked suspiciously at the teacher. Abel silently got up from his chair, and the girls didn't realize what had just happened. As soon as they both left the library, Emerson asked how his school trip went. Abel gave Emerson a disgruntled look and said that thanks to him it wasn't boring. Emerson laughed and said that for his information this time he was not involved in anything. It was all the vice captain's and the captain's idea. Captain Kronos had been a friend of Abel's a long time ago, and the hero wanted to know who this woman was. But even Emerson didn't know that. By the way, there was no one who knew her. She had been the head of Kronos for over 200 years, and that was the only information he could get. But Abel suggested that he must have been curious, and Emerson recognized that it was a good question. The scientist smiled and said that Abel interested him far more than usual, and the hero was not fazed by it. Abel headed back to the library and said that if he didn't have any useful information, that was the end of their conversation. Emerson smiled as he escorted the guy out with a look and thought that was pretty cold. Still, the hero was able to chase away the figures of Kronos and another vice captain and even Rio, which was to be expected from Abel Kun. Emerson was quite reluctant to do this, but apparently he should still have considered cooperating with this man. In his thoughts, the scientist headed back to his office.